Blog Talk Radio.
Greetings, everyone, from the beautiful city of Chicago to the Cathedral of the Black Goat radio show. Perfecta Same here with Pontifex Ball and Myrmidon. How's it going, guys?
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan, brother. Good. Going well.
Awesome. Well, it's been a while. It's just been a crazy month and a half since our last show, and with the fest, which was incredible, and planning for the next one, and just so much going on. So as far as I'm concerned, if it's okay with you guys, let's just dive right in.
Well, first of all, would want to have to say thank you to Bestial Rage, Demonic Christ, Morbosadad, Helvatron, Black Witchery, Negstool, Nuclear Hammer, Baphometic Fire, Nocturnal Fear, and my brothers in Infernal Sacrament. Oh, that's a long list. But
right.
Even with a little mishap with the venue and everything, we pulled it off, and the crowds came and they seemed to enjoy it, and it was a very diabolical fest and had some really, really great moments. So I wanted to thank everybody for that. That was a part of it, bands and audience members alike. That's what Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest is. Definitely Cathedral of the Black Goat Festival 3 down in history. So, we got the next one coming. And tonight we just wanted to talk a little bit about satanic principles and keeping your principles, especially in dealing, with businesses like we have, like Cathedral of the Black Goat does Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest, not quite unlike how the Brotherhood of the Ram was in the 1960s when Don Blythe, that satanic coven in California opened. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I heard a beeping noise. Thought I got cut off for a second. Technical difficulties. Anyway, and in Hollywood, California, that coven of Satanists had opened up a satanic dance club, the Satan A Go-Go. Not dance music, not exactly my thing, but that's kind of how they decided to expose to the wider world the ways of the Brotherhood of the Ram, not unlike how we are with Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest, exposing the world to traditional Satanism. So what I wanted to kind of talk about and touch upon with this one, with Cathedral of the Black Goat is out there, and got so many questions about what do you believe? And some people are kind of confused about that. So I wanted to talk a little bit about principles. Our main principle as traditional Satanists, believers in Satan, is that we do the will of Satan. And we go to whatever lengths to push, promote that, and to make that happen. And it's written plenty of it in all my 3 books for anybody that wanted to kind of get into that. But more or less, that being our principle, I wanted to kind of get into people that, traditional Satanists that have to compromise their principles for friends, family members, business contacts, or people that they work with. Or, sometimes, it's like what we were saying earlier. Traditional Satanism is not something that we do. It's something that we are, at least those of us that are really about it. It is what we are. And sometimes you might find yourself living in a world where nobody else, in your immediate area all around you knows what you're talking about or knows exactly what you're doing. And it's kind of like living in a world where you know that the world is round, but everybody else around you is convinced that the world is flat. And so the satanic principle, where the question of compromise is, at what point are you going to say, fuck it? I want peace. I want to get along with everybody. I want everybody to like me, so I'll just go ahead and say that the world is flat just to please them. And I'll forget that the world is round. And when you do that, when you compromise your principles, when you compromise what you really are, that's almost like losing your own soul.
Definitely. It's a phrase that's been used by a variety of different groups or organizations over the year, but I'll refer to it for our purposes here, which is to thine own self be true. As a Satanist, as we've talked about on previous shows, it's something that we're called to do. There isn't, we don't go out and try to convert people or that sort of thing. You either are it or you aren't it. And it's a lifelong process to kind of discovering, at least for those of us on this show and many others we've talked to, that you kind of knew you were a Satanist or a traditional Satanist before you even really knew what the hell to call it. And so in order to fully maximize ourselves as individuals and as Satanists, to compromise our belief system simply because it's easier to get along with the outside world to do so, it's really counterproductive. Not only is it tends not to work that much anyway, because that's not really where our heart is, but that creates internal conflict with the Satanists, because we're just, when you're selling yourself out, when you're settling, and ultimately that's not the will of Satan. The will of Satan is not to become weaker or to bend to outside influences just because it might be the easier, softer way for someone to go. Part of being a traditional Satanist, I believe, is you have to have the courage of your conviction to stay the course, even if it is a highly unpopular position.
Definitely, and I think I like the words that you use there and everything, that we ourselves are not to bend, but even, in encountering others, whether they like it or not, when we take our actions, when we flex our muscles, when we exert our strength, we will not bend, but we will cause others to bend, willingly or unwillingly.
That's right, and it's not, it's not necessary for me to go around and have a flashing light on my forehead to tell the whole world that I'm a traditional Satanist, because, that's counterproductive in its own way, not to mention annoying and many other things. But really, it's I have the belief system that I have, as well do my brothers, and I should never feel like I have to explain myself to anyone or justify, why, traditional Satanists believe this or that. I might say this is what we believe, but I'm not going to, it's really a waste of my time and frankly pointless to try to convince someone that I'm right or that traditional Satanists are right. Either they get it or they don't get it. And trying to either make it more palatable to an outsider or try to convince people of it is, to me, that's just, Christianity wrapped up in that, which is we're trying to convince everybody. We're trying to take this out and convince the world that this is the way to be. And frankly, I don't think the world at large is ready for traditional Satanists. Most people, they couldn't handle it, wouldn't know what to do with it, couldn't do it anyway. They're not called for it. So it'd be pointless to even try such a thing.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we're not evangelists and everything. And when we do a public event, it's not for the point of evangelism. It's more of a display. I mean, we don't actively go out seeking others, but we are what we are, and we do what we do. And when we do things our way, and people see that, and many people, like that or respect that, and many people hate us for that. But if they hate us for the right reasons, then that's just as good as respect anyway, I think. Just as long as you're not compromising your own principle.
That's right. If people can't understand that, then I don't care what they think anyway.
Absolutely.
But,
go ahead.
Just, I think that's a part of the disease of society at large, of which we as traditional Satanists, reject, which is the disease of society at large is to, it's to go with the flow, to just get along, and, it's important to be popular, it's important to be liked, it's important to have a billion friends, all these things that really don't have anything to do with being a strong person or having a strong belief system. then all of my, if that's what I subscribe to, then all of my self-worth is based on what the whole world thinks of me, as opposed to internally what I believe in the relationship that I have with Satan, which is a very personal relationship. I don't need anybody to like me in the world for me to be at peace. My happiness is not dependent on how many Facebook friends I have or how many people that think I'm a swell guy. That's irrelevant.
Absolutely. I mean, and being a traditional Satanist, it's not conducive to having all those friends anyway, because by our very nature, we are the force that goes against the rising of the tide. We are the opposition, and we are in social terms, as well as spiritual terms. I mean, you look at the world around us, and everything is so materialized and commercialized and oversaturated, and we're filled with TVs everywhere with all of these advertisements and people, toting happiness, and like one giant car salesman yelling in your ear, and I don't know, even the advertisements that come out and everything. Language professors or dermatologists hate this guy because he's learned one simple trick. This has become a world where that's exactly what their principle is. One simple trick to salvation and happiness, without doing any work, without any introspection or ritual or artistic value. It's a one-trick world. And that's exactly what we are the opposite of.
That's right.
And it's like something that you kind of touched on too, Paul, was we shouldn't have to, or not going to, wear it on our forehead, so to speak. This is who we are. That's ludicrous.
Yeah, I think most of us tend to be a bit of prefer solitude or more recluse types because, I can speak for myself. I'm more of a misanthrope. I don't like to associate with many people. I certainly, in a forum like this, would like to express beliefs to those who are interested or of like minds or just, want to hear what we're about. That's an appropriate forum, at least in my mind. But I'm not interested in having popularity generally, or even having, like I said, a lot of socializing with lots of people, because, frankly, the number of people that I really want to spend time with is very, very limited. And, it's just the nature of things. If you added up all of the traditional Satanists just in the United States, it's not that many. And it's spread out all over the place, and the odds are a lot of us aren't going to be anywhere near each other most of the time. And so what are we left with for the other, all the other hours of the week that we're not on the radio show or talking to each other on the phone or something? It's everybody else. And, we have to interact with a certain number of people just to get through our life and earn money or whatever. But I'm not going to invest much in the general population because, to me, most of them are compromise their principles. They live very much by societal expectations, and they're not. If that's what they want to do or called to do, I guess that's fine. But that's not what I'm about. I don't want anything really to do with it. And those aren't going to be the type of people that I can really relate to anyway.
Exactly.
We get a lot of, I know all of us here get a number of questions about what we're about, and and this is, I think, part of getting back to that. We do the fests and the shows and whatnot, and that's certainly an important part of what Cathedral of the Black Goat does in a broader sense. But part of really being a traditional Satanist isn't just listening to black metal music or something like that.
Okay.
That may be an avenue to, express certain things, but really, as Brother Marmadan talks about. It's a certain belief principles. It's a ritual. It's doing those things. That's it. And you know, without the practice and without the with all the rest of it, it's not just going to a metal festival and hanging out and having some beers. It's a way of life. It's really who we are. It's what we do every day. It's in our DNA, and that really needs to be. That's why we want to bring it out in the show is to, I guess, remind people that Cathedral of the Black Goat, its very essence, is not just concert promoters or something. It is, we are traditional Satanists who have very particular beliefs, and we, you know, practice those regularly.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that, you know, considering, you know, recent events and people starting rumors or something like that, I mean, you know, people have to, you know, every once in a while, you know, take a look at that and not forget the fact that we're not, you know, metal people promoting satanic music. We're Satanists promoting metal bands that we like. A lot of them satanic metal bands, and a lot of other bands that we promote is like, I look at every Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest and the mixture of bands as kind of a sculpture and a work of art in and of itself. Like each Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest is a ritual, and the reason why I might choose this war band or this thrash band or this one that has a really aggressive message, or this one that got kicked off of other festivals, and this other one that's really hated, and this one that's really dark, is because you put it all together, and that's kind of the meaning of why I did that particular festival. I mean, some people, even bands, you know, they ask, well, you know, can I get on this one? Can I get on this one? And I say, you know, no, it's not appropriate. I can't do that because I'm trying to get a certain message across with those certain bands. I'm not a metal promoter. I'm not concerned with what everybody else is doing all over the country or whatever band is touring around. No, I'm not, you know, just another hub in that tour. There's a point and a purpose to it. And if it didn't serve that point and that purpose, then I wouldn't even be doing this at all, because it is a satanic principle for me, and it's my means to that end. I mean, and that's a Cathedral of the Black Goat difference. And some people choose to wear a Cathedral of the Black Goat patch, and some people, you know, decide to wear the patch of the other guy. I mean, there's some people that decide, you know, they like them all, but this is distinct and this is different.
Yeah, and we have a, you know, particular belief system of worshiping Satan and forming a relationship with Satan and his demons. That is the ultimate goal of what we're doing, and that is, you know, that's the bottom line. This isn't you know, just some sort of thing to sell records. I mean, a lot of music artists have evoked Satan over the many decades to shock people or whatever, but that's not what we're about. We're about actually practicing the principles in our daily lives, and you know that. Again, that's not something that someone is going to do unless that's really who you are, because this is the path that is not tread very often. It's unpopular. It's always going to be questions. I mean, if we go back to the analogy to the world being flat, I mean, at the time that people believed in history that the world was flat, the guys that thought, the few people that thought that the world was round, oftentimes were taken out and, you know, tortured or burned at the stake or whatever to try to get them to change their mind. I mean, it was dangerous to believe things against the status quo, and it's still dangerous. They may not take people out and burn them at the stake in more barbaric times, but at least not in the United States. But there are other ways that people can be, you know, people will try to destroy them or, you know, cast them out of of life, and because, you know, people, what they don't understand, they're afraid of, and what they're afraid of, they want to destroy. And particularly when you start talking to societies that are, which most Western societies are run by or have the theme of Christianity. I mean, you just talk about, you bring up the name Satan, and right away, it's just something they're diametrically opposed to all the way down the line. It's just nothing, there's nothing you could possibly say that is going to make anybody who comes from that kind of a culture to be in any way accepting or even remotely tolerant of Satanism. And so, you know, we have to stand firm, and we have to have that courage, because it's hard to think of many more groups of people who would be more unpopular to society at large than Satanists today.
Definitely, and that all goes back to the strength principle. I mean, and you know what it is that we feel with ourselves and what we desire in life. Because certainly, if we desire to have an easy path in life, the regular path in life where you're born and you go to college and you get married and you have kids, and they do the same thing and have grandkids, and then you die, and you know, certain people see that as the cycle of life and the legacy that they leave behind, and that's fine for them if they do that. But with us, it's a little bit different. We chose, well, some of us, I mean, we know that we're Satanists, but we chose to be what we are, and what we are is not, you know, it is against the tide. It's not something easy, and if we wanted an easy life, you know, we wouldn't be doing this. And I mean, speaking for myself, I couldn't see myself being anything else but a traditional Satanist. I mean, I've had friends and close relationships in my life where, you know, I would be their friend. And, you know, they would be like, I remember one of them said, "Satan, Satan, Satan. All you ever talk about is Satan. You know, where's the real you? You know, where does this end?" And I said, "This doesn't end. This really is me. This is what I do. This is what I think about. These are the actions I take, and this is what I'm about." And at that point, if that other person says, "I don't want to be your friend anymore," then you have to choose. You either have to choose to keep your mouth shut and compromise your principles, or change the way that you conduct yourself, or you have to decide that person is counterproductive to have around you and have in your life, and you have to end that. And that can be a difficult choice. I mean, this isn't, you know, some, you know, could even say that this is a lonely path. Well, I mean, if we feared opposition, if we feared loneliness or anything else, then we wouldn't be doing this. I mean, sometimes being a traditional Satanist feels almost like you're marching through a battlefield. Well, I wouldn't have it any other way.
That's right. That's right. I mean, you know, in traditional Satanism and the Cathedral of Black Goat, we think about what's possible or impossible, and we tend to look at things as not being impossible, or at least not without a lot of consideration to, you know, what means we're trying to get to whatever end. If we see things as impossible at first, we're going to reevaluate them and see if there's a different way to come at it. And, you know, that's often very different from other ways that society at large looks at things. You know, as we alluded to earlier in the show here, you know, our society, our culture is largely about the quick fix. You know, you feel down, we got a pill for you. You know, you got this issue, we'll take this, or do this, or drink this. You know, no matter what, there's something we got to fix you right up quick. And, you know, that is not the way of a traditional Satanist. The traditional Satanist is not the quick fix. Life happens to all of us, traditional Satanists and not, you know, and just regular people. We have challenges, just like anybody else does. But
yeah,
we don't just, you know, expect that there's going to be some quick fix to every problem that we have. In fact, usually it's very challenging. It takes quite some time for these things to play out. And all of us have faced these sort of things, whether they be directly related to Satanism or they're just related to being a human being on this earth. And, the thing is that we, as traditional Satanists, embrace those challenges and we grow from those challenges. We do not, cry to Satan and say, "Why me, Satan?" And like Christians do. How could God do this to me? I've been so loyal and paid my money and so on and so forth, and why am I, having these bad things happen to me? We don't bleat and cry and whine to Satan. These are all challenges to make us stronger. It's all a test, it's all a task, and it's all building us up to be the strongest people that we can possibly be. And whereas I think most people, they, go through their life and most of their faith gets beat down. Maybe when they're young, they think that things are great and things are looking up, but as they go through life, they realize that reality is a lot harder than the fantasies that they were told in their Christian schools or about how their life is going to be this magical thing from A to Z. And that beats people down over the years, and that's why they get disenchanted and frustrated and, midlife crises or whatever.
It's a vicious cycle because a lot of people that are brainwashed by that perfect model of society and everything, they may go through life having only the principle that they just want to be normal and regular and accepted by everybody and not try to think outside the box or do anything controversial. And so they may go to school, they may go to college and accept those college loans and get eyeballs deep into debt and get married and everything. But then, on down the line when their husband cheats on them or, their son ends up being gay and they don't want to accept that wasn't part of their model, that wasn't part of the plan, then that's where the pharmaceuticals come in, because once they've gotten to a certain age where they can't achieve anything else and they realize that everything that they were living was a lie and they regret it and they wish that they had done something else and they wish they had gone against the grain a little bit more, then all they have left is a pharmaceutical to give them an artificial sense of well-being, instead of going against the tide and taking up those challenges and reveling in the fact when you conquer those challenges.
That's the strength. And I actually read something today. It was a report that just came out that the incident of suicide in the United States had gone up dramatically in the last few years. And, I'm not trying to make some big speech on suicide, but I think that especially in people who are middle-aged, that group particularly went up. And that to me says something about the rampant, the dissatisfaction of people when they get out of being a youth, where they have all these bright ideas about what their life is going to be like, and then they're kind of sold on this, fantasy existence that we see on cable TV every day. And then they get to middle life and realize that things aren't really like that. And I think as a traditional Satanist, we're taught and trained not to live in the fantasies of TV and all this BS that we're shoveled in the media and in our popular culture, but we are to look to the will of Satan. We're look to what is the reality of what's going on, not just image and advertisements and things like that, but what's actually going on, and not only in our life but around us. And I think that can lead to a much more, at least for me, it's led to a much more stable way of looking at the world, because my expectations aren't like completely out of whack, or thinking that, everything's just this wonderful fucking fantasy all the time. And then when reality smashes into that and blows that up, then I'm so let down. I don't live in that as a traditional Satanist. I live with the will of Satan. I'm not wrapped up in popular culture. So I'm not going to be lured into believing these lies about what life is supposed to be like it's going to be easy and I'm always going to get richer and I'm always going to get better looking and all this kind of crap. That's just not life, and that's why most people can't handle the challenges of life. They're constantly, their fantasies are constantly smashing into the reality of existence. They bought into lies.
It's the same thing. I mean, you know, I have like a regular job just like anyone else, and I'll have coworkers that'll come up to me that don't realize, you know, who and what I am, and they'll come up, you know, with their quick fixes and everything, you know. Oh, look at this political candidate, you know, where you can fix your life and lose all this weight and everything with some green coffee beans or something, or, you know, all of their quick fixes. And I just don't, I mean, life is so short, and we have such a great opportunity, you know, to do the great work of Satan that I just don't even entertain such notions. I mean, at least for me, speaking for myself, I think that Satan and traditional Satanism is the last pure value, you know, that there is left that's worth to support, because politics and everything else, you know, everything else isn't what it seems to be. It's all on the surface.
Yeah, it's smoke and mirrors, and there is never to be any politics or shading or whatever of Satan's will. Satan's will is Satan's will, and if that means, you know, shit for me for a while, then that's what it means, you know, and and that means that I'm going to have a big time challenge in my hands, and I got to work through that, and that's what it means. And I'm not living in this delusion that somehow, you know, my life is, you know, because I gave my 10% to some preacher, that, you know, I'm just going to live this fabulous life every day of my existence, and all this other BS that people want to believe, because they want to believe it. They willingly sign up to believe in a fantasy that can't ever possibly be true. And as traditional Satanists, we choose to reject that, because as we, you know, let's rewind all the way back to the beginning of the blessed Bible that all these Christians proclaim their faith to, is what was the snake doing in the Garden of Eden? You want to use that story? We've used it before on the show. Telling Adam and Eve the truth. You're naked. This is what you are. This is the type of being you are. They were living in a fantasy. Satan simply opened their eyes to what was. He didn't corrupt them. He just told them the truth. And that's a message that is lost on Christians all the way down the line throughout history. Satan was telling Adam and Eve the truth. Who wants to live in falsity? Well, the answer to that is most people, because the truth is painful a lot of times. Who wants pain? You know, nobody wants it.
People would prefer comfort over the truth anyway.
Absolutely. Painful. Wolves do not fear pain. We embrace it and we learn from it. That's the difference.
Exactly. And if you have to walk through the desert thirsty in order to get to your answer or get to the point where you need to be, then that's the journey that you must take.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the journey itself that by the end you'll be stronger for it.
But, you know, most people don't see that. They're too wrapped up with their car or their girlfriend or their wife or their fake tits or whatever it is that they put a lot of importance into. That's what most, you know, or their newest fashion bag or whatever, that's what most people spend their time thinking about. Not about strong character or about, you know, being a person of principle.
Right. They're always out to outdo the other person. Oh, he got this BMW, so I'm going to get a Mercedes. You know, or she's got this purse, so I'm going to buy two purses. You know, I've always, maybe it's, you know, my thinking from years and years, if the end thing was to wear a certain style, I was just the opposite. And I think that kind of plays in my role today is, you know, it's who I am, and I accepted what I am. I think like both of you as well, you know, we accepted this. and we're growing in it.
Yeah, we didn't look to escape from it or, you know, gee whiz, this is going to be really unpopular, so, you know, I'm just going to be a Christian anyway because, you know, that's just easier and I'll have more friends and, you know, I won't have to explain things to anybody or, you know, more people like me. You know, I mean, that's...
And I'll just go to the adult bookstore, you know, late at night so no one sees me.
Well, yeah, we could go on in a whole other show about hypocrisy and conflict in people that, you know, because, of course, in traditional Satanism, we do not reject our instincts. We do not reject our bodily desires like, you know, Christianity or Judeo-Christian religions. It's all about suppressing all of that. So, again, we're back to, are we living in the truth? Are we living in the reality of this is the body I have, these are the hormones I have, these are the, you know, these are the desires I have, or am I going to just say I don't have those things and then just do the opposite, which is just, you know, hypocrisy. I mean, anybody who's spent any time around people in the Catholic Church, I mean, you want to talk about hypocrisy, that's a whole other, you know, that's a whole other discussion right there.
That'll be the next show down the road.
Right. I mean, you know, it's, you know, why even bother talking about it much? But it's an example of, you know, people are who they are. You know, you have these desires as a human, and somehow there's some great, wonderful thing that if you can just completely combat your desires as a human being on a daily basis. I mean, that doesn't even teach discipline. That just teaches like frustration and, you know, hypocrisy.
And misery, I mean.
Yeah, or people hiding, you know, because they're ashamed and just makes all people, just screws people all up. I mean, if you're going to be you know, if you've got to, I see no benefit if what you want to do, for example, is to go out and be a sexually active human being. Well, then go be that. I mean, you know, I wouldn't say you should go pretend that you aren't and then do it anyway, which is what a lot of people do. They just lie to someone and say, I'm going to be exclusive to you, and then they, you know, go and screw everybody in the world and pretend like, you know, they're the best guy ever or the best girl ever. Be honest. Just say, you know, I want to go, you know, have some different partners or whatever. To me, I have a lot more respect for that because they're owning it. You're not living in
and being yourself is a whole lot more liberating than, you know, going through life with all the skeletons in the closet or not being what you are. And that's why, definitely, and just to chime in, why it's important even to have discussions like this. So hopefully somebody's listening, because sometimes we can't, you know, we'll meet people at a concert or something, or people will talk to us on Facebook. And a lot of times, you know, it's weekend warriors with a Satan fetish that, you know, truly in their own lives are not being what they really are. They're just presenting themselves as something else. And so it is important, you know, from time to time. I mean, besides the rituals themselves and the black candles and the robes and everything, you know, to go a bit beyond that and explain things like this, like principles.
Definitely. I guess, you know, if you want to talk about the role of Satan in a broader sense, I mean, the average person that hasn't really explored that, may, you know, or hasn't read the books or what have you, may have a hard time grasping what that even means. But let's just start with, you know, maybe something broader.
It probably isn't the best show for somebody that's listening to it for the first time, but luckily all of our archives are saved and they can look into the books and find out all about all that other stuff. This is, I guess, you know, kind of a deeper, a secondary kind of conversation.
Certainly, and you know, if you want to take it to say what is the will of Satan, I think we can start with, well, that's a relationship that's nurtured over time as to, you know, how you determine that for yourself. But I guess what I've found it to be for myself in a broader sense is to live in truth, to live in reality, to live, and that sometimes means joy, and that sometimes means pain, and that almost always means work. And, you know, that is, and it almost always means a challenge. And that's, you know, character building, and that's strength building, as opposed to, well, I'm just going to sit on my couch, and then Satan's going to line everything up for me, and I'll just, you know, touch the bases with my toe. I mean, that's not anything that has to do with the principles of traditional Satanism.
Correct. You could go out or you could go and do a ritual because you want a certain thing to happen, but you should do that ritual. But if you don't go out and take actions to make that thing happen that you want to happen to help that ritual to work, because what that ritual is it's maybe a demon giving you a little extra push, a little extra power, a little bit more force behind your punch. But if you don't throw that punch in the first place and you don't actively go out and try to achieve that end, you know, it's not going to work for you if you just sit on your couch.
You know, it's kind of like the old saying, if you're wanting a job, you know, you need to look for one.
Well, certainly. I mean, we've all...
And if you're just sitting on your ass waiting...
And that goes with traditional Satanism. If we're going to, we've all had the experience of, you know, wanting something and then, you know, working for it, but still going to have it come to full fruition, or how we wanted it to come to full fruition. But what oftentimes happens is that something else comes from that work, perhaps a character building, and maybe as simple as that, but it might be another outcome which we hadn't even anticipated, which is even better than the thing that we wanted before.
Sometimes that is what's better and everything. Sometimes we don't exactly know what we want. I mean, that we may think that we want something and we can work towards that, and along that journey, along that walk through the desert, we find something else that we want that we didn't even realize that we would have wanted more in the first place. Satan works in mysterious ways, I guess you could say, you know. Not, you know, to bring up an old adage, but it's true.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us proclaim that we, you know, have the red phone that we can just call Satan up and Satan says, well, here's what's going to happen. I mean, it's all, you know, this isn't, Satan's not a genie or something where we have 3 wishes and things. It's like any other relationships. It takes time. You get out of it what you put into it. And, you know, it is something that is a very personal thing, and it really takes, it's not something you can just, you know, drive by Satanism or, you know, drive through Satanism. This is a practice that takes a commitment. And, you know, just like anything, a person isn't going to be very committed to it if it's not something that they are called to do. I mean, that's not really who they are. The discipline isn't going to be there. So, you know, that is, you know, a big part of anybody who's a serious traditional Satanist is the ritual practice, because that is, you know, the best line, you know, the best red phone that we can get to Satan's will, and you know, there's really no other way.
Right, and you know, it's just like I'm sure everyone knows, if they haven't read posts or what have you, but you know, the demonology, that is something I thrive on. I love that. But if I didn't study it, and I think that kind of goes for all of us, it's a continuous basis. You never like get to a point, like with Myrmidon, you know, he didn't just get to a point and say, "Whoop, that's it. That's all there is."
No, for a lot of people,
it's a continuous process.
An old teacher I had a long time ago explained it very well and everything. For some people in an old chat room that I had, where they were asking, you know, they were having trouble concentrating on, or they were having trouble getting in contact with their demon, you know, how exactly that works. And a suggestion that he gave didn't even involve a dark room or black candles, because some people just can't do it that way unless they have something to visualize. But even if you were just sitting in a chair and you printed out a picture of that demon's sigil and you meditated a little bit and you just stared at the sigil. The thing is, and the way it was explained, you know, the reason why the sigils have those whorls and the shapes and the different lines in them and everything, you can kind of think of it like a key, like a lock on a door. But the key is inside you and everything, or it's not if you weren't meant to contact that demon. And if you stare at it long enough and you see, you know, those lines within the sigil take shape, and then it may take an hour and it may take days, and you're not just going to have a voice, you know, say, you know, Myrmidon, this and that and everything. It's more subtle, it's more suggestive, or something happening around you explaining, you know, what it is, the answer that you sought. I mean, that's very basic, but demonology, yeah, definitely.
But, you know, and too, it's like a part in general. It's just like all of it. And I like what you said, you know, it's not like it's going to come hit you full force. It is subtle. And each person is different.
Yeah.
You know, something that Ball does may not even work for me or for yourself.
And demonology, I mean, just getting into that, I mean, it's just like I wrote in the Devil's Bible, if we get into that subject real quick. I mean, certain demons weren't meant for certain people, and so if you were going to kind of go into that, you may be having that same practice with many different demon sigils. But and eventually, it's more like a combination lock principle and everything. But you've got to keep trying and trying with that until you find that thought that unlocks the sigil, that opens up that communication. And that's a little bit, you know, further on down the line, but it all, you know, just like the theme of the show, it all begins with principles. Because if you have no satanic principles, if you're compromising your principles for other people, you can't expect to even have that communication. I mean, why would Satan or the demons deign to talk to you if you can't keep, you know, your own commitments and be true to your own self and what you claim to believe in, even to yourself?
Correct. And that's a whole another show as well.
Definitely. Did we lose Aaron?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. No, I'm just listening. I'm enjoying the back and forth between you two.
Okay. Well, I'm looking, and we've got about another 10 minutes to go. Well, so March 30th, we just had Cathedral of the Black Goat Metal Festival 3, and I'm thinking the very next Cathedral of the Black Goat show, instead of having it hosted from Chicago, can actually have it hosted from Minneapolis. Because we've got the Devil's Coven over in Minneapolis on May 18th.
Yes, we're just a little over 2 weeks away. All those of you who were at Cathedral of the Black Goat 3 and excited for 4, which has, you know, now been announced, mostly the bands for that. If you're having a hankering for something to tide you over until September, the Devil's Coven. I mean, it's 6 bands. Keep it at the Sacred 6. We've got Black Witchery will be headlining it. We have Diafago, Dissipation, this is actually their first live show ever, and so highly anticipated to seeing that. I mean, that is going to be something special.
And what an appropriate place for their first live show.
Yes, it's going to be fantastic. At a Cathedral of the Black Goat show, Dissipation's first live ritual. That is going to be great, and with a very, you know, dark lineup. Pettihill is playing the show. Atrium and Ritus, a local Minnesota occult hypnotic black metal band, and then recently Mashu, a long-standing black metal band in Minnesota, was ahead to the bill. Unfortunately, Infernal Sacrament, who was previously scheduled to be on, can't make it. We're going to have Myrmidon at the Devil's Coven, however, anyway. So we're excited about that, but it's good to have Mashu as part of the show too. I think they're going to blow a lot of people away. They are a tremendous band. And, you know, we got 6 very dark, all satanic bands playing this, and it's bound to be a very powerful night. Something that, again, it's Satanism, it's Satanists putting on a music show, and we're doing that to get a theme across and a point across. This isn't just some metal show that you go down to your metal club on a Friday night and just see what's there. These are all bands that believe very strongly in Satanism and the occult, and we're putting them together for those of us who believe likewise, and it's going to be a really fantastic night. It's a Saturday, May 18th at Station 4 Club in St. Paul, Minnesota. And if you need more information about it, we have a Facebook event page on that, or you can click off to it off any one of our Facebook personal pages.
Definitely. And it'll be my first time in Minneapolis, and I've talked to many people in Minneapolis over the years, that have been involved in Cathedral of the Black Goat somehow, and so I'm looking, and some of them have come to Chicago or other cities where I've had events or met people, and I'll just be looking forward to going to their own turf and meeting all the other Cathedral of the Black Goat and Satanists and all of y'all in Minneapolis. So
we're looking forward to having you here. Can't wait.
Will you have things for sale there at that show?
Oh, yes. We'll have, actually, all of the bands, I think I've heard from all of them now, are going to have exclusive merch made up specifically for the Devil's Coven show. So that's very exciting. We're also going to have Cathedral of the Black Goat patches and shirts. We'll have those available. And, we're just going to have, the whole thing is going to be set up to be as dark and ritualistic and satanic as we can possibly have it. That's how the Cathedral of the Black Goat does it. And anybody who's been to any of the fests can attest to that. We are serious about the music we listen to and the messages and the energy that we're trying to get across.
Awesome.
Well, all right, brothers. So then, because I'll be in Minneapolis a few days before the 18th. Of course, we wouldn't try to do the show on the 18th itself. It'll be really noisy in that club. But maybe a few more days before that, we'll let everybody on Facebook and our page and give you all the updates about that. But it'll be a couple days before the Devil's Coven. We'll do our next show.
That sounds awesome. We'll be posting that soon, and we appreciate everyone listening in. Be sure and listen to all the archived shows as well, and give us some feedback. Let us know. Send us all a message, and tell us what you want to hear, any particular subject or topic, and we'll go from there. So with that, I will close this show. You guys are awesome, and we will talk soon.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Blog Talk Radio.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Cathedral of the Black Goat radio show. Perfect the same here, along with Pumped with Ball and Myrmidon. How are you guys?
Good. Hail Satan.
Great, brother. Hail Satan.
Good deal. This is a show that I've been waiting for. We've been discussing this. So I'm going to turn right over to Myrmidon.
Yeah, well, tonight we wanted to kind of give an in-depth explanation of the self-initiation ritual found in the Devil's Bible that was first published back in 2004. And basically give a breakdown of it. Because as we were talking about before, it's literally just 6 pages long. And part of that purpose, I wanted is because where I would be in my point before becoming a Satanist is not necessarily at the point where other people would be when becoming a Satanist. And so I try to leave a lot up to interpretation while at the same time kind of providing a direction to go to get to the goal. And so, I mean, just like it says in the Devil's Bible, I mean, it's a 3-night self-initiation ritual. And the first night, you know, just as it describes, is to completely shed any previous religious affiliation or programming or any kind of thinking or mindset that we might have had before that is hindering us from taking that first step into the darkness. And so the example that's given in the book, again, just given as an example, is somebody that's exactly the opposite, a Christian. And so, you know, the person dresses in the Christian vestments and the robes and proceeds to almost perform a Christian ritual, but stops in the middle of it and says, no, this is not what I am. And, you know, blaspheming, you know, that and tearing away the Christian robes. Now, I guess for somebody else that wasn't necessarily a Christian that's thinking of coming to this, thinking that they want to have an initiation, they should think about where it is that they are in their lives and what it is that's stopping them from becoming a Satanist. What is holding them back? Whether it's for some people, it may be a destructive lifestyle and everything, and so they might, you know, have beer or some cigarettes, you know, set out, you know, in front of them and everything, and almost get ready to take a drink or something and say, no, I'm not going to do this. It's the first night of the 3 nights ritual of the self-initiation is all about leaving your former self behind. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all come to this from whatever, you know, we don't necessarily wake up, you know, the first day we ever think about darkness or the dark side and say, I'm going to perform a self-initiation ritual, obviously. So, you know, from my own case, we've talked about this on the show before, it seems to be a common experience, which is, you know, we were drawn to the dark side perhaps from practically birth, and it's always been something that's been in us, perhaps even before we could actually pinpoint what it was or what it was, you know, that it was Satanism or whatever. And so, but there are, as you say, might be certain mental impediments or taking that leap of faith or taking that leap into something that may be outside of what we think is rational, or, you know, I'm a rational person, I don't really believe in things that I can't necessarily see standing in front of me, physical objects. And so, you know, that becoming a Satanist, turning our will over or looking to have a relationship with demons or Satan just seems like something that's contrary to that. I would disagree with that, but a lot of times people come to that with this belief. So, but if you're drawn to the dark side, and this is something that you want to take that next step, and it's to step over that threshold, that's really what that first night is about. It's about kind of leaving those doubts behind or leaving those old impediments behind and to say, no, I'm not going to fall into that thinking anymore. I'm rejecting that. I'm going to be open to the dark side completely. That's really the first night, the rejection of the death of the old self, or the old impediments to thinking.
Yeah, and that's right. You know, and it's kind of also, maybe it's a little bit of a blaspheming ritual and everything, but it's to put somebody in the mindset of that they really are getting away from their old self. They really are getting away from their previous life. It's kind of like a radio and different stations on a radio station. If you decide that the radio station you've been listening to doesn't play the kind of music you want to listen to anymore, and you want to change over to this other one, well, you're going to have to change over to that radio station. But in order to do that, you're going to have to forget it, because you can't get 2 frequencies at once, so you're going to have to forget about whatever it was that you were listening to before, because this is what you're walking into now. Just to kind of get somebody into that mentality and tailor-make that for themselves and their own experience.
Yes, and then, you know, the first night where there is basically a desecration, destruction of the old life, the really the kind of example of what the old life is, or a representation of what the old life was. And in the book, it's the part of the white gown. It's casting that off and rejecting that and saying, I won't be a slave to that anymore, or I won't be the slave to the small thinking of whatever, just being to the point where I reject anything that I'm not open to taking that next step into interacting with darkness and believing that that's possible. You're kind of blaspheming or throwing away that old thing, and that symbolizes something. That's part of any ritual, is a symbolization of a commitment to something new. And part of the reason this is a three-step thing, and we were just discussing this, is the fact that this is a serious thing, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. And so doing it over 3 nights, it gives the person, frankly, a chance to really consider what they're doing, and they should consider what they're doing. Someone shouldn't take a pact of any sort, any vow of any sort, with a lightness, or I can always forget about it later if I want. This is a pact that is for life and beyond, and should be treated with utmost respect. So if I'm going to go down that road, the first thing I have to do is cast out the old thinking that got in the way of that potential new relationship. And that's really just the first
right.
night before one goes on to even the second part.
Well, I mean, and it's even something to consider. If somebody, just frivolously did that, and they took this initiation upon themselves, and they didn't completely cast out whatever it was that was holding them back, and they said, this really isn't working for me. I don't know if, this Satan and this demons are really speaking to me like how I thought they were. And then they could fall back into their old ways, but if they've already made the pact with Satan and the demons, and they already belong to Satan, you could have some very negative consequences. And then what might have before not seemed so real to you might manifest itself to you in some very negative ways. It's not all daisies and roses here.
Right, and if we're gonna be open to the possibility that there is power greater than ourselves that manifests itself through darkness, that manifests itself through powers that are beyond perhaps human, logic or understanding, then the idea of going against that after, I've sworn myself to that, and then I decide, 6 months later, a year later, or 5 years later, I'm just going to throw that out. That's a dangerous game to play, because, just say Satan has never proclaimed to be as forgiving as some other
right.
religions
You
or
can't
dogmas.
pray for forgiveness or say, that all men sin or something. When I think you could say Satan takes it a little bit more personally.
That's part of the draw to it, in my opinion. I mean, this is absolutely. This is serious business, and it's not. And that's, again, it's part of the reason this isn't just pop a pill and you're a Satanist, or take 5 minutes out of your day and you're a Satanist. This is something that takes some effort and takes some time, and obviously there's a lot of thought that goes into, like just mentioning, that goes into whether or not I want to take an self-initiation ritual or not. I mean, it's not something to be taken lightly. So if someone goes up to that point and they start doing it, and halfway through the first night they're just like, well, this isn't for me, I'm bailing out. That's probably better that you do that and just be done with it. But so that there is this process, so that it isn't something that people can just I take a half a step and I'm a Satanist. I mean, this should be, you got to walk a mile. You got to walk a number of miles to get to that point, and then there's a commitment, because the commitment isn't, frankly, the initiation ritual, as far as what it means to be a Satanist, is very, it's necessary, but it's not sufficient to, you know, make one a spiritual Satanist for the rest of their life. I mean, it's like, well, I just did the initiation ritual, I'm good, you know. There's a whole practice, a whole life journey. So, you know, if you can't make it through, if you can't take the time for 3 nights of initiation ritual, then don't bother, because you're not gonna have the gumption or the resilience to be a Satanist over the long haul.
That's right. Okay, and then so now going over the second night. So you've performed, you know, your blasphemy. You've cast off your former self, and you sleep on it, and that's another thing too. Since this is a self-initiation ritual and it's not a group initiation ritual, that's another good reason, you know, why I made it over 3 nights and everything. Because when you do a group ritual initiation, yeah, you can do it all in one night because you have others sharing your experience, and you can discuss it with them, you know, things that went on during the ritual, things that you felt. But when you're doing a self-initiation ritual and it's all by yourself, you have to give yourself time to reflect. And so that's why, you know, I made it over 3 nights. So somebody could do this and then go to sleep and then really, really think about what they did and let it sink in. So second night, you know, you've already cast your old self out. And the second night, you know, I said it's you know, taking a new satanic name upon yourself. It's really becoming. At the start of the ritual, as I wrote, you're not wearing any robe at all. You're exposed. You're naked. You're vulnerable at this point because you've cast out what you were, but you're not fully initiated yet. And so you're vulnerable in the face of Satan and all these demons around you. And that's when you symbolically, you know, take the mark upon yourself, when you take a new satanic name where you develop what you're about to become the very next night. And then it's probably the most frightening phase of the three nights ritual initiation process, at least from people that I've talked to over the years and everything. It's very unsettling, you know, just standing there in complete darkness and facing this, and, you know, taking that mark upon yourself and realizing, you know, yes, I'm really doing this. You know, you might have thought about it before. It seemed like a great idea and everything, but after the second night, then there's no going back.
That's right, because now you bear the mark, and now you've written out your pact. And I think one of the best things about the pact is that you actually write it out. You know, you don't put it together on a word processor and print it out. And, you know, this is something that you write by hand. And, you know, I think it's sort of a lost art in the world today, but there is something more spiritual or more personal about writing something out, writing a note. You're basically writing a promise to the devil. And, boy, nothing brings the immediacy of the moment and the gravity of the moment to that idea, you know, that I'm handwriting a promise, a pact with Satan himself, and that I'm actually going to be, you know, signing this in blood. That is, I mean, as far as imagery or as far as, you know, symbolic nature of something, that's about as bold as it gets. And you've now marked yourself, you've signed your pact in blood, and you end the ritual with, I give to Satan myself, body and soul, effective now. And that's basically when the ritual is over. So the end of that ritual, you've marked yourself, you signed the pact, you stated your intention, and then you're done for the night, and you kind of get to stew and marinate in that. And I can say it makes for an interesting night of dreams if you can sleep, because there's an exhilaration to that. There can be a little fear. There can be exhilaration, like an adrenaline rush, like, wow, I'm really getting into something now. I'm really going into the next phase, or I'm going into another plane. That's an exciting time. And if really you've taken a step that's right for you, I mean, at least my personal experience is you can't wait to do the third night.
Right. Well, I mean, and like you were saying before about writing out the pact, I know that there's some magical traditions, Wicca, or even some other Satanist groups I've seen it where they say that they write, certain pacts to Satan, and then they burn them. Well, I don't like the idea of burning the pact, just like I don't like the idea of, just thinking it or putting it on a word processor. Because if you're just thinking of what you want to tell Satan, then you could forget about it. If you just put it on a word processor, then you could delete it. And if you burn it, then years and years later you might never remember it. But if you write out your pact to Satan and you keep it in a special place, maybe a box or something. And this is another thing, even times in my life since I made my pact where things have been hard or where I felt myself, extremely tested, or we never of course, go to Satan and say, why me, why this, why does this have to happen to me? But at the same time, we all have times in our lives and in our walk with Satan where the difficulty of the puzzles in which we are meant to solve, can be a little bit overwhelming, and maybe that can be the time where you can look in your special box where your pact was, and you can remember what it was you signed and what agreement that you made. And it can give you strength, further on down the road, forever, and until the end of this life. That's yours. That's what you did.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more. I mean, it's really it takes you back in a very physical sense to that night where you made your promise and you made your pact, and that can give you a real kind of a refresh your memory as to why did I do this? What was I saying? What was I thinking? And that's always a powerful experience, and especially when your mental bank account or your spiritual bank account may be low, having something physical, a physical manifestation of your pact with the devil is, that's worth its weight in gold. That's something you can lay your hands on. The fact you can see your blood on the, staining the page, and that's something to go back and look at again and again for sure.
Right. Now, the third night, what everybody's been wanting to get to and everything, that thing which, it's my pet peeve and everything when people dress up like Satanists or pretend to be Satanists, or they use the word Hail Satan frivolously, and they never made any kind of commitment or any kind of pact whatsoever. But the third night is kind of like your graduation ceremony. You had the courage to get to the first night. You had the courage, even more to get to the second night. And the third night is really when you set up your altar in black and red, and you wear your black robe, and you it's kind of like your graduation speech. And
no doubt,
like I said, Satanists do not have to dedicate for a given period of time. A brother of Satan, a sister of hell, is that for life and for all time.
No, this is really like putting, if you want to think of the second night as the writing out of the pact and you're signing it in blood, the third night is kind of like putting your seal on it. It's this, it's really like a blessing and a further verbal commitment and dedication to Satan going forward, and it's that I'm going to go forward and do your will and seek your will, and that's kind of the if you want to say the 3-night part is the first night's the taking care of the past, the second night is my present intention, and the third night is really into the future. What am I about from this day forward?
The rest of your life.
That's right. That's right. And that's if you've come through the first 2 nights and you're excited about that third night and taking that third night, I think you're off on the right foot when it comes to going forward and seeking, because this is really just the beginning. I mean, it's there's I think a beginning before the beginning when we're talking about leading up to making the decision to even do the self-initiation ritual in the first place. Sometimes that's a process that just gets to that point. But when that happens and you take the self-initiation ritual or another initiation ritual, then that's really the beginning of being a true Satanist and dedicating your life to the devil. You've now gone beyond, like the frivolous person on the street who just, yells, "Hail Satan" at some metal show, like, it's sort of the thing to do. But actually, you made a commitment, and this is my life. This is my dedication. And, frankly, that's going to be out there forever, some frivolity use of Satan because it's shocking, or the same way people, I suppose, use other sorts of imagery,
commercially valuable, or
right, that people think people have been trying to exploit Satanism for a long time to use it to shock, to sell product or whatever. And I guess that is what it is. That's the human condition, to try to use things to make money, even if they don't believe in it. But really, if anybody who's a real Satanist doesn't take that lightly, and I certainly don't. And that, bottom line is that if you're really a proclaimed Satanist, there is a dedication to it, and there's action to it. It's not just, like I say, I just want to rebel against my parents, or I want to look cool, and so I get a bunch of pentagram. I get a pentagram tattooed on me, and I'm like, yell "Hail Satan" at metal shows, and now I'm like the bad boy. This is not being a Satanist. Being a Satanist is dedicating your life to Satan and worshiping Satan, and that involves more than that frivolity and triviality.
That's right. I mean, and once you've done your self-initiation ritual, it doesn't matter if you carry a membership card in a satanic organization or whatever else it is that you do, but if you happen to walk in circles where you see Satanism being exploited or treated as a joke, or people frivolously yelling "Hail Satan," you can't always stop what other people are doing, but at least you can look at it for what it is, and you can say, this is fake, this is stupid, this is a joke, and you know what you've done, and you know where you've been, and Satan knows where you've been, and Satan knows what those other people are.
That's right.
And
that's really what ultimately comes down to. It's not about initiation ritual between you and the world, or proving to the world that you're a Satanist. It is between you and Satan, and that's it. And, that is, to the extent you want to disclose that to other people, that's your business. But it's really a pact between you and Satan. And so, there's Satanists that I know that, if you didn't know they were, you'd never know. They don't look like, what perhaps mainstream or popular media thinks Satanist looks like. They look clean cut, they have professional jobs, they, don't have tattoos on their foreheads of 666. They look like basically anybody else, but they dedicate their life, and they seek the will of Satan. So, and who am I to say what their haircut should be or how they're supposed to dress? Their pact is with Satan, not with me. And, really how you dress and what your haircut is has nothing to do with being a Satanist anyway. Any more than
right.
You have short hair or you have long hair or you have tattoos or you don't have tattoos. It has nothing to do with it. You don't even have to like black metal. You don't have to like heavy metal. It's about a pact with Satan, and that's creates the relationship, not imagery of I wear a Venom shirt, therefore I'm a Satanist.
Right. Well, of course, at least us three. We're fans of Venom and black metal and everything, but
sure.
That's just us. That's our personal choice and everything. We talk about it sometimes on here, but that's. There's not one cookie cutter for every worshiper of Satan.
That's right. Perhaps I should state the phone number, and I'll give it to you now. The phone number is 646-478-5227. That's 646-478-5227. And we're specifically seeking anybody who would like to share with us their experiences on the self-initiation ritual or have questions about the self-initiation ritual. We ask that you try to keep your comments to topic, but if you've got anything to share about it, whether you've done it or haven't, I'd be certainly interested in hearing from you. That's 646-478-5227. But in the meantime, this really is, one of the things you mentioned in the book is, that, there are acting against the promises you make to hell holds most dire consequences. You have been warned. This is, we're not making pacts with Chuck E. Cheese and Ronald McDonald here. We're making a pact with the Prince of Darkness, the ultimate unholy one. And so, it is a very serious thing to contemplate. And that, frankly, that can be a sticking point for a lot of people, is just, I'm not really know if I'm willing to take that risk. What if, I'm very interested in Satanism or whatever, but I don't know if I am willing to take that risk. And I guess I'd say to that person, obviously it's a personal choice as to, how much risk you're willing to take, but at the end of the day, anything worth doing, anything that brings any value in your life is going to involve some risk. Now, perhaps you want
some form of sacrifice, some form of stepping off the dive board, without knowing what waits below. But if you're attracted enough to what it is that you believe waits below, then it doesn't matter.
That's right. And at some point, all of us were compelled enough. I can say for myself, it's like, at some point, it's the risk is negligible because I'm basically already in that mindset anyway. It's like, for me, the self-initiation ritual was doing that which I felt that, probably could have done a long time ago, and it was taking that step that really made it, really brought it home for me, so that it was, I wasn't just thinking it. I was taking action, and it really opened up new areas of growth for me in looking at, my spirituality, because in essence I was kind of I was holding myself back because it's like, well, if I'm not willing, I'm not willing to kind of take that risk, then I've put a limit on my own spiritual growth based on some sort of, fear of the unknown, or is this going to work out or not? That's limiting, and I guess some people can settle for that, but for me, I couldn't, and I wanted to go further. So it really wasn't much of a decision, because this is the next logical step in moving forward my spirituality, which had basically hit its. I couldn't go any further without doing it. Basically, what I'm saying.
That's right. Because at that point, it becomes the choice of either going through with it or living the rest of your life as you always have, which is obviously unsatisfying.
Right, and if you're really considering doing it, and really have been considering doing it for quite some time, it's almost like that itch at some point. You're going to have to scratch, or you're going to have to figure out a way to make that thing not itch anymore. It's just there clawing at you that, I'm self-limiting. I'm not going where I need to go with this, in my own opinion. And, that's again a personal decision everybody's got to make, but that's, that's sort of like,
you know, I think my father once told me, you know, every serious relationship is either going to end up in like sort of more or less a permanent commitment, whether you call that a marriage or you know, some other commitment to a person, or you're going to break up. You know, I mean, it really, you can't just go on in sort of purgatory forever in relationships. It's like, you know, it really, how can you be really dedicated to anything for an extended period of time without a real commitment? And that's kind of where it comes with Satanism. It's like, if you're serious about Satanism, then at some point, it's like, I've got to take some action and become, and to make that pact with the devil, or otherwise I just need to forget it. You know, just go do something else. Become an atheist or agnostic or something. Or, you know, be a Christian, whatever you want to do. But if you can't take that step, then it's just, you know, time to break up. Time to put that thought out of your mind.
That's absolutely right. Well, I mean, and another thing to think about, I mean, to make it what it needs to be and everything, like I said, you know, I only made it over 6 pages long, and I left it a lot open to interpretation, just so that people could fill in the details of their lives, you know, to make it for themselves, for what they are, for what they are becoming and everything. Just like most of the things in the Devil's Bible, it's meant to be a practical guideline. It's not supposed to, you know, paint a perfect, you know, picture of all these colors and tell you exactly what it's going to look like, but at least it tells you how to do it.
Right. This isn't like those wacky religions where they like try to, you know, every word is defined in one specific way and that you have to read it this way, otherwise you're not reading it right. And I mean, this is like you say, I mean, this is you've written this very, I mean, I read a lot in my particular job. I read a tremendous lot of literature and other material that's written by many times very sophisticated writers. And one thing that impressed me about this is kind of like the old Mark Twain saying, which is, I would have written you a shorter letter, but I didn't have time, is this book is very short. It is practical. It takes a little bit more, it doesn't take a whole lot of discipline to write a verbose and grandiose you know,
book with all
encyclopedia
kinds of frilly letters and yeah.
Right. That I think a lot of people can do that, or you know, there's something to be. It just becomes like a wall of words, and it becomes hard to distill it or understand it. It becomes more like you know, it's like cool looking
pipe dreams and yeah.
Right. As opposed to something practical, like take out like a guide, and this thing basically fits in your back pocket. You can walk around with it and actually like use it like you're on some sort of tour. You know, it's like, oh, this is my practical guide to whatever I'm doing right now. You know, and it's written in a way that's, like I say, each one of the nights of the ritual is 2 pages. It's the left side of the page and the right side of the page. That's it. It's not, you know, 50 pages and you got to study all this stuff and do, you know, read 5 hours of stuff or do all this flowery speeches or something. It's very practical and gets right to the point, which is, I think, one of the things missing a lot of occult literature. I mean, a lot of the occult stuff is pretty interesting because some of the stuff does, you know, kind of like philosophy or something, does evoke something. I'm not trying to shut down everything else because there's a lot of other good things out there. But this particular book is more of a guide. It is a how-to guide, and you know, for taking action.
Definitely, it's not something that we just sit on a shelf and where people might have to wonder, oh, this is some great satanic text, and it might take, you know, many people to figure out what, you know, my intention and my meaning, you know, was with the book, because I tried to state everything clearly with as little pomp as possible.
Yes, which makes it more of a something that one can actually do and relate to in your daily life, because we're not all educated in astral plane language and stuff like that, and that may very well be interesting, but it makes it very hard. It makes it a lot harder to easily digest and to get your head around, and especially if we're just talking about kind of starting the journey. The last thing I want when I'm starting the journey is like something that's basically impenetrable. I mean, that's part of the beauty of this, is it does involve contemplation. It does involve reflection.
A lot of,
but it
exactly.
Yes, but it doesn't, and it involves a lot of symbolization and that sort of thing. But it doesn't involve a lot of flowery language or legalese or something, the religious ease kind of stuff, where it's just like, I'm not even sure what this says. I'm not even sure what I'm promising. The promise with Satan, the vow with Satan should be very direct, in my opinion. I think it's, that's what makes it more powerful, is it's not, you're not writing Satan poetry. You're like making a pact to with it and the demons, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think after hello, yes.
No, I was going to mention the phone number again. I mean, this is sort of one of those subjects that sometimes can intimidate people, talking about an initiation ritual, but if certainly people want to share any experience they have, 646-478-5227, 646-478-5227. Happy to hear whatever your experience is, or if you have questions about it, happy to take those as well.
And of course, if y'all don't want to talk about it like on, live here on the radio, you know where you can contact us otherwise on Facebook and other places.
Yeah, and we do always appreciate that. It seems to be a steady number of people between shows that contact all of us with questions, and we always welcome that. And, obviously for obvious reasons, I mean, a lot of people would rather do that than talk about it on a live radio show, but anybody who is open to that, we're certainly here to talk and to listen to your experiences.
Yeah. Well, in an interlude for that. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I lost the connection for a second. Well, in brief interlude into what we were discussing and everything, talking about Cathedral of the Black Goat show, the Volume 4, coming up on September 20th and 21st. I understand that there's only 10 tickets left, and they're only available for September 20th. All the two-day passes and all the individual tickets for September 21st have been sold out. 10 tickets left, the last 10 chances to see Goatians in the United States, amongst all the other great bands.
Yes, and those who have been contacting about what you need to get into the show, it's all only we're not going to send out tickets. All you do is you get your receipt from when you purchase the ticket out of the Behold Barbarity store. You'll have like a listing of what your order is. Just print that off, bring in your ID, of course, when you come to the show. So your ID and your printed off receipt of the purchase of the tickets that is your ticket. So bring those with you to the show and you're good to go. We will not be sending any other physical tickets. You don't have to worry about things coming in the mail or if you moved or some other darn thing. You just print off that receipt and you're good.
That's right. And those that have the 2-day passes, they're going to get a different wristband than those on the other individual days. I've got 3 different colors, and people will find out about that the day of the show. But that'll be, yet another, outstanding thing, because besides this radio show and how we get to communicate with people there, the festival, amongst getting to see all those great bands and everything, gives people a chance, if they come out here to Chicago to visit us, to talk to us in person, because, you and Prefectus AM and myself, we're all going to be there. And there's always been interesting conversations, that take place face-to-face. Sometimes that's how some people wish to meet us.
Certainly, and that's, Chicago's a great town for Satanism, frankly, not only because of the Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest, but also the Occult Bookstore, which is also in Chicago, which is world famous. Great place to visit while you're in Chicago if you're coming in from out of town. You want to see some amazing satanic and other occult material. That's the place to go for sure. So you can make it a whole satanic weekend. And not to mention all the good food in Chicago that you can enjoy as well.
It's a good place, to make it as a retreat, as a vacation. I know oftentimes many people think when they think of the word retreat, they think about going off to a forest and bonfires and everything. But at least for this, visiting the big city, and seeing all that Chicago has to offer, and not to mention that occult bookstore is on the exact same street as the place where Cathedral of the Black Goat 4 is going to be. That can be a retreat and a getting away from the norm and the regular grind of your life. It'd be just as good.
Definitely. Maybe one other thing to remark upon about the self-initiation ritual is the mark. Taking the mark is something else to, that's something that sometimes people have, they have some concern about or they're, a little fear about. But again, the taking the mark is very important. And when I mean taking the mark, what does that mean? That means putting the mark of Satan on your body, whether that be by tattoo, whether that be by India ink, whether that be by branding. It is a permanent indication.
Physical reminder,
That's right, to Satan. And, obviously it doesn't have to be on your forehead or on your hand or something like that, but it is an important part of the process, because it is a permanent commitment. It is that, because even if, years later someone tried to remove the 666 that they put onto their body, you might be able to remove some of the ink, but that scar is going to be there, and that, it's there. That's something you put there, and it's there for all times. And Satan knows it's there, and it's there. And, some people might think of that as a threatening thing. But, I guess I look at it differently, which is that's a symbol of respect. That's a symbol of commitment. And that if I'm doing that, then, really, it is a relationship. It is, Satan is taking me in as well, and I am getting the benefits of that connection. And, frankly, Satan gets a bit of a benefit from having connection with me, too, because I'm going to be now a vehicle to go out and carry out his will. So it's, I am a soldier in the eternal war, and this is good for Satan, too. So it's not just a one-way street. I've never thought it to be that. But this is a relationship, and that Satan gets something from me doing these works on his behalf. And, it's not that I'm particularly special myself, but it's just that I have dedicated myself to do this, and that is something that I will carry forth and act on his behalf.
Well, and my own personal experience, speaking for myself, I put the mark on my body. But later, after I, finished my own initiation, which mine wasn't a self-initiation, mine was an initiation in a group, but not everybody gets to have that opportunity. In fact, I would say that 95% of traditional Satanists don't have a group of people around them or a coven leader or somebody that could initiate them. I did. I had the mark put on me, not in tattoo ink, but I went out, a few days later because I still had the mark on me, and I had it covered over in tattoo ink. And that, just like my pact, every single time that that life gets what I perceive to be difficult or challenging, I look at my mark just as I would look at my pact in my special box, and it's always a reminder. It's a reminder of that respect, but it's also something that you can draw strength from, because Satanism, the symbols of Satan, is something that most of the people of the world fear, but that's what you are. And what is good for them is not good for you, and what they fear the most is what your essence is. It's what you are. It's your spiritual fountain. And you go through this, you go through the ritual and everything, and you become something else. And it never goes away. That for the rest of your life and everything, you are this Satanist. You belong to the devil. And it's just like Pontifex said, maybe later you could try to turn your back. You can't really turn your back. Try to turn your back and remove the tattoo and everything. But the scar is always going to be there. And Satan's never going to forget.
That's right. And frankly, no, you'll never forget either. I mean, it's just, anybody who knows about making packs, that once you do it, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It just doesn't work like that. And, people try all the time, but, that just leads to conflict. And that's why, look, we're not here ever to try to convert anybody or talk anyone out into being a Satanist. That is the last thing we're interested in doing. This is very much this is all about what, that's right, a resource. We're here to share our experiences. People can take it, leave it, find it interesting, find it not interesting, turn us off, reject it, embrace it, whatever. That's the listener's prerogative. We're here as a resource to share our experiences because we think, wouldn't it be nice? I mean, I've certainly thought in the past, wouldn't it be nice if I could, get some, have a resource for me, and because a lot of times as Satanists, we're kind of out there on our own. But at the end, we're not looking to talk to anyone into this being a good idea. And so, really, primarily who our audience is for this is, I'm sure we have some people on here that are kind of more dabblers or just kind of generally interested at this point, which is great. But our primary audience is other Satanists. And all of us who are that know that we came to this decision to become Satanists through a process, and that this did not happen overnight, and that this is a huge commitment, and that we take it very seriously. And I can say for myself, I have many marks of the devil tattooed on me, and to get all those marks removed would frankly be, I'd have to remove all the skin of my upper body, basically. So, I've made my choice, and I'll never regret it. I've literally been thinking about doing this before I was old enough to get a tattoo. So this is not something that's like, oh, well, I'm just going to get this because it's cool. This has been a whole lifelong journey coming up to this point where this is exactly where I have always wanted to be. This is where I need to be. This is my life. So, if that rings true for you, then that's wonderful, and then you're in the right place. If that doesn't ring true for you, that's okay too. But we're just here to share our experiences so that those of you out there that are Satanists and that have these beliefs, you're not alone, and there's a resource and there are people you can talk to about this stuff.
Absolutely.
I think we're coming to the end of the show here.
Yeah, it is about that time. It's been about those minutes, and so like I said, and it was like what we were talking about before. The initiation ritual, that's maybe a more sensitive subject and something that a lot of people wouldn't want to call in and talk about with everyone else, thinking, that they would be recognized or their voice would be recognized. But, I mean, I'm sure we'll get emails about it later. And, you can always, contact Prefect Sane, Pontifex Ball or myself about any questions you have about the things that we sit on here, besides consulting the books and other things like that. But
yes, I mean, boy, I tell you, doing this show has been has been extremely valuable to me in my spiritual growth, and it's been fun. We've gotten to see the audience build over time. We see how many listeners there are of the show, not only live but on when people do the playbacks, and it has grown basically every single episode basically has grown and grown and grown. And not that we're looking to have some number of hits, but it's exciting to know that we're
like over thousands of people listening to this.
Yeah. So it's exciting to know that there's other people out there in the world that are Satanists, that are practicing it, that are interested in, and we're here. So thank you all for participating and listening, and I know it certainly brought a lot to my spiritual growth just doing this show. So thank you.
Most definitely. All right. Well, with that, I think we can close this off. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan, brothers.
All right.
Blog Talk Radio.
Greetings, everyone, and Hail Satan. Prefect the same here, along with Pontifex Ball and Myrmidon here for the Cathedral of the Black Goat radio show. How are you guys?
Doing great, brother. Hail Satan.
Did we lose Myrmidon?
Sounds like we must have. Well, we got quite a show this evening, and I'm sure he'll be back on in just a minute. But got a recap of the recent Devil's Coven show in Minneapolis, Minnesota, St. Paul side at the Station 4 venue, and reactions from that. And also this evening we're going to be taking some calls in from the listeners for the first time, and we're all very excited about the possibility of that and the conversations we hope to have with you listeners.
That's awesome. How was the show? Tell me. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get there, so.
Well, it was last Saturday, May 18th, 2013. It was at Station 4 in St. Paul, Minnesota. It was really the first Cathedral of the Black Goat show of ever in the state of Minnesota, and really the first of this sort of show ever. As we'll get to later in the show, Cathedral of the Black Goat shows generally are much different than typical types of tours or shows that go off or put on by, the standard promoters. But we had 6 bands, and starting off the night was Mashu, which is a long-time, more traditional black metal band. They go back into the 90s. Have had.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
we got you, brother.
Yeah, I got cut off there for a minute. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
No problem.
We were just starting to get into a little recap of the Devil's Coven.
Okay. Excellent.
And it was a real treat. I'll say this. Being here in Minneapolis, St. Paul, to have Brother Myrmidon come in from Chicago and be able to help out and be part of the Devil's Coven, that really was a treat for me, I must say, and made the whole experience a lot smoother and more enjoyable.
Well, and I enjoyed being there, and I didn't get to make it to the midwinter ritual, although I tried, and I know there was a lot of people in Minneapolis, looking forward to meeting me as I was, looking forward to meeting them. And this was the first kind of time, it's been a Cathedral of the Black Goat show where I wasn't, running around and pulled into a bunch of different directions, worrying about the technical aspects of the show. And I got to sit there at the Cathedral of the Black Goat table, and I was selling some shirts from the various fests and our patches, and just the people, that came up to me and knew that I was membered on, and the conversations that we had. It was a really great experience. And then having the table next to Atrium and Ritus, and we were watching each other's merch, like when they had to go on stage or when I had to leave, and just talking with those guys, brothers and sister, that was great.
Yeah, that really was a special night. And, just going through the bands, we had Mashu, who was just mentioning they're a long-standing traditional black metal act. They're very devoted Satanists, all the members of the band. And they started out of the night. If you want to say, they're probably on the lesser extreme end of the extreme acts of the night, which was a nice way to start the night. They're certainly extreme in their own right, but there was a nice way to start, a smooth start to the evening, and they're definitely a favorite of people around the Twin Cities area. They started off with the opening set. Then we had Atrium and Ritus come on after that, which Marmadon just mentioned, and they are very hypnotic, ritualistic, very dark, a form of black metal, and they have a very mesmerizing sound and lead singer, and their whole, they're wearing black robes and doing ritualistic activities on stage during the songs. That really gave a darker turn to the show in the second act. And really, I think those first two acts, really represented the Twin Cities well as far as, what's going on in the satanic black metal scene here in the Twin Cities.
Well, and I've been at various shows where Atrium and Ritus played, but something always kind of happened, and I mean, about the 3 times when I was at a show where Atrium and Ritus played, I either didn't get there in time, or there was one time where there were a few problems, and a few of my friends and myself got booted out of a club. But that was one thing that I liked about seeing Atrium and Ritus on that lineup is all the other times, when I had gone to see them, it seemed like other promoters booked them with bands that weren't appropriate for Atrium and Ritus. Like you said, their ritualistic darkness and everything. And just seeing them with Mashu and Feta Hill and of course First Dissipation Show and Ilfago and Black Witchery. What a good first experience. Seeing them, because they really matched up with the other bands, I thought.
Definitely, and that was kind of the fun part about this. As we go through each of these bands, I want to describe a little for those of you that weren't there, kind of the general sound. Well, all these are satanic black metal, black death bands. All 6 of the bands have a different sound.
Yeah,
it made it for a very interesting listen and a nice flow to the evening. So it wasn't, a repetitive thing or something like that. And that's obviously one of the things we try to do with these shows is to make it has a consistent theme, but that bands, complement each other and bring something different each one. That's why we pick the ones we pick.
Yes.
The next band after Atrium and Ritus was Feta Hill, and that was the first time they'd played in Minnesota. They're from Indiana, and they had more of almost like a throwback to the 80s, old Bathory, early Venom, kind of a black and roll, slam your fist against the wall type of satanic rockin' black metal. And, more, as they might describe it, a psychedelic sound. Very powerful. Got a lot of good feedback about them. Like, people just came up to me like, I had no idea who this band was, and I just got punched in the face. Like, wow, that was totally unexpected. So they got a lot of really good feedback
Yes.
To me.
Old school Bathory comes to mind when I think of Feta Hill. Old school Bathory with even more of an occult twist.
Yes. Very powerful sound. Then next up was a real treat. It was Dissipation's first show ever. Two-piece, you know. I mean, next to Inquisition, I've never seen another two-piece that, especially for a first show, was very powerful. Guitar and drums, and obviously the guitarist was vocal. And the interesting part was all the songs they played, I believe, were not from the 7-inch that they have released on SSP. It was all newer material, really good stuff, really interesting to hear it, and it was all, you know, caught your attention and very powerful stuff, even though, I mean, it was really a first for us to hear it all. It was kind of like a listening party, if you want to say. It wasn't the old favorites. It was this new material, and it really was great.
And then when they did that Goat Penis cover with Imperath from Black Witchery, oh, man.
That was a capper, having Imperath from Black Witchery come out there and do that Goat Penis cover song and really just bring the whole SSP, war metal, you know, satanic twist on the whole thing. That was really a nice capper to that set, and it really built nicely on the other three bands that had played before Dissipation.
Definitely.
And again, sort of another first at the Cathedral of Black Goat show. First time really a cult band has played live, and you know, for a first show, like I say, they're off to a tremendous start. You know, I don't know how many more times they'll ever play live, or you know, if they will, but they really brought it.
Yes.
Next up was Daifago from Costa Rica, by way of the Philippines, the Filipino Antichrist. I mean, hard to describe them. There's so many ways you can describe this band. Runaway freight train, swirling tornado of razor blades and chainsaws coming at your face. I mean, this is just pure satanic, chaotic madness blasting out of a flamethrower. I mean, the whole crowd was just.
They were like, whoa. It wasn't like seeing Marduk or Watching and everything. It was on a whole other level, I think, for a lot of those people.
Absolutely. I mean, I was just looking around at people's faces, and they were just, they couldn't believe it. I mean, and it was interesting talking to the band members earlier that day when we were kind of talking about the philosophy behind their sound. Obviously, they're a satanic band. They're very dedicated to that. We were talking about it in the context of Jeff Henneman dying from Slayer recently. And their whole thing was, you know, when most bands after Rain and Blood decided that they wanted to make some, you know, sort of Rain and Blood is the most extreme metal album, at least up to that point, and a lot of bands have kind of gone down from there, or you know, tried to slow it down, or tried something else. Daifago's philosophy has been, we're always trying to bring it faster and more insane and crazier and heavier and more madness than Rain and Blood. We're trying to, you know, and the spirit of that is to go beyond what was done up to that point. And that's with each album, they try to build that chaos even greater and greater. And it's really, I mean, I don't think there's any other band live that is quite as intense. And it certainly has the ability to just bowl over the average. I mean, the average person that just goes to a metal show probably will be, you know, frightened, frankly, by their performance. But those that understand it and can take it and embrace it, it is really an energizing that performance that Daifago puts on.
And then, of course, it all got rounded off by Black Witchery. Always good. You know, they've played 2 other Cathedral of the Black Goat events before, and God, every single time I see them.
They are one of those live bands that they're just tight as a drum. People are just insane about them.
cult following big time. Certainly that was the band the crowd was most anticipating. They were the most familiar with that band other than, like the local bands. Black Witchery is the one that, they're very notorious and well-known band in the underground. People were I was having some fun, just looking around at other people when Black Witchery was playing, and you could just tell they were having a dark spiritual experience because there's this look on their face, just like pure satanic bliss, where it's just like the flames of hell are rolling over their body and they're just loving it. And that's, that's for me as somebody putting on a show like this, that's what I'm really aiming for. That's the effect that we're looking to have on the people that are there that want to embrace it and feel it. Is this is not just going to, it's not just about going to the next black metal show or some other conglomeration of bands tossed together. This is, we pick specific bands to build on each other, to all of which that you want to see, that are interesting and that you don't want to miss any one of them, and to build up this climax of the last band where you're just in satanic euphoria and blasting you with an energy that would frighten 99.99% of the population out there. But to those of us who embrace the dark side and are satanic, it's really like a powerful shot of life force that we get the bands giving to the audience members, and the audience members giving back to the band, and it feeds off each other, and you can just see it in the band's faces and the people's faces, and it's really just it was just amazing evening that was, Black Witchery did not disappoint.
Right. Yeah, and I had the opportunity to meet with Chris at the Cathedral of Black Goat Fest 3. Back in August, actually, and he's just an incredible guy to begin with.
Very, very dark, very real person who is very dedicated to the right way of doing things and believing in the brotherhood of Satan and the connection between those of us who are really true believers in this, and that there's a dignity and a right way of doing this. And that there's merit to doing it that way, and his contribution, of course, is, and his band's is that when these things are put together, that he's very professional. The rest of the band is very professional, and they come and they just they're going to give the crowd one hell of a show. I mean, they are very professional about doing that.
Right, and it's kind of similar to the way that Terrorism was at the fest as well. When they came on stage, it was just, it's like you said, you close out that show and you're like, holy fuck, what is this? What's just hit me in the face?
Yeah. Helveton, Void Meditation Cult, and Terrorism right in a row. It was, of course,
oh my God,
it was just planned that way so that ritualistic bands, just hit people in the face one right after the other and everything. And so they would get that point. It's just like the Pontifex Ball said and everything. It's not your everyday other metal show. And if we were just doing this, to put a bunch of conglomeration of bands together, see something in Chicago or Minneapolis that's going to play in Wisconsin or Ohio or New York or something the very next day or the very next week. No. We're not trying to do that. We're not, in support of some kind of tour. It's not another hub for bands to stop in at. And, we're not like the other metal promoters that are like, oh, yo, you metal and everything? Come to my metal show and let me see what I can do for you. Or, like the silly way that it gets promoted and everything. The thing that we're trying to achieve is just like you said, when everybody was watching Black Witchery, it's that euphoric darkness, the thing that people can feel that feels almost like the equivalent of doing a ritual, and but that's why we do this, not because of we were wanting to be metal promoters or anything. It's circumstantial.
That's right. This isn't isn't a get-rich-quick scheme or, boy, we want our name in lights or something like that. This is, and it's not to take anything particularly away from, you know, any other music festival or show. It's just
certainly,
what we're doing has a completely different intention. Our intention is to, as you said, to make this like the effect of a ritual that, you know, those of us who do rituals have oftentimes achieved this effect, a powerful connection, and, you know, and even alone sometimes that can be somewhat difficult to achieve. Life is busy, life is got a lot of distractions in it, and you know, coming to something like this where there's all these other people there that are of the like mind and are there for the same purpose, it's really I mean, as many people came up to me afterwards, it was like, I'm speechless. I'm completely just was blown away. I mean, I'm still getting people messaging me all week long, like, it's been a week and I'm still like, I can't believe it. You know,
right.
That was beyond any other show I've been to, and it's again, it's not the toot our own horn. It's the idea that the energy is what we're trying to capture here, and it's the band, it's the crowd, it's the particular order in which the bands are placed. The whole point of it is that not, well, what 7 bands can we put together to sell the most tickets for this tour? That is not the point of what we're doing. And, you know, that's fine for other promoters, and that's great, and
exactly.
You know, that helps music get made and all that, but that's not what we're about. We're putting these things on to, you know, advance our own spiritual connection with Satan, and also to, frankly, advance others who are of like mind. You know, this is, if you want to say, kind of a you know, a labor of love for our fellow traditional Satanists, just to enjoy.
And everybody else that comes along and enjoys it and everything, you know, then they can come and enjoy it too. And you know, but when you go to a Cathedral of the Black Goat show, you're in Cathedral of the Black Goat's house. And I know, you know, some people think that some of the bands that we book are just a little bit too extreme for them or offensive and everything, but that's the thing too. It's free will. Nobody's holding a gun to anybody's head and saying you have to go to a Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest and see these extremely satanic bands, or you have to like their music. I mean, we're putting it out there, and those that want to go and they want to be a part of this and want to be around these other Satanists and everything, then that's exactly what they're going to get. You know, I have the saying, you know, don't go to the barber shop unless you want to get a haircut. Don't go to a Cathedral of the Black Coat event unless that's exactly what you're looking for.
Right. So, and, you know, and it's not like we're doing this to make money either. You know, it's not about that at all.
You lose money on these kind of things. I mean, in order to get certain bands and put it together and everything, I mean, this, like you said, you know, we're not piggybacking off of somebody's tour or working with, you know, a magazine, you know, or financed by an energy drink or an instrument company and everything. You know, we put it together and, you know, not looking at whatever is, you know, popular at the time or what the mainstream, you know, giganto Maryland Death Fest crowd, you know, is looking for. We just put on what we want, and we put on what we feel in those bands, and that combination is going to get the message and the feeling across the way that we want to do it. And those that come and see it are the ones that come to see it. Everybody else just talks about it later and is jealous, but it's not whatever.
Yeah, and you know, that's what all the rest of them will be too. I mean, the idea is when we put these Cathedral of the Black Goat shows on, it is really, you know, we're looking for bands that have this, they want to have the same impact too. And, you know, it's about this connection with a darker force that isn't going to be in other lineups that someone might be on. I mean, Maryland Death Fest is going on right now. There's a lot of great bands there, but the whole point of that is much different than what we're doing. It's taking nothing away from Maryland Death Fest, but this is, you know, we're looking for bands to include in our lineups that are about this evoking demons, evoking the satanic feelings inside. And frankly, you know, I get a bit of glee, actually, from I think there were some people that stopped by the venue when I was up front, and they looked like they had their preppy shirts on, and they just sort of wandered in, and I can't remember who was on at the time. It was either Dissipation or Diafago, and they walk in the door and they hear that, and they saw the poster with Satan slitting the throat of Jesus Christ, and they just, I mean, literally their eyes got big. They just turned around, and all of them walked out the door. And, you know, that's the typical reaction of the average person in this society. And frankly, that's the way I like it. I don't want those people around. We don't need, you know, 3 more ticket sales for anything. I don't want them there. The people we want there are the ones that have that similar draw, that similar, who leave the show with that kind of feeling. And I think what we got that night, because this is the first time we've done one of these shows in the Twin Cities, is, you know, and I know I can say this because people came up to me and said this, is that, you know, they had a feeling after that show unlike any other show that they've ever seen, other than perhaps the Midwinter Ritual, which got a very strong response too. But people, I think the bar got set a little differently for what a show is capable of impacting, how it impacts a person. Where, you know, hey, I like to go to other shows, and I've seen some great bands that I like, but they're in the mix of a bunch of other bands that I don't particularly like. And, you know, just the overall impact of the whole night is different than when the whole night is about basically a satanic ritual and evoking that feeling. That is a different experience for most people. So,
yeah, I think a lot of the other shows are like commercialized. They're, you know, brought to you by, and, you know,
right.
That's not what we are about.
Right.
No.
This is never going to be commercial. This is the occult. This is the hidden, the secret. This is, you know, we're only going to be out in public to the extent that we need to do our limited things that we have to do. We can't just do them in a basement somewhere. I mean, and that was another thing I want to say, that the bands really had wonderful comments about Station 4. Station 4 has put a lot of money into their sound system, and really the sound was extremely powerful.
Oh, yeah, that was hammering. That venue is great.
Which was part of the greatness of that, of really the evening was, I mean, it was just blisteringly loud and powerful. And I guess, you know, we've got more to come later this year, and, you know, just stick around. We'll have more announcements as the months go by. But, you know, this is just part of the journey. This is not the destination. This is just another stop on the way.
Yeah, you could almost look at it. You know, some of these shows, you know, the why that we do it and everything. It's not necessarily like an evangelistic thing, but for those, you know, that truly understand, you know, and can connect with the bands like we're talking about, it's almost like a revival. We've said that on other shows before, where
yeah.
somebody, you know, that really does understand these satanic beliefs can go to that and walk away recharged and inspired.
Definitely. I mean, we all have what we do in, you know, largely and perhaps in solitude. I know for myself personally, that's a lot of what I do is by myself. But it is nice to get out once in a while, interact with other people that have like beliefs. You know, certainly you're not going to talk to some person on the street corner about this, or you know, frankly, I'd rather have as little contact with the average person as I possibly can, because I'm a very strong misanthrope when it comes to most people. But I am interested in from time to time having interactions with other people of like mind that are, you know, that have different, they have their own practices and they have these similar beliefs. And that was part of, I think, really the benefit of these shows too, is you get to meet these sort of people face to face and
network.
conversations and network with them about, you know, what's going on in their world and what's going on in their ritual practice and what kind of, you know, ideas are coming, you know, across to them, or what feedback they have about topics that have been brought up in previous radio shows. I know you had a number of those conversations being at the Cathedral.
Oh yeah, people were telling me, you know, that, I mean, and it was people that had lived in Minneapolis that, I mean, there was one guy that came by and he had bought, you know, the Devil's Bible when it came out in its first edition in 2004, and he was like, you know, finally, you know, you're standing in front of me, Numberdon, you know, and I can talk to you about this. And we had about an hour-long conversation just about specifics and demons and the way it was put forth in the Devil's Bible. I mean, that's the most rewarding thing for me, you know, the few times when I choose to go out in public and everything, is to see people like that and to get feedback like that, and especially from someone, you know, that, you know, he, you know, didn't have like Facebook or MySpace or anything, so I'd never talked to this guy before, but that it was very, very rewarding, you know, and you know, other conversations like that, and even new people that went up to the Cathedral of the Black Goat table, you know, they saw our symbol on the shirts, and even just asking, you know, what is that? What is Cathedral of the Black Goat? What is it that you do? And you know, being able to talk and to introduce people like that. And of course, you know, I don't evangelize. I don't try to say, oh, Satan is the way for you and everything. No, I just I do what I do, and I talk about what I do, and interested people, you know, they can do what they want with that. But yeah, it's that's the rewarding thing about, you know, even having these public things is just the networking and the meeting people.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. That was just.
Well, and that's how we met you, Pontifex Ball.
Indeed. You know, it's not always, you know, how does one go out and meet other people that are traditional Satanists or the people that have this, you know, draw to the dark side? It's not, you know, I mean, what are you going to do? Go on Match.com or something? I mean,
yeah, you can't where does one go? Craigslist or something, you know, Satanists practicing rituals and everything. Other Satanists wanted, because it's, you know, either, you know, you're going to have like the police showing up to your door, or, you know, or get a bunch of, you know, negative comments from people whose notions you don't even want to entertain. I mean, life itself is so short. You know, it's a waste of time to have conversations with most people and the aloof and mundane things that they talk about. And so that's exactly what it is. You come to something like this, you're going to a Cathedral of the Black Goat show where other people, you know, there's a very strong likelihood that they're looking for the exact same thing that you are, and so it's a way for us to come out and pull out in this way, and you know, secondary to that is to enjoy some good music too.
Definitely. It is, you know, I think generally speaking, at least those that I've met over the years, that Satanists tend to be fairly, you know, isolationists, or tend to be more keeping to themselves than people that are like, you know, super social and want to be buddies with everybody. I mean, that's not really, I think, the satanic, you know, bent that people have when they're Satanists. So, you know, it's sort of an interesting thing to get a bunch of people who don't necessarily socialize a lot together to talk about these things and feel open to doing it, and it provides a safe place for that. You know, we make sure that, you know, we keep out people that aren't going to be productive to that, whether that be by, you know, not letting them in the first place, or just by the fact that, frankly, the kind of atmosphere that we have these sort of shows with. At this one, we had, you know, pigs' heads and blood, and, you know,
yeah, and hopefully, you know, that would turn people off that would be offended by that. You know, I you know, just like you were talking about glee, I get a great bunch of glee, and when I see someone, you know, who walks into one of our shows not expecting what's on stage and everything, and I think I saw it at Cathedral of the Black Goat Festival Volume 1 when there was this girl that was watching Nox the Blaze, and she was looking at him on stage, and her eyes got big, and just kind of like mouth opened up and she ran out of the venue horrified. And I thought, oh, that was a great experience with me. Something that I'll always take away is knowing that we're talking the other people aside and everything, because we don't put on these shows to entertain a bunch of assholes. So yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like at the Fest 2. I was working the door, and there was a guy came in, and he apparently just thought there was a regular show going on, and I took his money, and, we were writing on their hands, and when he saw what I was writing, he freaked out and left.
Definitely.
666
on the right hand, the mark of the beast.
And he was just like, he didn't even want his money back. He just left.
Been fun watching him try to wash that off before he went to work the next day or whatever. But, so, do we have any people in the queue?
That's right. We were going to say the number for them to call. Like I didn't want to write it on Facebook.
We get carried away on this, and the number. Give us a call if you've been to any of the shows. If you tell us what you thought. If you have a question for any of us, any suggestions for future shows, just give us a call. Let us know. The number is 646-478-5227. Again, that's 646-478-5227. We'd love to hear from you. Call us. We'll get you on the air.
And if they don't, then always they can listen to it later.
That's some of the fun too. Like I say, is continuing the conversations after these shows are over, and then looking forward to the next ones. And I think that's it's one of the primary reasons why we always try to kind of have one in the hopper. We're always working on the next one, and we've now been kind of doing this, Twin City, Chicago, and so there's always kind of one coming down the pike, something to look forward to, because as things go, we all have, regular lives that we live on a daily basis, and it's nice to have something out there to look forward to. Again, another, as you say, a revival to boost the spirit again, and to meet with some of our friends or meet some new acquaintances or what have you to discuss these topics. And that's really what we've been trying to do, I think, for the last year or so, a couple of years, and looking to do into the future.
I mean, it's going to Chicago or Minneapolis and everything. If you're a Satanist, it's the perfect Satanist destination vacation. Stay for a couple days in either city, which are great, and rival some of the best cities in the United States. Come to a Cathedral of the Black Goat show. Besides seeing all the bands, meeting all the other Cathedral of the Black Goat people. I mean, I see it. People, and nothing against Maryland Death Fest. Maryland Death Fest is great, but you have, all the metalheads from Facebook and saying, see you at Maryland Death Fest, where they live in Philadelphia to Florida to California, and they only see each other at Maryland Death Fest. Well, Cathedral of the Black Goat can be the same thing, Us, the members and associates of Cathedral of the Black Goat, it's a common meeting point, and it's a worthy thing to go to.
Definitely, that's one thing that, is just still, me and Myrmidon talk about this from time to time, is we met Pontifex Ball at the Fest 2, and we could do a whole show on how we all met. But that's how we all, that's how and look where he's at today. I mean, we knew there was something about this midget that was walking through. And
well, and there'll be others, and I think the Twin Cities too has, as you could tell, Marmadon, when you were here, there's a lot of people that have gotten very interested in it here. There's a lot of satanic people here, and it's branching out to have connections across the various cities.
And not just there. I mean, we get, I get messages from people around the world. I know you guys do too. And, that's, part of the great thing about the radio show or the internet or things like that. But, I mean, really, if you think of the vast number of people throughout the entire globe, and then you think about the people that are traditional Satanists or are going to be particularly interested in Cathedral of the Black Goat, I mean, it's a tiny fraction of a fraction of a fraction of people.
Oh, certainly,
and,
less than 0.01%.
Right, and very well, because that's about as many people as I ever want to interact with anyway. Unfortunately, we all have to deal with others, but these are ways that we can connect and keep these conversations going until the next time. And really, when it gets down to it, Cathedral Black Goat isn't just about events or having a party or whatever. This is about daily living. This is about guidance in life, having values, having principles that we live by on a daily basis. And, these kind of events obviously strengthen and embolden that which we already believe or give us a new twist on something that we've been thinking about. But it is, the primary thing is this isn't just a bunch of, hocus pocus or some kind of, conjuring tricks. These are practical ways of thinking and looking at the world that we use daily.
Well, definitely, and like I was telling y'all earlier, the person that had just gotten in contact with me that was familiar with Cathedral of the Black Goat back when we were in Texas, the good conversations I had with him, he said, remember, Don, your books are not like, others where they're just trying to recycle the Grimoire of Honorius, the Grand Grimoire, the Goetia, where they'll have the sigils, and it's some kind of Luciferian chaos vampire magic, and it says a bunch of hermeticism and occult, gobbledygook and everything. My books are short, they're to the point. There's Satan, and here's a pathway to interact with them. Here's where the door is, and that's the extent of my books. Instead of being all preachy and everything else, the point of them is to just say, here's the door. You have to walk through it. And for those who aren't have the fortitude or are courageous to walk through that door to even try one of our things, how could they ever say they know that the things that Cathedral of the Black Goat believes are true or not? Because if you haven't tried it for yourself, you're never really going to know. Satan, isn't going to tap you on the shoulder if you're not worthy and you're not looking for him, and you're not meant to be doing it. So it's the individual that takes the first step.
Exactly. I mean, and there was people that came to the fest that were like, it's not for me, but let me tell you, you put on one hell of a show. This is awesome.
Well,
that's fine too.
Exactly.
I mean, that's certainly fine. Yes.
And
ultimately we've all been called to do this. Before there were fests and before there were books and all of this other stuff. I mean, these are all manifestations of what each of us have been called to do. But we have this calling before all of those things, and that's for every person to decide. That's why when I was walking downtown Minneapolis today over my lunch break, I got to hear some clown out on the downtown area shouting various proclamations about Jesus Christ and damnation and repent, and you couldn't even tell what they were saying. It was just sort of blah, 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 repent, blah, 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 sinner, and they were handing out various pamphlets that were comical in their display of basically trying to guilt trip people into believing this or that. And I always like to get those things because I like to see what kind of manipulation is being used. But, this is the exact opposite of what Satanism is. I mean, we're not going to shout at anybody. We're not going to tell anyone to do anything. I frankly don't care if most people drop dead. let alone what they believe. So this is certainly not going to try to convince them to be a Satanist. I don't know, you know, who cares? I don't care.
Right.
That's a personal choice, and right there, that's, you know, if you want to talk about a very fundamental difference between basically every other, you know, Judeo-Christian, Islamic religion and Satanism, you can start there, which is we are called to this. It's an individual choice. There's no pressure, as opposed to the overwhelming pressure of billions of people trying to get these other people to believe what, you know, they want them to believe. That's the difference.
Right. It's like, you know, all these, the Christianity is Islam, you know, the trinity of Judaic, the religions, the Abrahamic religions. That's the whole thing with them. They almost treat people like they're not smart enough to to look at both aspects of spirituality or things and make a decision for themselves. They have to guilt trip you into doing it, instead of like the Satanists that put on a good concert, you know, and have a talk with them. They you know, stand out on the street corners like clowns and idiots, you know, shouting, like you said, the proclamations and, oh, Jesus died for you. Don't you feel so bad and everything? Jesus is crying because you won't go to church and everything, you know. And you know, and isn't it a great relief that Satanism isn't like that?
And we do have a caller, guys, so let's take our first call.
Let's take them.
Is that me?
Hello, how are you? You on the air?
Oh, dude, that's awesome. I've played a Cathedral, the Black Goat show before.
Who are we talking to?
Lou.
Oh, Lou.
Nirmanan knows me.
Yeah.
Well, welcome, bud.
I just want to say, you know, it's like, I haven't listened much before, you know, it all depends on what time I can be up with kids and all, but dude, it's like everything he says, I totally respect.
Thank you very much.
Know? I mean, he says it all when he says, you know, I'm not trying to tell you this is your way. If it is your way, this is where you belong. If it's not your way, that's fine. You know, I'm not going to convert you. I'm not going to knock on your door like some Jehovah's Witness. You know, I'm not going to pester you, and that's a great thing, you know. That's what we do here. We do what we do, and if people are into it, that's cool. Show up, and we'll show you what we do. If you don't, that's fine. You know, show up, and we'll show you what you do anyhow. You don't have to, you know, you don't have to believe, you don't have to whatever, but if you do, you know, we're here to show you that.
Oh, hey, Luke,
yeah,
which fest did you play at?
He played at Volume 1. That's Manticore we're talking about.
Awesome.
Yeah. Hey, brother, what's up?
Well, we're glad you're on the air with us.
Oh, I'm glad. Dude, like I said.
Well, that's the freedom of Satanism versus basically any religion like we're talking about. It's a good example of it. We're gonna do what we do, and you know, I mean, frankly, what you said, Marmadan, just a minute ago, was, you know, you're gonna have some number of people that frankly perhaps don't even have the capability to make up their own mind. That's why religion comes at them this way, to try to manipulate them or coerce them or threaten them or use a carrot or a stick or whatever way they can to try to get them to believe something. You know, to be frank, I think that the vast majority of the people can't make up their own mind. I mean, most of them are sheep anyway. So, you know, I guess the sheep are led to be slaughtered. That's fine. You know, if we could get rid of more of them, it'd be great. But those of us who don't, that are able to make up our own mind and can decide for ourselves, perhaps, not necessarily, but perhaps this might be something for us. And, you know, that's for every individual to choose for themselves.
Well, that's the thing, you know. I think I've talked to Mirmanan about this before, and a friend of mine, he was a minister for years.
Yeah.
And he quit the church because, like he told me, he goes, it's all about politics. He goes, if you're a good speaker, then the church will give you a job at a church in a rich place because you're a good speaker and you can make more money for them. if you're not a good speaker, then you'll get stuck in some podunk nowhere because you're not going to make no money for them anyhow, and they don't care about you. You know, it's all about, it's to them, it's all about the dollar at the end of the day. That's why, like, the whole idea of the Cathedral Black Goat Fest isn't about money. It's about bringing people together that have a common belief. That's the one thing, you know, I mean, you can say anything you want about whatever, but it's all about people that have the same belief at the end of the day, you know, and I've seen the other side. I mean, not that I was ever there, but like I said, a friend of mine, he walked away from it because, like he just said, he goes, it's all about money, man. It's politics. You play their game, they like you. You don't play their game, they don't like you. It's not like that in Satanism, you know. We're just all a bunch of crazy dudes that do our thing, and, you know, we don't need that dollar at the end of the day to make the whole thing happen, you know. Like you said, if I lose money, whatever. I'm doing what I do because I believe in it. And that earns respect from people, you know, much more respect than people could think.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Oh, you know that,
exactly.
But I just wanted to call and say thanks, man. I appreciate what you do.
Thanks for calling.
Well, we appreciate you guys.
Okay, you guys take it easy, man.
Thanks for calling, Lou. That's awesome. Anyone else want to call, just pick up the phone and call us. We'd love to hear from you.
Well, that's exactly what we're talking about, is the other bands that have a like-minded view of, you know, they're in it for the same thing. They're not all going, well, I want some, you know, crazy amount of money to come play the Cathedral of Black Goat Fest or, you know, something like that. All these people, all these bands come and do this, you know, basically more or less for the love of it because they have a strong belief in it.
At the very most, you know, I can give them a hotel room or a plane flight or some gas money or something like that. And, you know, they're you know, spending their own money too, I guess, you know, to do it and everything, but they're only doing it because they want to, because they want to be, you know, a part of a Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest. I mean, it's different than most things.
Definitely.
Speaking of which, I mean, we had the Devil's Coven last week, and over here in Chicago, we're going to have the Devil's Disciple. It's not really a fest. It's just 5 bands. It's going to be at Livewire in Chicago, and I mean, it's going to be headlined by Maldacur and Theta Hill and House of Atreus. You know, 2 Minneapolis bands, one from Indiana and a couple Chicago bands. I mean, it's sandwiched right in between when everybody's getting back from Maryland Death Fest, and then if they want to go to Chicago to the Bolt Thrower show, if you want to see, you know, a pretty good black metal show in between there and everything, that'll be the Devil's Disciple here in Chicago.
Yeah, definitely wish I could make it out for that one. It's going to be a very good show. Some of my good friends are in the bands that are playing that here from the cities, and definitely, Marmadon, you're going to have to give us the feedback on how that goes. I'm sure it'll be very powerful.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff that's going on, and like, you know, Ball said earlier, it's like, you know, you get one done, and there's always one in the pipeline. There's always something that we're working on for the future.
And still, you know, still working on that 4th book too. You know, I plan to have it out, you know, maybe by the beginning of 2014 now, the Devil's Command, you know, but and variously, you know, like I've never, you know, been out in the public so much as in the past year and doing these shows and this fest, and I think a lot of that and the experiences that I've had are going to be going into this book, The Devil's Command.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And I think I've read the others like 4 or 5 times already. And
well,
yeah, I think the pages are a little worn on that.
Again and again. Yeah,
exactly.
You know, that's the nice thing about them. They're practical books. You know, they're useful in daily living. And you know, the bottom line is, you know, we're here on this
fucked up planet just one time, at least in this particular meat suit. And, you know, what is the point of you know, a lot of Satanism if we don't, you know, this isn't like also like a lot of other religions where everything is about what happens after you die. Certainly there's an aspect of that to Satanism too. But a big part of traditional Satanism is, what are you doing here right now? And how do you live, and what do you stand for, and what do you believe in? And that is, you know, specifically what the books go into. That, you know, that's the things that we talk about on the show is, you know, thinking about that and looking into those principles, because this is a functional belief system, if you want to say that. This isn't just you know, talking about floating around in clouds, or someday you can, you know, play a harp or something, you know, or see grandma in the afterlife. This is about how to live your life on a daily basis. A lot of that, just practically speaking, and, you know, again, it makes sense.
Right.
For me,
and we have another caller as well.
Oh, yeah, let's take this caller.
Greetings, you're on the air.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Noxael 329 from New York.
Welcome.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much.
All right, I'm going to have to cut this short, unfortunately, because I'm at work and I got to get back on post. But first, I'd just like to say that I appreciate what you guys are doing. I've heard all the past episodes, almost all the past episodes, and I appreciate it. It's something that I would say is needed. Give people who are looking for the darkness proper perspective on things. A flashlight, if you will, because there's a lot of crap out there. And I can say I support the cathedral because I appreciate what you guys are doing.
We appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you guys are there because second thing I want to touch on real quick is like one of you guys mentioned how general Satanists are pretty much isolationists. I couldn't agree with you more. I think what needs to be discussed more is how people should, or what could be done to keep one's faith among the mundane, because they could be very trying, you know, the daily task of keeping one's sanity, if you will. And the third thing I want to touch on, because I got to run, is how, on one hand, when it concerns the dark symbology, symbols out there, the kingdom of darkness, for one, I'm glad that it's more open and accessible to spread its power, if you will, in this world, but also there are many who don't understand the importance behind the symbols, how one should have a better sense as to their approach or understanding of things. But that's it. I got to run. Hope to talk to you guys soon, and I appreciate it, and I will be tuning in as soon as I can.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, guys. Keep up the good work. Take care.
Hail Satan.
Appreciate it.
Hail Satan.
That's a very good point about talking about, you know, that, you know, the aspect of isolationism and solitude that goes on with being a Satanist generally, and how do you keep your sanity and keep your perspective when oftentimes, for perhaps lengthy periods of time, you're more alone or isolated from other people of like thought or mind. How do you keep perspective when the rest of the world's fucking insane, or, you know, caught up in distractions or religion or popular culture or whatever? I think that's a great topic for a future show.
And I guess we can go into this a little bit longer. I mean, it's a little bit of a longer show, but I did want to address what he was saying, where he was talking about, you know, as far as being an isolationist. The first thing that I do, you know, to not get so caught up in the whole entire world is, you know, I don't watch TV at all. I don't watch shows. Now, I enjoy movies, you know, as an art form, you know, and I'll check them out and watch whatever movie that I want, you know, not necessarily what's, you know, the crap that's coming into theaters. But generally, for myself, I am a bit of an isolationist, and if I want to see the news, then I'll use the internet to do that, because the internet contains a bunch of perspectives that aren't necessarily controlled by because TV itself and TV news, I mean, the perspectives that they present and the way that they present them are, you know, it's presented in the way that, you know, the corporate backers of those television stations and the internet itself, you can actually get a lot of perspectives. I mean, if there's a war or something else, you can see the other person's point of view. So I think, you know, part of the way, you know, to live this isolationist lifestyle is, you know, to cut out a lot of crap that is a staple of other people's lives. You know, I only go out when I need to, and I have my own enjoyment, and not necessarily in the pastimes that everybody else has, because, you know, I mean, for the past, you know, 11 to 12 years of my life, you know, it's been Cathedral of the Black Goat 24/7, and my devotion to that. And I have, you know, my own pastimes and everything, but if you cut out the bullshit and you limit your contact with people that are, you know, going to give you useless conversations, I think you'll find yourself a lot happier as a Satanist.
Well, we're whether we like it or not, I think people, you know, human beings, somewhat affected by the people that we surround ourselves with, and if we're around a bunch of nonsense a lot, then we tend to let it seep into our own thinking and our own acting and behaving. And there is something to be, you know, so it's just a certain, if I'm around dramatic people a lot, my life is going to be dramatic. If I'm going to, you know, engage in lots of ridiculous things, then, you know, my thinking is going to follow. And so a lot of it is personal discipline to keep energy sappers and drainers and distractions out of our life, because a lot of that is, or really all of that, is contrary to our existence, our belief system, and frankly, it takes away from our focus and our strength. And you know, that's something that often takes years and years to cultivate. And certainly none of us are perhaps perfect at it. And, you know, life has drama in it that is somewhat unavoidable sometimes. But trying to limit as much of that as possible to that which is, if you want to say, necessary or unavoidable, as opposed to just constantly, it just seems like some people they just want to be in drama and in that all the time, and it makes for a very, you know, it just makes for a very cloudy way of living. I think that's the way our culture is. We're constantly bombarded by images and how we're supposed to be and what we're supposed to be like and what we're supposed to do and what we're supposed to look like and all this and what we're supposed to do when we grow up.
And how you're supposed to live, and, you know, what the ideal life is supposed to be, like we talked about it before, that you're supposed to grow up and buy a bunch of stuff and get into debt and get married and have a bunch of kids and get divorced and have a midlife crisis and then die and buy an expensive coffin, and before you know it, it's all over. Life is too short for all of that. I mean, you were given this life and you were given this body, and it's a great opportunity. And why waste it on what everybody else is trying to tell you what to do?
That's right. Most people are pretty much asleep their whole lives anyway. And, you know, as Satanists, we have the opportunity, not necessarily that everyone's going to take it, but there's an opportunity to be awake and see things as they really are, live in reality, and take those opportunities and make the most of life. And, you know, that's better than most. That is better than most.
And above all, to think for oneself and do what one is called to do, whether that's going with Satan or not.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. Embrace what it is and go with it.
And I can at least speak for us three that the thing that's our own paths and everything is exactly Satan. I mean, there's no confusion there or anything about that. That's why these fest goes on. That's why there's a Cathedral of the Black Goat, because people find it, or they witness it at a show, they come and talk to me, or they read the books and something in their head just clicks. But that was the exact thing that they were always looking for all their lives.
Indeed. Yeah, exactly. I know. I can remember, growing up, we were searching, or I was searching, just like, this isn't it, this isn't it. And then I spoke with Myrmidon. We've been talking for 8-9 years now, and
definitely.
And then it just, at the right time, Myrmidon and I met in person, and it just kind of then at the right time, Ball came into this picture, and here we are. I mean,
exactly. Well, I mean, and before we step onto the paths and everything of Cathedral of the Black Goat, I mean, we might have had the inkling for Satan before, but we have to have
definitely.
the experiences and the life situations in order to equip us for this path. I think. I mean, we've talked about childhoods and our pasts and everything before, but I think all things that we are experienced, we're placed there, to show us why we are what we are today.
Just definitely.
And that's the interesting thing is sometimes about kind of embracing the dark side, embracing Satanism, is that, at least it is my personal experience, is that I find myself distanced from most other people. I can't really relate to them anymore, and I don't want to, and I find myself withdrawing from most people, which at first, when one is kind of taking it on full force, it can be a little strange, because oftentimes we might be used to more human interaction or something like that. At least for me, I was very much out there, very social person, more so when I was younger. As I've gotten older and gotten more and more into the dark side and more into my calling, it's been more of withdrawing from other people, or for most people, and associating with some few, but really spending most of my time by myself, which can be very perhaps distressing to a person at first. But in the way that I feel in some ways more separated from other people, I also feel stronger than I've ever felt in my life, because I'm not distracted by and whipped into other people's dramas and bullshit and everything else, which I don't blame them for. They were just doing whatever the hell they were. It was on me to not be sucked into all that. And, by withdrawing from that and moving farther down the path that I was called to, that now I feel like, while I may not be able to relate to or want to relate to the vast majority of people out there, I've never felt more confident in who I am and stronger about my beliefs. And, to me, that's a hell of a good trade at any time.
Yeah.
I don't need a million friends to validate my existence, or to have everybody worship me, or think I'm the #1 guy on cover of People magazine, which is really the value system of our culture today, which is being popular and being praised and all this crap. Is in Satanism, this all comes from within. We have a relationship with Satan and his demons. We have that internal relationship, and frankly, it doesn't really matter what the rest of the world thinks of us at all.
No.
And that's a freedom, because then we're not chained and bound to other people like we're puppets on a string.
The great thing about not, giving a fuck about other people's opinions is that, it's a sack of bricks. You could just drop it and walk away and be free.
That's right.
That's right. And sometimes we have to be blunt about it, and it's like, no, I do not want to. I don't want to hang out with you. That's like, You know, it's like at work. I was in a staff meeting, and one of the girls spoke up, and she goes, you know, you realize there's people that do not like you. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. You know, I was like, I'm glad.
Once you don't worry about that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, you can worry about it a little. I mean, you've got to have a job, you've got to have a livelihood, but it doesn't need to be the top of your list.
Exactly. I mean, you don't dwell on it. So, oh, poor pitiful me. Susu doesn't like me. You know, it's like, fuck it.
I have a job, and that's how I make money, and that's how I continue my livelihood as a Satanist. That's all that I look at it as. I mean, job people or people that I see on my commute to work, you know, it's the same people. I only see them there. I only interact with them there, and my personal connection with them doesn't go any deeper than that.
Exactly.
And the more that you limit, you know, having a personal connection with people that are going to drain and take away from you as a Satanist, the better off you will be.
No question. No question.
Yeah. So
every relationship
that's kind of, you know, answered our caller from New York's, you know, thing that he was asking, you know, what to do, how to stay sane in such an isolationist.
Yeah, and certainly part of it is connecting with other people through the mechanisms we've discussed in the show today. But a lot of it is you know, ritual practice and working on ourselves and our discipline internally, because this is a crazy world. You know, this culture is not in our best interest. It's not looking out for us.
No.
In fact, you know, it's kind of here to drive us insane if we let it. And so it's really up to us as disciplined Satanists to work on ourselves and to, you know, strengthen ourselves through, you know, reading, training of our bodies, our minds, our spirits. That's what we do primarily to put money in the deposits in the bank, as you will, against the various things that will draw upon it in life.
Definitely.
Yeah, and, you know, and I think it's, you know, this radio show is another way for us to, you know, meet with other believers, so to speak, that we can discuss topics like this. And, you know,
I think we'll be taking callers again in the future. It's been good so far.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. I think this is great. This is, and we enjoy hearing from you. And
definitely. And if whether you message us or you call us or anything, you know, let us know about, you know, the questions that you have or the things that you want us to talk about, because this is a free, invaluable resource, you know, to be able to have a discussion with the three Satanists, you know, that we are. And if you believe, you know, in the same thing that we do, or you're at least interested in it, you know, here's where you can find your answers.
Yes.
And we're not, you know, promising, you know, gold or riches or, you know, that we're, you know, exactly the answer that you're looking for or anything. It's just that we are what we are, and we hold the keys to the doors of what it is that we are. And if that's what you're looking for, then here at least you can be amongst like minds.
Indeed.
Yes.
And, you know, and that's, you know, we are all three on Facebook. I mean, get on there. Send us a message. We may not answer you within the next 5 minutes, but we will get back to you. You know, well,
eventually.
We love hearing from you.
Well, you know, this has been a little bit of a longer radio show, but I think that we said all that we need to say tonight. So, and it's been a great one too, and great talking to our callers. So, nobody else has anything else, then you know, hail Satan.
Hail Satan, and we'll be posting the future. We'll post the future date of the show soon.
Yeah, definitely. Just look on Cathedral of the Black Goat official Facebook page. We'll post the date of the next show.
Sounds great. I've enjoyed it, guys. Signing off here, and we will all talk soon.
Hail Satan, brother.
Hail Satan.
Blog Talk Radio.
Greetings, everyone. How are you? Prefect the same here, along with Myrmidon and Pontifex Ball.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
How are you guys?
Doing good.
Good.
Doing really good.
This is a
excited
show
about tonight's show.
Definitely.
Yeah.
This is a show. I mean, when Myrmidon was talking about what we were going to discuss, I was like, oh, hell yeah, this is going to be a great show. So what's going on, guys? What's happening?
Well, wanted to discuss a little bit about the will of a traditional Satanist. And I think, I would first start off with saying it's definitely different than the will of the self. I mean, the will of the self, I mean, in Satanism is kind of like LaVeyanism, where they don't really believe in Satan, and they do whatever they want, and it's self-gratification only, and that's what they consider satanic. And of course, as we are believers and worshipers in Satan, our will, is ultimately to do the satanic will, or at least to find that out and to do what we can to fulfill that. And I would say the satanic will, it goes beyond your intellectual, your moral, your physical strength, because when all of these other things fail you, when you have no more physical strength left, when other people, have disappointed and failed you, and you find yourself failed morally and intellectually, what am I going to do in this situation? You can, it's sometimes in the bad times that the satanic will, comes out, because if you're doing the will of Satan, that will be done, and you will find a way to do it. You might get a little push or a little bit of help. I mean, it's especially if you're connected and doing ritual work and stuff like that. But it's kind of the topic I wanted to discuss tonight.
Sounds like a great one.
Yeah.
This ties right in. This ties right into, of course, the Devil's Bible with the the eternal creed of the Masters of Darkness, and right into the beginning of that with the life is an endless barrage of possibilities in which we must evaluate and initiate the will of Satan with every given action. There's so many different possibilities in life, and what do we do, and what do we put our will towards, and what is the will of Satan? That is a big part of what our ritual practice is about, and this goes right to that.
Well, it's kind of like discerning what that will is, and I mean, we've had a previous conversation about it before. I think a lot of things are predestined, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to happen. It means that they could happen, they're supposed to happen, they will happen if we do what we're supposed to do. But I mean, you can even think of small decisions, or large decisions or small decisions that you've made in your life, and how things could be drastically divergent if you chose or chose not to put forth the effort, to make certain things happen. It's like even with Cathedral of the Black Goat, the founding of it. When I founded it when I was 19 years old, but say that I never did. That it was just an idea that I had, and I thought, well, sounds like an interesting idea, but that would take a lot of work. So I don't think I need to worry about that. Well, probably at that time, the climate of Satanism as a whole was either LaVeyanism or other kinds of forms of Satanism that would mimic the mindset of LaVeyan. Satan doesn't exist. The atheistic kind of only doing your own will, and there wasn't much of a voice for that. So I mean, even at that time, if I had not gotten through with it, if I had this great idea for the Cathedral of the Black Goat and never did it, things would look would have been divergent. They would have looked drastically different. We probably would have never met each other, and everything that the Cathedral of the Black Goat has done in the past, decade and more, never would have happened. So it's decisions like that.
Indeed, because I mean, really, if we look at, I think one of the, when you talk about LaVeyanism, and you go on, if you look at it in terms of Judeo-Christian values, which we've talked about before many times, of course, is a much more limiting view of the world, and it's much more inside of a certain box, which is defined by religious dogma of whatever faith or sect you happen to be prescribing yourself to, or that things in life, it's really like, oh, there's sort of all these possibilities, but it's basically like just chopping away a ton of things because those aren't possible, or those aren't moral as defined by the church, or those involve some sort of sin, or once you hack away at all these things, there's really not a whole lot left other than to do kind of whatever the church dogma is. And that's one of the primary benefits of Satanism is this freedom to explore more of the possibilities, and to really look at where are we going to, really looking in terms of, as is talked about in the books, possible and impossible, and as opposed to, is this some sort of rule I'm breaking, or am I going to get in trouble with somebody in some cloudy place somewhere if I do this? What is this? What is my neighbor going to think about me? What is the other people in my congregation going to think about me if I do this? That becomes a very limiting view, to be totally concerned about what some deity judging you somewhere thinks, or what your neighbors are judging you about. It's very hard to break free of that and kind of think for yourself, and then look at realistically what is to be what can be accomplished in one's life outside of that box. I don't think that's what Christianity really allows people to do. It wants to more or less stifle people, or at least that's what it ends up seemingly doing. It ends up stifling people more than liberating them.
That's right. It's not based on inspiration or anything else. I mean, because throughout the Judeo-Christian Bible and everything, it's only a limiting factor. You can even go back to the Old Testament, the Tower of Babel. Those people seem to have such a great idea where they could build a tower all the way up into the heavens, and where they could connect people with one language. And it says, and then there that the Judeo-Christian God, he was like, no, I cannot allow this tower to be built all the way to the heavens, and so I'm going to limit people by skewing their thoughts, by changing their language so they can't communicate with each other, and so that they can't have these great ideas. It's the very opposite concept in Satanism. It's fascination instead of a descent into censorship and well, you could say the main thing, I mean, of Judeo-Christianity anyway, is ignorance is bliss. And, to worship the devil is exactly the opposite of that. You will have to get past, that blissful ignorance, to see more, to experience more, and to accomplish more.
Oh, absolutely. And this goes back to, where the Satanism is about opening up the truth of your possibilities as a human. You're not confined by, the rules of Judeo-Christian belief systems. And so that again, it goes to, okay, you're a person in this world. I mean, and that's one of the best things I think about the Cathedral of the Black Goat, traditional Satanism, is this isn't just, kind of pie in the sky Satanism where, there's no real practical use with respect to daily living. And likewise, it's not just all about just totally pleasuring yourself at all times, and that's the most satanic thing you can do, is just give in to all of your, whatever desires you have. So going completely the other way and just, becoming some sort of vessel for whatever fleeting thought I have to satisfy myself for that moment. This is about transcending those human emotions, not having them or suppressing them, but going past them to get at bigger goals and bigger accomplishment in one life, and to be freed up to do that, doing that through the power of Satan.
That's right. I mean, this traditional Satanism is a religion where, nobody's going to, slap your hand away if you want to have that beer or sleep in a little bit late or something else. Nothing, no actions, no sort of pleasure or enjoyment is necessarily forbidden, and yet, it puts personal responsibility on the Satanists themselves to have that balancing act to gauge, when is the right time, for pleasuring oneself and hedonism and everything like that, and when is the time, to move forward and accomplish something, to break apart, the current notions to accomplish the impossible and become that which you are supposed to be. And that it makes it unique to most world religions.
In that sense, there's people that we know in the cathedral who are very accomplished in what they do in life. They have risen to power. They have risen to places of success as far as financially or as far as influence. They're not necessarily people that we respect everyone's anonymity in that way, and we're not out here to blast those people and put it out in public. That's not what any of us do here. We are the occult. We are a secret organization. But the point is that these people have transcended the instant gratification of just whatever hedonistic thing is in front of me every single day, and have put together pretty amazing accomplishments, and that these things are all possible for any traditional Satanist, is that we can enjoy obviously the hedonistic things that we do enjoy, and we can do so without the guilt and the internal conflict and turmoil that Judeo-Christian people have. But, to make it, I guess, if you want to say worth more, or something that's a bit more substantive, certainly Satanism does encourage the fact that we are to put forth the will of Satan in accomplishing things, and that these things oftentimes take, at least from my personal experience, it's about delaying gratification for a while. It's about preparation. It's about doing things over the course of time. And just like we've talked about in the past with ritual practice, you get out of it what you put into it. That's kind of life generally, or your work or your profession or whatever. If you're trying to accomplish something, there's to say I'm going to do some incredibly miraculous thing, in the next 24 hours is a lot less likely than if you say I'm going to do this incredibly miraculous thing, but it's going to take me 6 months of preparation and hard work to put all the pieces together to make that thing happen. And then when you go through all that hard work and you delay the gratification, and at that 6 month point, and you hit that and you have that success, then that hedonism or that excitement or the celebration at that point is much more a glorification of the power of Satan, the power of inspiration, and becomes more substantive and enriching and meaningful than just, satiating whatever humanistic desire I have every single day.
That's right. I mean, you could think of it as an example. A guy, just has a job where he doesn't earn a whole lot of money. He lives in the United States somewhere, and he tells himself, well, my ultimate goal is that I want to visit Rome. I want to visit Italy someday. And, so he doesn't have a lot of money, and so he's going to have to require himself to at least save up, to make it to that trip. And instead of saving the money, he needs for those plane tickets and the hotel and everything in Italy, which is such a faraway place, he says, nah, fuck it. I'm just going to have a beer. I'm just going to sit back and relax and enjoy myself today. And then pretty soon that goal to go to Italy and everything becomes impossible. And the day comes where he wanted to take that trip and he hasn't done it because he hasn't put anything in his bank. He hasn't saved anything up. There's a virtue, I guess if you could call it, in working towards something and finally accomplishing that goal, to where it's fine to finally enjoy oneself once one has accomplished that goal. But if hedonism and instant gratification is all that you're concerned with, then you'll never get there.
Yeah, and that's what we're kind of talking about with respect to transcending human emotions is, we've talked about this in prior shows too, which is, Christianity is sort of knocking down human emotions and, you're not supposed to feel sexual desires, or you're not supposed to feel lust, or you're not supposed to feel this or that. And it's just a constant barrage of things you're not supposed to do, not supposed to feel, not supposed to think about. And, we're certainly not advocating that in Satanism in any way, shape, or form. But the idea is that, we also have the ability, we can enjoy those things. We are free to engage in those to our, certainly to our delight, and without all the conflict and everything else, or the sin, or some kind of, belittling of it in that way. But there's more to the will of Satan than just, getting wasted all the time, or, just having sex all the time. There's a real life, there's real accomplishment, and, if Satan's power is to grow in this world, we can't just have every traditional Satanist in the world just fucking and drinking all the time. That's not really going to bring forth any additional glory or power of Satan. I mean, it might be great for a short time period, but that really doesn't further Satan's power in this world. There has to be more. And so really, in a way, it looks to kind of elevate us above just those humanistic things, to appreciate them for what they are, but to see that that is not necessarily, having lust is not the point of my life. The point of my life is to accomplish things. My point of my life is to further the will of Satan, to have the relationship with Satan and his demons. That's really the goal of what I'm doing, not just fuck all the time or something. And hey, I'm the biggest advocate of fucking you'll probably ever find, but there's more to life than just doing that, or just drinking, or just doing drugs, or whatever. And so,
well, I thought you were still virgins.
And so, just looking at, if we're thinking about the will of Satan, and we look at, the possible and impossible too, it's pretty much anybody can fuck and anyone can drink. That's not really like setting the bar too high. The Satanists, we go beyond that and say, yeah, we like to enjoy that. That's certainly things we like to do, but we raise the bar on ourselves, because that's what Satan does too. Satan raises the bar and says, we can do better. We can accomplish more, and that does involve putting off some of those hedonistic pleasures for some period of time to prepare and to do things that really build up to something that most people would think would be impossible.
Well, and that's there's a purpose to that too. I mean, and it does serve Satanism and everything, because once you do accomplish that thing that people thought was previously unaccomplishable, then you show them the face of Satan. You show them the power of Satan, that through your own will and through the will of Satan and your own ritual work and your own efforts and everything, you were able to create this thing, or accomplish this, or build this thing that you wouldn't have been able to if you had been, just enjoying yourself and all the time. And by doing that, you show it to them. I mean, because we've said before, lots of times and everything, Satanism isn't a religion where you're going to knock door to door and everything and say, oh, the salvation of Satan, like some Mormons or Jehovah's Witnesses or something. It's kind of like leading by example, the alpha male of the wolf pack.
Most definitely. And, I'll kind of run with this just for a second, which is, I look at, personally, an inspiration to me is Marmaduke and his leadership with respect to putting on the fest that we all have enjoyed over the last several years, and certainly going to be enjoying here in September. And, if Marmaduke was just a big black metal fan, or just like satanic music or whatever, and just decided, I'm just going to spend all my money and buying records and buying CDs, and I'm just going to sit around and listen to all this stuff myself, then
there'd be no Archgoat, there'd be no Diafago, there'd be no Bestial Raids, there'd be no Goatians in the United States.
Yeah, there would be these not these experiences that, it's easy as someone just going to one of these shows to almost take for granted. It's like, well, somebody's doing it. Well, it's because somebody decided to forego something or delay gratification or do all this work and preparation and ritual practice, because, some of the backstories on these sometimes is, things happen where, it's not smooth sailing the whole time. Whenever you're preparing for anything in life that involves any kind of difficulty or, variables, there's always going to be things that go wrong or a curveball that comes up, something happens, and you got to kind of go with it or figure it out or problem solve at the last minute. And if you haven't done your preparation, you haven't done your ritual practice to give yourself that internal strength and to feel that inspiration from Satan, then you're going to be, when the challenge comes, you're going to fold or you're going to be lost or whatever. And you see that happen with people. They freeze up. They can't do anything because they don't have any real internal fortitude when it comes to carrying things through to the end. Because I've seen Marmaduke in his preparations for these things, and I've watched him, there's never any doubt in my mind that these things are going to happen and they're very possible. And that for me, that is an inspiration to, as if you want to say, evidence of things that are done that seemingly would be impossible to do, but are done, and they're really, they're testaments to the power of Satan. Who can go to a Cathedral of Black Goat Fest and not leave there going, hail Satan, this is incredible. I mean, this is the power of Satan right here, and it's evidence and it's clear and it's right in front of your face. And it doesn't just have to be fests, but it can be, things in your own life that, really manifest to yourself and to other people the power of Satan.
And it almost, I think, again, Papa Ball and myself came to with this radio show through Myrmidon. It's just not, it's not Myrmidon Fest. It's a combination of everything, and he's done an incredible job. I mean,
that's right, and so it's a good thing to I think that's certainly what I took from it the first time I went to one was, there are people out there doing powerful things in the name of Satan, inspired by Satan. I'm not alone. There's other people doing this. It gives me more energy to do it. I mean, that is extremely valuable to me as a traditional Satanist, is there's other people doing this stuff. And, that's what part of this is there are other, we're each in this for our own relationship with Satan, of course, but there is that, the larger picture outside of ourselves, which is bringing forth the will of Satan. And if there are others who are out there but perhaps need a little extra inspiration or could use a little, kind of a lift up, yes, then these are the kind of things that we can do just as far as doing what we would do anyway to spread the will of Satan and to get other people excited, and then they're doing things and spreading it from there. So, it's always going to be an underground thing. It's always going to be a word of mouth, a cult type thing, but that doesn't mean that we can't inspire each other, and I certainly am regularly by the Satanists that I know.
As am I. And the dedication of the people I've worked with, to accomplish the great things I have in the name of Cathedral of the Black Goat and in the name of Satan, even when the chips are down, even at other times when you're working with somebody and somebody fails you, somebody doesn't come through on their part, and you just have to figure out a way to get through it anyway without that person, to surpass it, to make the ultimate goal, the ultimate thing happen no matter what the cost. It's for the greater glory of Satan. It's to magnify that and to show people these spectacles.
Yes, and for each one of us, not all of us are going to and all the listeners aren't going to necessarily say, well, I'm going to put on a satanic music fest or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
But the idea is and it's talked about in the books as well, is we use prayer and ritual as a means of communicating openly with Satan. We've talked about that before. The more you do it, the better communication you have. And through that, my personal experience has been, we determine how we are to go about furthering the will of Satan. It's like, Satan, where is my space here? What is my role? What is my strength that I can bring? Maybe I'm not a music promoter, or I'm not this or that. I don't have those connections necessarily, but I can do this, or I have this kind of job, or whatever. And how do I manifest the will of Satan in the things that I do, and the things that I'm good at, and the things that I can devote my time to? And that's a process and a journey for each one of us to take individually. But that's these are all examples of finding out for ourselves, which is, how are we to do this? And that any of us who practice ritual regularly, we can have that sort of communication with Satan about the how we go about it.
Right, and we all of us can't be a Myrmidon or a Punctifex ball. Each person has their forte, I guess you could say, as to what they can do without, like you said, throwing a fest or anything. I sure as hell couldn't do nothing like that.
Well, that's a thing. It makes me. I didn't mean to cut you off, Paul. You wanna?
No, go ahead.
Well, it kind of makes me think, because somebody asked me recently. He was like, "Hey, Myrmidon, how come you don't pass out, membership cards as like you used to? How come you're not making people Pontifex and everything left and right? How do I get in? What's the purpose of all this? Or how do I get more involved?" See, it's a lot different than when I started Cathedral of the Black Goat when I was 19 years old, and I was not as knowledgeable of it. I wasn't thinking of who I made Pontifex or at that time we just called it priest and bishop and everything. But now after a decade and more so later, and that I choose to give those titles to people that are actively helping out the organization. And like you said, Prefectus, Sam, you didn't do the festivals or anything, but this radio show that we have here is your creation. You did this. And the ways that Pontifex Ball helps out and everything. And so my answer, to people, wanting to get involved in the actual Cathedral of the Black Gold organization, not just somebody that experiences the fruits of our labor or is rooting for us and everything, is, there is a lot of, work to be done. I mean, we could use webmasters or whatever, like Prefectus Aim said, their forte, What can you do for the organization? What can you do to spread this that we're doing, of course, without evangelizing the people, but making it better, more efficient? Book publishers, even more possibilities, things that people are good at. How could they add to this? And if people cannot add to this, like, I'll give you an example. I mean, I've had a few people that held the title of Prefectus and had a falling out with some certain other people, no names mentioned. And this guy, wanted to still be friends with them as well as us. And just in order to keep their friendship and everything, he took off the Prefectus and the CoBG off of his Facebook name. Just because he didn't want to upset the other people. Oh, continue going on and everything. I'll be a fence sitter. I'll be friends with everybody. I just don't. I can disassociate myself with Cathedral of the Black Goat, but still be your friends. I'm still a Prefectus, right? Why would I need somebody like that?
All right.
And certainly, and that's, and then everyone, again, it's, if people's calling is more personal to them, they don't feel as comfortable getting involved with an organization at that level. That's fine.
Right.
This isn't, we're not recruiting in that sense, but it is. It's like, yeah, there's lots of things. We're always open to ideas of people who want to get involved. I mean, it's really up to whoever's creativity as far as, is this spreading the power of Satan? Is this something you're inspired by? And right. We're always interested in hearing about that because, or as we say, if it's just something that the traditional Satanism is something you take forth in your life, and I know people like that who they don't necessarily want to get involved with an organization, but they have their own personal practices, and they bring forth the power of Satan in their own private ways, and it's not going to make the paper or anything like that, but it's certainly furthering Satan's will.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. There's no. The goal is not creating massive egos or mini deities. That's not at all what we're advocating, but it's about glorifying Satan, and that is not about glorifying the three of us on this phone call or anybody else. It's about the glory of Satan. So, to be clear, that's what ultimately our goal is to worship Satan, and for the three of us on this phone call or on this radio show, that is really what we've found what our callings are and we're trying to do those to the best of our ability, and because that's what we feel inspired to do.
Definitely. I mean, I know with this show here, I mean, this is, even with Myrmidon, I talked to him about this. This is just something that I wanted to do for a long time, and finally, it wasn't the right time 2 years ago. But whenever we got it going, it was.
That's right. Well, I mean, and sometimes, some things, aren't at the right time. I mean, 10 years ago, if I had, a project like Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest, I mean, that would have flopped. It wouldn't have gone over. People wouldn't have understood what I was trying to do. I mean, all things, come in time and have their good time.
Certainly.
The old saying, every dog has its day.
Indeed, we've all of us have experienced ups and downs and failures, as not only just successes, but many failures too, and trying to learn from those, and that's a big part of being a Satanist too, is part of the worshiping of Satan is not we don't blame Satan when it doesn't go our way like Christians do, where they'll say, God, how could you let my little kid get cancer or whatever, or how could you let my wife, leave me or something, or lose my job or something, and they blame, God or something. We don't blame Satan for the things that go bad in our life. In fact, what we do, and certainly I've done this many times, is to evaluate where my weaknesses were. What flaws do I still have that maybe I'm somewhat blind to? How can I improve myself? Where did I go wrong here? Was my timing just off? Kind of what we're just alluding to here. I just tried doing this at the wrong time, or it was in the wrong place. A lot of things have to line up to give it a shot. And so those are honest discussions that have to be had oftentimes about failure, and sometimes those things can be fairly painful, failing at something or trying and then failing and then having to look at oneself in the mirror and say, that didn't go too well, and what did I learn from this? And it's easier, particularly in the world we live today, to play the victim and say, it's God's fault, or society made me this way, or, my parents' fault, or some damn thing. And there's always somebody blaming somebody else for their own screw-ups, their own shortcomings. But that's not what we're doing here. Here is we look at, we look internally, and we have that conversation with Satan, like, Satan, where do I need to work on, strength internally? What do I need to improve about myself to be better, so that the next time I'll be more prepared, or I'll pick better timing, or whatever, so that I have a better chance of being successful. And, you know, that's how you ultimately build success. Otherwise, you just give up and play the victim and never accomplish anything. And that's frankly most people. You know, they just get comfortable being victims. And, you know, I think anyone who obviously is a Satanist they don't want anything to do with that notion.
Yeah, definitely not. It has no place. I mean, I even wrote in the book that Satan, you know, placed in my path those obstacles which I'm to overcome. And I honestly believe that Satan, you know, as individuals, he doesn't give us more than what we can overcome. What might look hard or difficult or impossible or require a little bit of suffering and everything, if we have the will in order to conquer that and everything, then we can rise ourselves above what we were before. And therefore, Satan has made us better people.
That's right.
Yeah, that's why, you know, we have to... Go ahead, Paul.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would just say, you know, something along that line as well is like, you know, you look and say, okay, what did I do? What can I do to not fall into that situation again? But yet look at the situation that you're in now and say, okay, what can I do to get this situation currently turned around? Instead of just sitting on your ass and saying, well, I wish this would happen, or I hate that this is going on, and, you know, poor pitiful me, I guess you could say.
Definitely.
Yeah.
No, we look to Satan for inspiration. That's right. There's no pedestrian. There's no couch potatoes in Satanism.
Right. Exactly.
Well, and the book speaks to that, of course, which is, you know, while we occupy this human vessel, we are fraught with many desires which accompany this fear. So there's like, yes, we have this human body, and there's many desires that come with that. You know, all these desires that we have, you know, to eat and to drink and to feel good and have sex and all the other things that, you know, are just innate in being a human being in this giant meat suit that we have. And then it goes on to say, the book goes on to say, well, they shall not be ignored, like you might in Christianity or something. We try to suppress those or ignore those or pretend they don't exist.
Right.
Our unearthly desire to sow the will of Satan is paramount. We put that as a higher priority than just whatever my dick's telling me right now. There's something more, and that the will of Satan is that comes first. And, you know, eventually I'm sure, you know, my lust will be appeased down the road, but maybe right now I need to go to work, or right now I need to make that phone call to set up whatever next thing that needs to be done to further the will of Satan. That is the primary, paramount thing, not just whatever, you know, whatever desire I have jerking me about right at that moment.
Pops up in your head at the moment, yeah.
All right. That makes you not much more than just a puppet of a different sort. Maybe not a Christian puppet, but then that just becomes like just a puppet of whatever feeling I'm having at that moment. That is, you know, I'm just attached to that, and I fly about. You know, that's not really being a free human either. Then it's just I'm just at the will of my hormones or something. That's not freedom.
That's right. I mean, and perhaps in recent times, at least in Western culture, I mean, it's a symptom of the times. I mean, when you have iPhones and downloadable music and order this and that and have it instantly and instant gratification, perhaps, you know, people have been conditioned that, you know, further out goals or waiting for something is too lofty of something to want. And if you can't have it for now, then you might as well forget about it and pick something else that you can have for right now. I mean, that itself has no place in Satanism.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's no problem with you saying, you know, I'd like to have, you know, that new BMW or what have you. There's nothing wrong with that, but sitting on your ass doing nothing about it, that's where your issue's coming in.
Well, that's not being any different than, like, the Pollyannish thinking that, Christians have, that it's like, oh, I just pray for this thing, and, if God brings it to me, then I'm favored by God, and if not, then, damn God, and, why did God forsake me? And, I go to church every week. Why doesn't he reward me when I pray? My prayer doesn't work. You hear Christians say that. And it's like, well, did you do anything? If you want an expensive lifestyle, did you go to school? Did you train for a better job? Did you get skills? Did you study? Did you do all the things it takes that, short of people winning the lottery or inheriting it, the vast majority of people who've got a lot of resources because they had to work like hell, and, that's whatever it is for, Satanists. It's, if we want something, yeah, it can be, is kind of, trite or whatever you want to say, as a car or whatever. We're not making a judgment about that, but it's like, don't expect that it's going to happen just because, you prayed to Satan for it once, or, and that's no different than just asking, God to heal your cold or something, or to, it's just, it's really kind of there's no effort.
Exactly.
Effort's always required upon our part, and that goes to, I think the strength component, and that's talked about a lot in the book too, is we're to be engaging in, exercising our strength and our will. We're not designed as Satanists to be weak. And that doesn't mean just bodies, but minds and wills. We're not supposed to be easily, crumbled or dissuaded or, defeated. And that takes practice. And that takes time to build up that resilience. And that's something that, is lacking hugely in this world today, is resilience. Because, as you say, Marmaduke, people are conditioned to just, if they can't get it in, within 24 hours or even 24 minutes, then it's, it's not worth putting the effort in.
Well, you got to think about it. I mean, there's a lot of people. I mean, and perhaps it's a sign of the times, and or perhaps certain types of people existed like that forever. Some people who just can't get up off their asses and everything will defend their laziness to the end. And anybody that is telling them that they're not going to get what they want, and they're not going to accomplish their goals, and they're not going to be all they can be unless they get their asses up and get into shape, they're going to look at the person that's telling them to do that like he's the drill sergeant from Full Metal Jacket, yelling at them, and they'll resist it to the end. They'll defend their laziness to the end. But here at the same time, I mean, we're not telling them that, because Satan isn't necessarily saying you have to get up, you have to do this, but if you don't put forth the effort, if you don't put forth the ritual work, you're only going to get out of it what you put into it. And if you don't put anything into it, then you can't blame anybody else, when years later you find that your life has become a failure.
That's right. That's right. Because
we're not, we're not drill sergeants. We're not harping on anybody, but just
and Satan isn't either. Satan isn't going to waste his time with people that aren't willing to do anything on his behalf, and certainly aren't willing to do anything on their own behalf. And so it's, it's just I mean, in some ways I don't think, again, the relationship with Satan has been much different than any relationship you might have otherwise. It's like, well, am I going to be closer friends with someone who, does stuff on behalf of our friendship and is, willing to kind of go out of their way to, do things with me and communicate with me? Well, of course, I'm going to prioritize that and spend more time and energy on that than I would somebody who's, just wants to be, pandered to and doesn't really want to put anything into it. It's just, simply, why bother? Why would I bother with that person? It's a waste of my time. And I can't think of any entity that is more,
has more valuable, time than Satan. And frankly, I don't know why it would waste it on me if I wasn't willing to put forth, ritual practice and to make a conscious effort to try to communicate and have a relationship there. So, it's just a natural consequence of, as you say, I get out of it what I put into it.
Definitely. Well, I'm looking at the time here. It's been a little while, and I realized we never put out that phone number in case anybody wants to call in.
Yes, the phone number, if anyone would like to call in to join the discussion about this or ask a question or otherwise throw something at us, it's the number is 646-478-5227. That's 646-478-5227.
And perhaps if nobody calls in, then we'll close at the normal time, but I wouldn't mind having a back-and-forth discussion about this.
Certainly.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from them.
Well, and if we don't hear about it now, I'm sure we'll hear about it later, because...
Yeah, you alluded to this earlier when we were down about, Satan puts in our path kind of what we can handle or, what we can, learn something from. Even if we fail at that point, it's not something that's going to completely destroy us as far as our will or our strength. And it's through those things and coming back from that we gain confidence, like we have resiliency. And then, of course, by the successes that we get, I mean, I was just, we were just talking about this earlier before the radio show, which is, thinking back to when you first started doing these fests, would you ever think, years down the road you would have bestial raids coming over from Poland, having, goat penis come from Brazil? I mean, these are really almost seemingly impossible or very far-fetched kind of ideas, but because you've taken all the steps between where you started with these and now, it just kind of seems like the next natural step. It's you've given yourself the confidence and the know-how through all the other experiences and all the other preparation to just make this sort of the natural next step in what you do. And it doesn't make it any less, kind of an amazing thing, but it makes it where your confidence in doing it is totally different now than had you tried to do this, 3 or 4 years ago. It probably would have seemed, tremendously way harder than it does right now. And that's that building up to that confidence and the in your one's own ability to carry forth ever increasingly difficult successes.
Well, I mean, the thing is like I said, I mean, if it was 3 or 4 years ago or 5, or especially if it was before Archgoat in 2007 when they first played in San Antonio, if I had thought about it before that, I mean, these seem like very lofty goals, and I would have thought to myself, how would I ever do that? What would I ever have to save up in order to make that happen? What kind of planning and preparations? And sure, of course, just like with anybody else, I'm a human. When you look at a mountain that's before you, sometimes you look at the heights and some part of you is saying, I just can't do this. I can't do this. Let me bow out and tell everybody, well, it's a great idea, but just can't do it. That wouldn't that be great? But I'm just not the one. But going into these kinds of things, I just decided I was going to do it. And once I decided I was going to do it and I committed myself to it, I was like, there's no way that it's not going to be done. It must be done.
Yeah, and you did that by, you taking one, with the mountain analogy, you take one step, you just step the one step from where you are at the bottom of the mountain, you take that one step, and then you take the next step, and that's how anyone climbs these massive undertakings is not necessarily focusing on the top or what's ultimately going to happen some long time from now, but just on the task at hand. What do I need to do today? What am I going to do tomorrow? Making little to-do lists and all the things that I know you've done for these fests, and certainly I do, and things, and AIM does as well. We all have these things that we do to carry forth the goals and to focus on what I need to do today and tomorrow and this week to get these things accomplished. And that breaks down these seeming, I guess, more loftier goals into bite-sized pieces, and it makes it
that's
certainly more possible.
Is one step at a time, each step and everything, because some people may say, I want to put on a great festival or a great show of some kind. I want to write a book someday. I want to start a talk radio show, where I'm talking to people and people are actually going to want to listen to it. And people will say, that's what I want to do. And they'll write that on their chalkboard, and they'll look at it, and they won't think of any steps after that. And maybe they'll look at it for days or weeks and months, and then they'll say, I don't know. I don't know where to begin, or I can't put forth the effort. That would have been a great idea, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do something else instead. And maybe on down the years, they'll look back and they'll regret that they never followed through with things that they wanted to do.
Right, and it's like, with this show, too, is, when we first started this, we had some, kickbacks, I guess you could say, some things that was preventing us from getting it going right at first.
That's right.
The show, I was determined. I was just like, you know what?
I remember when you first brought up the idea, and it seemed like a lofty thing. I mean, we didn't know about this program or what was possible. At least I didn't know about it, and I remember thinking, it would have been a great idea. I never could have done it myself, but you thinking about it and doing the research and the work and finding the right forum and everything has made it work effectively.
Yeah, and we've had people, within the cathedral that actually said, no, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. And I had to overlook all them. I was just like, you know what? And then we were at the fest, and, remember, Don, you and me were talking, and we was like, we're going to have someone to help us. And then who shows up? The little midget at the front door, our ball. And we grabbed him, and I was like, look, don't make me take you out back and beat the fuck out of you. We want you.
That's all it was.
But yet, if we would have, and I say we because it is it's not mine, it's not yours, it's ours. We work together on that. And if we would have just sat back and said, I'd love to have one, and never done anything, we would have not done it. The same with the fest. If you'd just kept saying, man, I'd love to have one, but you never did nothing about it,
then it would have been nothing but a great idea. A great idea that years from now and everything, I might be having a beverage of choice. Man, that would have been cool if I had done that.
Right.
So you hear that all the time. The bar stool, philosophers who make grandiose plans when when they're, they have an ass print on the bar stool that they sit at every day, and it's like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And, there might even be some glimpses of good ideas in there, but without ever getting past that step and just having the initial, conjuring of the thought, then, nothing ever gets accomplished. And that's what goes, when we circle back around to we transcend, just the immediate desires that we have and put forth in our daily lives. Because, again, we're giving some examples here that perhaps people on the radio show can relate to because they know us through the show here or the fest or whatever. But, we all have in our own lives, that thing where it's like, yeah, that's really a great idea, but, it's easy to kind of let it float. And,
right.
I would just, something I've tried to do, and certainly I would suggest that anyone who, in similar situation is, do ritual on that thing. Do ritual on that idea.
I was about to say the same thing. If you don't know where to start, the first place to go is your private place where you have with Satan, and tell him, Satan, I want to do this thing in your name. Where do I start? How can I do it?
Absolutely. And even if it's just, help me, inspire me to do some research or to reach out to other people, maybe ask some questions or whatever. The ritual is a good place to kind of build up that strength, to build up that communication, to feel like, and then for me, it feels like, okay, now I'm doing this more than just for myself or my little fanciful thought that I had there. I have a somewhat more of a purpose of it. I'm trying to bring this forth for the greater glory of Satan, and I'm, it puts a little more spring in my step or whatever to kind of push through sometimes when I'm maybe not as feeling as inspired as other times, and those things build on itself. So, I always suggest, people take to your ritual practice those ideas that have been bouncing around in your head and say, Satan, where are these ideas to go? How can I, make this in your image? Is there something I can do here? And maybe it won't be every idea, but there's something there that can be, that certainly more often than not will come from that.
And maybe it's, you need someone, you want to just throw it off of us, either call us, send us a message on Facebook, talk to us, we don't bite. Well, some of us don't, but, some of us do growl really loud.
But that's just it. It's, part of what our calling is, and I'll just speak for us all here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's we're here to, as well on this show, to bring forth our experiences, and hopefully it gives the listeners out there something that, they can kind of feel like they're not alone in their thoughts and about Satanism and where to go with it. And certainly I know when I was more isolated myself, it becomes harder to always find that inspiration. And, I'm doing a lot of ritual practice, but it is nice to have some other people out there who are doing things that, and challenging me and inspiring me,
that's
just
the
resources.
good part about the radio show, definitely, because anybody that's isolated all over the world, even if they're in other countries where they can't actually call into the radio show, I think everybody all over the world can at least listen to it and hear our voice.
Right.
Definitely that. And, all the episodes are available online, and we're here to try to, to us, this is part of our inspiration to bring forth the will of Satan, is to connect Satanists all over the world more together to enhance the power of Satan worldwide in our own way, our own little way. That's what we're trying to do.
Well, and that's the thing. If it sounds like we're a little bit critical sometimes and everything, that's tough love, and sometimes that's exactly what some of us other Satanists out there need.
It's certainly what I've needed in the past. I've had to kick my own ass, and I've had the benefit of having certain people in my life throughout it that have challenged me, and certainly Satan has challenged me many times. And I'm sure will again. And those are the kind of things, this isn't supposed, anyone who thinks that, I think, I was just talking to someone else about this today. I think, if you look at the past 20 or 30 years, anybody who's been, alive that long or longer, you look at how many creature comforts we have now, more so than we did, even 20 or 30 years ago. The technology we have, how much entertainment is at our fingertips at any moment, what you're alluding to earlier, Marmaduke. I think about, Satanists 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago.
Right.
Life was not about entertainment. Life was not about creature comforts all the time, or the internet, or Facebook, or whatever. It was primarily really hard. And I think there's something lost in that in modern times, which is, there is this this delaying of gratification and this getting back to the roots of, life isn't supposed to be easy. It isn't supposed to be a party every minute. At least that's not my belief. It is.
Right.
It is a series of ups and downs. It's a series of tests. It's a journey, and my relationship with Satan is strengthening me increasingly for that journey, and gives me more purpose and inspiration in my life. So as I go forward, I learn, and I can do even greater and better things and improve myself more in His name. And that's a different thing than just saying, give me whatever I want in the next 30 seconds, and that'll placate me for the night, and then we'll just repeat that, day after day after day after day, and to what end? That doesn't strengthen me. That doesn't inspire me. And I just think it's kind of an easy way out.
Right. Yeah, and I think, you kind of hit something there, too, where you said, it's tough love, and, we've all needed it. I know, Myrmidon's given me some of that tough love, and I know I've kicked things off of them, and, Ball has done the same. I've had to call him a couple times, and, we've all, so if we say something, you're like, God, that's tough. It's not, don't take it that way. It's just, we're just telling you.
Well, yeah. It's like some people's, purposes, for having a radio show are just to bitch at other people and gloat and everything. But this show, of course, is, to inspire people and tell them, sometimes what they need to hear, of course.
Definitely.
Yeah, Mark. For sure.
Well, just looking at the time here, brothers, I think it's about time to wrap things up.
Was there any updates, Myrmidon? I was just going to ask you if there was any updates on the fest, or?
No, everybody's been following the updates. 2-day passes on the fest are sold out for Saturday, September 21st, with Nocta Blaze and Black Witchery and Goatians are sold out. Nocturnal Fear, Ritual Combat, and Goatians on Friday, September 20th is still available for a limited time until everybody buys it all out, and then that's it.
Yeah, the Friday ones are going fast, folks, so if you got your designs on getting there for one of the shows, I'm telling you, I'd be surprised if it lasts a week, and certainly not the rest of July. It'll be
Behold Barbarity, Store Envy. Yeah, don't be the last in line.
Definitely not.
Well, guys, this has been a great show. I've actually enjoyed this more than I thought I was going to. This has been wonderful.
Definitely.
Well, everyone out there, we're sure we'll have another show here in a couple of weeks.
Definitely.
And we've
got about probably 3 more until Cathedrals of Black Oak Fest. So.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, if there's nothing else, guys, we will sign off, and keep in touch with us via Facebook, and we hope to hear from you soon.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Blog Talk Radio.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Cathedral of the Black Goat radio show. So glad you could join us. We got Myrmidon on the phone and Pontiff Ball. What's going on, guys?
Hail Satan.
Good evening. Hail Satan.
Yeah, so this is a show I have been, thinking over and over all week since I found out the topic and all from Myrmidon. So I've been looking forward to this, so go right to it, man.
Yep, and it's been a little while since we did our last radio show, and now seems like a most appropriate time, especially with the fest happening next weekend, exactly a week from now, and getting to meet even more people in person, which will all 3 be there if they want to see us. So basically, what I want us to talk about for this show is we call it the title, we are the devil's hands, when Satan works through man. And basically the topic of the show, I mean, we go back and forth, you know, a different aspects of traditional Satanism here. Sometimes, you know, we go through philosophy, you know, giving people a little bit of a tutorial and everything, and other times, you know, like at this, for instance, time, you know, this is something that reaches a little bit beyond humanistic philosophy. This is maybe, I guess, what you could say, you know, separates us from Levians and everything, that we're not all in it, you know, just for our personal selves, but that we enjoy ourselves while we're here on Earth. But, you know, given that we were initiated, that we went through the initiation ritual, that we went through the process of confronting, you know, these demonic entities, and, you know, their influences have come into our life, you know, what that does and what that means for us people and how we live our lives. Because basically, we are, you know, what you know, these are spirits that don't have physical bodies, and they will communicate with us, and we are the physical manifestation of that which we are. That is our role as living physical beings, being traditional Satanists.
Yes, we're here as part of, you know, one of the things we talk about often on the show is that as traditional Satanists, we are here to form a relationship with Satan and his demons, and obviously part of that is, and really a primary part of that is discerning what is Satan's will for us here and now in our lives on a daily basis, not just as you know, in the ritual chamber, but what do we carry out into the world? What kind of energy do we bring forth? What kind of activities do we engage in? What kind of goals do we have? What kind of human relationships do we cultivate? These are the things that we contemplate and consider in our communications with Satan, or basically our ritual practice, such that it gives us direction as to what we're going to do. It's as many people are, I would say, in the Judeo-Hebrew Christian background, is, you know, perhaps they are, you know, they go to church, or they check the boxes of the few things that you have to, like, give money or something. Well, I gave so many dollars this quarter, and therefore, you know, I'm a Christian or whatever. But how many of them actually feel connected to their higher power, if you want to call it that way? And even those that are, as what we believe is that they are not exposed to the truth, but they are exposed to a dogma in which they basically are prevented from seeing the truth, or prevented from seeing the things that they can do physically on Earth. Many limits are placed on them. So, you know, we're looking for basically beyond what the average person is thinking. We're thinking not in the sense of boundaries or limits, or, you know, as the book talks about, we consider things that other people may think are impossible. But if that's the will of Satan, then that we're going to try to find a way to make it a reality.
That's right. And, you know, the influence that we put around the rest of the world, like you said, you mentioned the Judeo-Christian, even Islamic kind of ways, you know, however they do it, their mission is always, you know, to convert as many people as possible. Whereas, you know, we're not necessarily trying to convert anybody, but we're the hand on the back of somebody's shoulder who might not be aware of who and what we are and everything, that we exert our own deity's influence into the world. And
indeed, and you know, it's kind of like what we all were drawn to this, and you know, sometimes it's helpful. You know, certainly I've had people reach out to me personally that says, hey, you know, something you said or something that you've shared has, you know, had touched something in me that I've been thinking, or that, you know, I kind of was thinking, is there anyone else out here that thinks the same way? Is that, you know, perhaps a lot of us were Satanists before we knew what to call it. And, part of the carrying forth the satanic will is perhaps to connect with other like-minded people who also are looking to carry forth the will of Satan, and to, through some of our conversations or activities, we can, it's a wolf pack, if you will. We're not looking to convert sheep into wolves, but we are certainly interested in, if there's good wolves to add to the pack, then we're certainly interested in those.
It's certainly a spider web of demonic influence. What we take from ritual and what we say and how we act and how that may, affect someone else. It's kind of like, one black flame handle possibly lights another. Not trying to light a fire and light every single candle in the room necessarily, but putting it out there and making things and doing things and saying things so that if the right person comes along and they see what you're doing and it makes something click in their mind, something click, in their soul or something inside them, that essentially one black flame does light another.
That's right. And, in our culture these days, there's so many people are just adrift without a paddle, basically. They're just floating around. They don't have any direction. They don't really, frankly, they're sheep looking for a sheep herder. And many of them, that's why I think they turn to, Christianity or Islam or any of the other, I guess you want to call them light religions, because they feel like, well, that's something. There's some direction in my life. Although all of those religions basically counter your human tendencies, your human desires and emotions, and basically just put a lot of more or less conflict into one's life, especially those that seem like even more, if you want to say, more devout or more extreme. They're infamous for putting just tremendous shackles on the minds of their followers. And this is common that this happens in this culture where people are just looking for something to just grab onto. We're not looking for any of those people. As far as I'm concerned, those people can, basically their ships can sink. I don't care if they're not here, what have you. As one of the bands that's playing the fest next week says in their music, burn everyone, burn them all. We're looking for those that are looking for the truth. They see past the limitations and the frivolity that is our current culture, and they're looking to something that makes more sense with truth, rather than just grasping onto whatever Christian dogma or something that is just, everyone seems to be doing it, so I'll just do it too, and then I'll fit in, and I'll have my little group of Christians, and we'll all think we're going to heaven. And they really don't give consideration to, does this make sense, or what other things is this demanding that I give up that is contrary to my my humanity. In Satanism, we don't ask that our followers reject their humanity. We're looking to use our humanity to carry forth the satanic will.
Right, and of course, and unlike Christianity and everything, this isn't like a support bridge, something that's constantly, exists, to hold up people, that can't hold themselves up and everything. People who are incapable or unwilling, to grasp it, a little bit by themselves are going to die like dogs. Even if they attempted, if they tried Satanism. I mean, it takes something of a self-motivator, a self-starter, somebody, that if this spark, lights within you and everything, you have to ask yourself the question. If you're inspired to do something and it looks hard or it looks impossible, you have to, almost ask yourself, well, I could do that, but it'd be really hard. But if not me, then who? If not now, then when? And so, Cathedral of the Black Goat is about, as far as, taking memberships, because that's the thing. So many people are used to other satanic churches where you pay $100 and you fill out an application and you get like a nice certificate. Yeah, we might have done that, years ago, when I was younger, but it's really counterproductive. More looking for people, that are self-starters that can actually add to the cause instead of just holding a title and doing nothing, or holding a title and having allegiances, to people that are negative to the cause, or things which are negative to the cause. No. It's something you are or something that you are not.
Yeah, we're not. The Cathedral of the Black Goat is not looking to get along with the world.
No.
We are the fist in the face of, conventional thought of the status quo. And, many of the things that we say or do may be provocative, and they're intended to be such, is that we're not here to just kind of slink by and, why can't we be friends with everybody? That's not the satanic will for us. The satanic will for us is to build ourselves up as strong mentally, spiritually, and physically as we can be, and to push ourselves and to challenge ourselves to do things that others can't possibly consider even doing, let alone actually carrying it out, and to basically maximize our potential on Earth here. And that's a far cry from just like philosophizing and everyone just sit around and in a drum circle and something and just kind of like, oh yeah, we all just sort of believe this, and isn't this great? But they never really accomplish anything. They never really do anything. They never really challenge themselves. And that's another form of fear. It's like a fear of failing, a fear of falling down, and we're not afraid of that.
Right. The concept of brotherly love itself, loving the whole world and wanting the whole world to be lifted up and be equal and to exist at a higher spiritual frequency and everything. No, because if you exist to raise up the rest of the world, you only raise the bar of mediocrity, and but it's still mediocrity. Honestly, that's the only thing that personally offends me more than anything is when you try to make everything equal, and when most people, see that, and this is a good thing, and anything else that tries to be better or tries to be different or tries to be innovative is seen as a threat. Yes, it is a threat, but the way that the world takes it is not the way that we look at stuff like that.
That's right. We can think of cultures in the world where mediocrity is encouraged and people raising up is actually discouraged. And there's a lot of that goes on. It's sort of, who do you think you are? You think you're better than us? You think you're better than other people? And I would say here in the Cathedral of the Black Goat, we would say, fuck yes.
Yeah.
We're more aware. We're more awake. We're more in touch with the truth. And yeah, it's provocative, and yeah, people may not like it, but again, we're not here to make everybody happy. We're here to carry forth Satan's will, and if Satan's will is to bring the truth, and oftentimes, as probably any human has ever experienced, truth comes via sledgehammer. Truth does not usually come by gentle raindrops on a Sunday afternoon. It's a battering ram, and to the extent that we are truth bringers, and then that's exactly what we are. We are the hammer.
Very much so, indeed. And but and some people can look at that as a negative, but those that are with us, would at the same time look at it that as a positive, because as we were discussing earlier, you know, how many times have I ever stood, you know, how I said before, how many times I've ever stood in line at the grocery store and heard people in line talking to each other about meaningless conversations, or talking about on the phone about meaningless things and saying stupid things and things I would never be interested in, and, you know, things that I would never waste my time on, that I wouldn't ever entertain or even think about. And just the meaninglessness and the repetitiveness and the mode in which most people, at least on this side of the world, are stuck in.
Yeah, a frivolousness, engaging in frivolous activities, basically things that have no real meaning or purpose. They're just, you know, it's just small-minded behavior and activities. It's an offense, I believe, to Satan, and it's a distraction from goals and productivity and actually the truth. It's just wallowing around in pig shit because, you know, pig shit is warm and it's gooey, and, you know, oh, look at this is so comfortable here. It's garbage. And as Satanists, we should endeavor at all times to keep away from things that are meaningless and frivolous, because they distract us from things that actually are important and things that we can get done and things we can bring forward. Otherwise, because we only have so much time and energy and resources, and the more we spend on those sort of things, then we're just, you know, we're just like the rest, just settling for mediocrity, or settling for, you know, well, this is good enough. You know, that's not satanic.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could even, compare it, you know, to a person, you know, that spends, you know, most of their waking life, you know, doing Sudoku or crossword puzzles or playing video games. They might solve all of those meaningless word puzzles and beat all the video games and everything, but at the end of their life, they really never accomplished anything. I mean, there never was any reward or anything to any of that. And then at the end of their lives, when they get old, or when they get cancer at a very young age, they're like, oh God, please don't let me die. I just want to stay alive. Stay alive for what? What did you do with what you were given?
So you can do more crossword puzzles? Yeah, it's
exactly.
Like, what is the fucking point of your existence?
If you're
I think you could say that for most of the people on Earth, is what is the point of your fucking existence beyond just creating more mediocre people? That seems to be your only function. I mean, what is it that you contribute? What truth do you bring to this world? Or are you just, you know, another frivolous person creating more frivolous people, which we don't need? That's, you know, and it seems that the people that are the most mediocre seem to have the most time on their hands, so they, you know, seem to procreate at a more rapid rate than those that are busy. Actually,
yeah, because they make it their whole lives, and then they want other people, you know, who aren't concerned with procreating and filling up the world with more swine, you know, to feel sorry for them and feel sympathetic to them because they're procreators, and somehow that makes them, you know, stand above you in the world. But it's like this: if you go beyond that and you actually live for a purpose and you have something that you're creating, then it doesn't matter whatever consequences you have to suffer for it. It doesn't matter how long your life is or whatever happens with that, because what you create and what you put forth, in this case what you put forth for Satan, makes you immortal. It makes that you're on a tower and you lived for something and you actually did something with your life, you know, other than others that might have felt a spark and everything and just let them pass it by because it might have been too much effort, or, you know, I'm just too lazy. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to occupy my mind with pleasant things.
That's right.
So there's just a lot of unpleasantness in traditional Satanism. You know, why lie about it? It's not an easy life, but at the same time, I for one could never see myself doing anything else.
That's right. I don't see this as that Satan promised that this was going to be an easy ride, you know, and that's really the BS fed to the Christians is, you know, you turn your life over to God and like everything's going to be hunky-dory, and then as soon as it isn't, when reality shows up, then it's, God, oh, why have you forsaken me, and why have you put me through this? And it's like, you know, it's just a really pathetic scene when you start hearing that and people crying out to God, and you have turned your back on me. And it's like, you know, Satan lets us fall, lets us have those experiences so that we can become wiser. You know, Satan is a harsh guide. He's not here to, like, you know, kiss our boo-boos and all this kind of shit. It's like, you know, basically buck up. You know, that's
right.
That's the way of Satan.
You get slapped down, and when you stand back up, you'll know better for next time.
Right, and you'll be stronger for it. And that's, you know, that's a more of a realistic relationship than, you know, God, who's, you know, supposedly supposed to protect you from everything, but then as soon as, you know, reality occurs, which, you know, happens all the time, then it's, you know, where's my God? Well, you bought into something that wasn't even possible. It was a ridiculous, frivolous idea to begin with. But you want a magical, you know, tooth fairy that takes care of everything in your life so you don't have to think anymore. And, you know, living in this world, it takes judgment. It takes discernment. It takes action. It takes motivation. And those things are the values of Satan, is not just, you know, we're all just going to, you know, have
indulge in ourselves. I mean, yeah,
Eden.
that's part of it and everything, but that's not all of it.
Right. Certainly, we're not against, you know, relaxation or enjoyment, but, you know, a lot of times, frankly, for me, the best part of relaxation is knowing that I get it, you know, then I recharge my batteries and I'm ready to go again. I can get inspired again because I don't want to burn out either. But it doesn't mean I'm going to become a sloth and just like permanently attach my ass to a couch. You know, that's not my nature. I can't do that anyway. But that's, you know, Satan saying, get up. It's time to go. We got more stuff to do. We got more activities and plans, and we're going to go carry them out.
And then when you're hit down with something else, then it's just something more that you can overcome. But most of the more weak-minded people, the consumerists, the mechanical, those that buy into the white religions, are only one disaster away from complete mental and physical ruin, to where they will get to that point and asking their God, or asking, you know, whatever their secular gods are. Or, I was promised that I was going to be able to buy this product, and my life was going to be hunky-dory and everything, and now I have this disease and I'm in poverty because I have insurance, or so many other, you know, mundane things that can fuck up the life of people that are in that kind of mechanical mode and everything like that. You know, one step away from disaster and that's it. But
it's a fragile belief system.
Right, but giving your life to this is not a fragile belief system, because once you're in and you're plugged in and you're aware, you know, you think logically, scientifically, and everything, but you're aware of the supernatural, the darkness of Satan, and that which is around you and everything. It never leaves you.
That's right. That's right, and that's the difference, is where other people are in the darkness in their own life. They despair. They cry out. They're just like, you know, this is the most horrible place, and, you know, God is gone, and I'm alone, and everything else. And when we're in the darkness, when we're going through a challenging time, yes, it's like, I'm here with you, Satan. Now, you know, this is where I prove my mettle. This is where, you know, we all get down. It's not like, you know, we're robots or something, but the idea is, and the feeling internally is that I'm not afraid of this place, and I can grow from this place, and I have a guide in this place, and I can rise from out of this place and be stronger than before, which is a different space than fear and hatred of, your belief system and just being lost.
Yeah.
And so it's not only works in your daily life when things are going okay, but it's actually works better and even more powerfully when things are difficult, which in life, frankly, is a lot of the time.
And we've all been through that. We've all had those down times, myself. But it's like you said, you have to get to that point, pull yourself back up and say, all right, let's get at it.
Yeah, and,
we
can appeal to Satan. That's right. And we can appeal to Satan to help give us strength so that we might do that. And we're not, alone with our fear or something.
Out,
Right. It's, basically Satan help strengthen me and inspire me to rise again. And we can embrace it. And, for me, sometimes it's I put on that, the darkest music I possibly can. And, where it might, the sounds of that might scare other people who don't have those, same tastes. But for me, playing just the most harsh, satanic, evil, dark-sounding music, it fills me up with something. It makes me feel strength again, even if no matter how down I am. And it, gives me that little lift where then I can say, all right, let's go,
It's
and
the most life-affirming
that's
thing, for somebody that lives this kind of life, which is in complete opposite, against the tide of the rest of the world in the shade-hole.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think that's, these shows here are definitely, I've told people that have sent me messages saying, you know what, I just don't know, blah, blah, blah. I'll say, get on, Blogtalk, listen to the shows. And, and I've done that as well. I've gotten back on there in the past and say, oh, let me listen to this show again. And I'm just like pumped afterwards.
Well, and
that's,
that's just another manifestation of what we do, besides the books I've written, besides Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest or anything else. We don't ask people for money in order to make these things happen. These are things which are our own creations, and our reason for creating them was not necessarily to evangelize and everything, because nobody had to buy my books if they didn't want to. Nobody had to go to Cathedral of the Black Goat and witness the kind of bands and the things that we wanted you to see. Nobody had to listen to this radio show. They did it because they wanted to, because they specifically wanted to hear something like this, and here it is provided. And it goes all the way back to the root of why I formed Cathedral of the Black Goat in the first place. I was 19 years old, but at the same time I was unsatisfied with all the satanic groups that existed at that time, and I wanted to create this. I wished that there was something like Cathedral of the Black Goat that existed at that time, and then I had to ask myself, I'm having this vision, so, it'd be really, really hard, but I'm so young, people would criticize me and everything. But if not me, then who? If not now, then when? So it had to be done.
Yes. And that's an inspirational story right there to even think about that, because it is true. We're often confronted in our lives. I mean, I can think basically on a weekly basis where I ask myself those same questions. If not me, then who? If not now, then when? I mean, that's a common, or, to what end am I doing this? Or, these are the kind of questions where I don't think oftentimes people ask those questions. If you bring those questions up to other people, they just look at you puzzled. It's like they never think of such things. But
yeah, or really, you tell them an idea like that, and they'll be like, that's just crazy. You can't do that. That just happens. You
right.
Do that thing and everything, and that's exactly the kind of encouragement when somebody says that I can't do something or that something is impossible, then I'll be like, watch it.
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
That's right. I think a lot of Satanists are basically, lifelong rebels. I mean, and probably all of us have had the experience of having people in our lives along the way, even inspirational or not but like, adults or people in positions of power tell us that we can't do things. And a lot of people get told they can't do things, and probably most of them just kind of concede. But, you know, I think all of us here have heard one time or another those sorts of things. I can think of many instances. And it was, yeah, the response immediately was, oh, yeah, watch. And those things get done. And
well, and that's true. You know, accomplishing something might be hard, but at least speaking for myself, confession and living with that confession and wondering what might have been would be a whole lot harder.
Yes. Yes. Well, I've never been able quite to understand that in a way. It's almost like incomprehensible. I mean, I've known people in my life where, you know, when I was younger, where they had, you know, they had all the smarts in the world, but no drive. And so, you know, maybe they could get good grades in school or something, but they never wanted to do anything or accomplish anything. They were just lazy. As lazy as could be, never just put any effort into really anything. Even though, you know, in their, just as far as book smarts or something, they had a lot going on. It, you know, things might come easy to them, but they just didn't have that work ethic or just the drive to do anything. And, you know, now it's years later, and I see those same people, and they're
still at the same place in their lives years later that they were at that time.
Yeah, and they're miserable, and they regret their lives, and they have all these, you know, they just look at their lives as, many of them, you know, I've had a few that have just recounted how, you know, I've just wasted my life, and they just get caught up in this whole thing, and it's like, well, you know, that's got to be really hard to live with. You live with that for 20 years, the fact that you've never done anything, and then the fact of the matter is, even when they feel that, they still don't do anything. They don't let it motivate them into doing something even then.
Yeah,
so,
they can't look at every single day as an opportunity and every single day as a gift. You know, it's not able to do something completely, at least to voice what it is that they're really feeling and admit it and say, you know, this is the point where I'm down and this is where I'm going to grow from up here, and I can't change the past, but I can recoup my losses and everything and build up from the point where I am right now.
Yeah, and that's like, I guess, I suppose, asking a sheep to morph into a wolf halfway through its life. You know, it's
it's
just,
as much as you can't contemplate how they can think, they at the same time can contemplate, you know, what I just said there, or you'd be like, you know what? So they'll just, you know, continue with their self-loathing and, you know, temporary successes and crossword puzzles over and over again until it's their time to die and they fear death.
Yeah, it's like, what is the point of your fucking life? You don't have any point. It was as if you should have never lived at all. You just wasted air, you know, like, and that's, you know, here we are, we're talking about the hands here on earth for, you know, we're Satan's hands. Satan's hands aren't just, you know, plunged into his pockets, you know, this is like, we're here to do shit. We're here to accomplish things. We're here to you know, perhaps motivate or inspire others if you know, others are so inclined. You know, we're here to put forth the energy of Satan so that when people meet us, that they might say, hey, that's somebody that, like a real person that I know that emanates that darkness, emanates that, what it is to be satanic. I can look at that. I like that. It's like possible, you know, and that, you know, I certainly was, you know, personally inspired by, you know, when I went to the first Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest that I went to, inspired me. You know, certainly I'd had some other, you know, many other satanic experiences before, but that was a whole other level of, this is what is possible. Here's more of what we can do, and it's inspired me to do things in my own life to say, you know, let's reevaluate what we think is possible. Let's think more about what can be done in a different way. And so, you know, that you're a person that inspired me that way, Marmadan, and talking with you, Aim, these are the kind of things where it's,
it's real people that are doing these real things that are satanic, and it can be infectious to others that are like-minded and like-spirited.
Well, I mean, and meeting you there at that fest and everything, because, we've said it many times before on this show and other places and everything. I put on, some, as what, the Chicago Reader, called, some pretty, fucking awesome metal fests and everything. But at the same time, if people really look at it, you look at other people putting on other metal fests, they're promoters. They've got, the backings of different record companies, and they're acting like car salesmen and what have you in this, and looking, the next big metal thing, flashy and everything else like this. I'm just a Satanist. I'm a satanic cultist. I'm putting on this music and everything. It's not only for evangelical purposes, or not even that at all, but it's the music I like. It's the music that I would choose. Those particular bands. To be under the Cathedral of the Black Goat banner for that time, but also as a way of coming out and meeting people like yourself, like I did and everything. And that's what makes it all worthwhile. When some people can go to something like that and see that it's not just a metal concert, but there's a little bit more to it. And people can see that, yes, this can be done. And no, somebody doesn't need to be a big metal promoter in order to do it. And who's really behind this and who put it behind this? These scary satanic cultists. Well, and some people at home, that's pretty cool,
Yeah, and we all go then back to, many people come from all over the country and even the world to come to the fest, and, then everyone goes back to their respective, hometowns or whatever, and we take that energy with us, and, that can serve as, okay, am I going to, have a group back at home, or am I going to, talk to others that are like-minded, and, or I'm going to hold, I'm going to work with bands in my area that are, traditional Satanists and try to, help them in any way that I can, or whatever it is, that we can carry that back and help motivate us to, kind of expand what we think is possible as Satanists.
Right, because it is a spider web of demonic influence. And the thing is when you're a conduit that passes this on from one person to another, even if you only put an idea into one person's head, and from there it spider webs, to 50 other people that they influence, what you first experienced in the ritual chamber and what motivated you to put something on that inspired somebody else, it lives through you, and therefore it lives through them. And through the demonic, and through the passing on of this and the inspiration of others, your essence, it goes on. It continues. It lives forever. It's actually creating something real, as opposed to something so trivial that people, supposedly living, societal dreams try to build for themselves.
Definitely,
it's bigger than sickness. It's bigger than disaster. It's bigger than death.
Yeah, it's really a physical form on Earth, and even almost beyond that. It's a spiritual form on Earth, because it's an energy that can be passed from one person to the other. It's not just the thing that is built. It's not just the fest, like the bands and the flyer and the shirts, but it's actually the energy that is transmitted between the attendees, the bands, the feeling that everyone takes with them when they go back home. It's what carries them through to looking forward to the next fest or whatever. It's the motivation that people take. I know for myself personally, after the fest that I attended, boy, my ritual practice went way up. I already was, had a pretty good routine, but then I just felt more inspired. We're going to go darker. We're going to go deeper. We're going to, try new things. And it just, that carries on and builds and builds, and it just builds a certain passion for Satanism that, becomes, it emanates from us. in everything that we do. And that's, one of the things talked about in the book is, really it becomes it is the foundational thing in our lives is satanic, is being satanic, are we that in basically every way in our life? And that's why I say it's, to some degree, it's to a large degree, it's a fairly challenging calling, because we don't just rest on our laurels and say, oh, this is good enough or whatever, but we do continue to reevaluate ourselves and say, am I doing all I can? Am I putting as much into this as I should be? Or, am I getting lazy? These sort of things, and kind of looking in ways to improve.
You could even look at it as a discipline that you could have in life. I mean, yeah, a Satanist, enjoys its life, but you look at, now I wouldn't, advocate those kind of white light practices and everything, but look at the dedication of a Buddhist or a Hare Krishna or something, where, now imagine if somebody was to put that much dedication into serving Satan and being a Satanist, where everything that they did in their lives, began and ended with Satan. At least, maybe not externally. We're not saying, walk around in a black robe and a bathmate all the time. It doesn't have to be externally and everything, but inside, if that's who you are 24/7, then the choices that you make and what you say to other people and how you interact with your world, if that's how you always see yourself and, the starting point of everything that you do, yes, you will influence the world, and you will, pass it on to others.
Definitely.
And become that arms in the hands of the master.
Yes, becoming the personification of, it's not like we're, we think we are the Antichrist or something like that, but we are bringing forth the personification of that will to say, so like you say, there is somebody who is a real Satanist that I know what it looks like. It's a powerful thing. I see it. Then it's, as opposed to the Levans are like, this sort of atheist mentality where, we don't believe in Satan because we don't have any proof of his existence or something. It's as traditional Satanists, those of us, we have all kinds of proof of it. And we have many manifestations of it.
Because maybe from a Levian perspective, what they may think that we are is another form of Christianity, or it's a dogmatic religious belief system. But what I'm saying, is that if you do a Levian ritual, which is never intended to contact a demon anyway, and has a ridiculous, demon list, no, you're not going to get anything for that, because, in Levian rituals they're saying, I command the forces of darkness. Well, that's the first mistake right there. If you ask the forces of darkness, if you focus your ritual, if you use specific sigils and you do it correctly, then you might find something. But if you never even try, if you never even make the effort, I wouldn't expect that you would ever believe in traditional Satanism, because for most people, it's not something that's just going to land in your lap. I mean, you might have a little bit of whispers or inclination towards it, but you have to take that first step in confronting darkness yourself. And if you've never done that, then you're never going to see it from our way. So it's not just a religious set of theistic beliefs. It's an awareness.
Yeah, it's another way that it's impossible versus possible. It's kind of like, well, we're Lebans and we don't believe that, really that, how can they get proof of something that they don't really believe is possible? So it's, you shut yourself off to the idea of actually having an interaction with Satan or his demons. So why even bother doing a ritual in the first place? It's like trying to summon the tooth fairy or something. It doesn't have any purpose if you don't have any actual skin in the game. So if you're basically closed off from the idea that there's any that you could ever have any more or less any evidence of it, then you'll never find any evidence, because you basically disclaim that you could ever get it.
Right. You could even go back, to high school science and everything. What you learn in high school physics, the scientific method. And the scientific method states that in order to get the results of somebody else's results you have to follow in their experiment. Well, if you in a scientific experiment, if you never mix the right chemicals, if you don't do something the way that somebody else did it or follow their formula in some sort of way, how can you expect to get the right the results that they did? How can you expect to see it from our perspective if you've never done what we have done?
Well, there's been a lot of things in the history of man where if your mind is close to the idea of something to begin with, then it doesn't really even matter how much evidence is presented to you. It's like, I mean, I've known people in my life that are impervious to evidence. It's like no matter how much evidence is stacked up in front of them to prove a point, they never believe the point. They'll never get the point because they're impervious to the evidence in their face, like beating them over the head day and night. And it's just like there's no amount of evidence is good enough for these people. So, you know, at some point it's, do you shut yourself off from the idea that this is even possible? It doesn't have to mean like, oh, I've you know, seen, you know, that you don't have to necessarily come into being a traditional Satanist by saying, I saw a burning bush or something, but it's
right.
At least having the idea that it's possible and that I have this inclination and I think there's something there, then that's something that, you know, someone that has that desire to, you know, go further can
cultivate that and have more experiences like that. That perhaps maybe you witness something that might have seemed like a demonic or a ghostly experience and everything, and you think to yourself, you know, I want to be more in tune with that power. I want more of that. And that's what this is. It's practicing the ritual, opening a door and walking through it, and coming out as a more aware person, as a better individual, as a higher being. Now that this has been added to you.
That's right.
And I think that's how we were, you know, at the fest where we were, the three of us were at. It was just, we knew at that point that all three of us would be together on, like, this show. And, I mean, it was just, we knew.
No, it just seemed like a natural place to go from there, more or less. It just certainly felt that way for me. It's sort of like, oh, well, I'm home kind of a thing. Well, you know, it's like, this is where I'm supposed to be. And it's kind of almost, for me, it just felt natural. Like this is where I should be. Something called to me to be.
Well, and those kind of bands, you know, that were put together, that was Cathedral of the Black Goat Festival Volume 2, where you had, you know, all your heavy hitter bands before that, and then Cafe Laura, you know, and unfortunately that club's not open anymore, but to have Helvatron and the Void Meditation Cult and Terrorism right after that, and that brick dungeon kind of building and everything, I envisioned it like that. That's why I put on a fest like that, and I put those three bands together like that, because I knew it would touch people in a certain way, and it would show them something a little bit different than what they would see anywhere else. That individuals from those three particular bands, I mean, you know, I've spoken to them, Helvatron, Terrorism, and Void Meditation Cult, about their own beliefs, and even though theirs are a little bit different than each other and everything, I mean, they know about Cathedral of the Black Goat too, and it all interrelated. And so their own differences, I thought, you know, interlocking those three bands, that was the key, at least for that event.
Yes, it really created a suffocating darkness feel in the venue, where it was just a really powerful permeating energy that was going through that really ended the show. I mean, it was palpable. It really was something you could experience. Not just music playing, and I hear it with my ears, but there's like a feeling in your gut and your, you know, throughout your entire body.
You could feel things, you know, moving around and everything, and what they bring about and what they invoke. And that's why, especially I like the genre of black metal music, because some bands are just playing music, but other bands aren't just playing music.
Like Conjuring, basically.
Right. Or you could think back that Clive Barker movie, Lord of Illusions and everything, all about the magician that was actually using magic and not illusions. And people were like, we don't like this magician's act and everything because he's not just putting on an illusion, he's using real magic. His shows are tainted with the nature of evil. Something like that. Not just putting on makeup,
right.
Not just putting on a show, but going a little bit beyond that.
Well, to most people that will scare them. They want an escape, but they don't really want. People want to go to a horror movie, but they don't want to live in a horror movie. And people want to go to a metal show, but they don't. It's like, well, Satanism, that's like cool, man. It's like rebellious and stuff, But they go to a real satanic show and they get the shit scared out of them. It's like, this shit's they're really serious, It's like, it's not just
serious.
like,
and it's
right.
Put it on.
That's right. And the purpose of it is to channel Satan here on earth. We're not just talking about some sort of image or some pose you strike for, the hit parade or magazine. This is like,
Right.
These people have serious beliefs and they carry it forth in their dark arts, and you're here witnessing it. And yeah, if you're not, like you said before, don't go to the barber shop if you don't want to get a haircut. Don't go to a satanic cult, fest if you don't want to meet Satan, basically.
Right. Or people could look at it like satanic cultists putting on a metal show and filling up a room with demons and influencing people. That may sound like a movie plot. They might sound like something which is totally implausible and impossible, No, it's just, metal promoter gimmicks and everything. Sure, a lot of metal promoters will say things like no compromise, or they'll put a pentagram on their flyer and everything. And it's all fake, all for show, but you never would think that it was actually real Satanists that were behind it. Okay, that's impossible? Well, I just made the impossible possible. There you have it, Cathedral of the Black Ghost Fest.
Yeah, hell yes. Hell yes. That's really, we've talked about the intention is, not just with the fest, but with the radio show, with other things that we carry out in our daily lives. We do things with the intention of bringing the satanic will forth. We're not just knocking around in the dark here or just, random shit.
Yeah,
those of us that are inspired.
Punching in random directions.
Right. We've given due consideration to what we're doing, and certainly we're always looking for, additional direction or, is this the right course still, or do I need to alter my approach or whatever? But basically, we're continually contemplating, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Is this the will of Satan? And, that's
that's a cornerstone
direction most people have. That's a far cry from the average person who's, it's just, from my Starbucks.
What am I going to eat today,
and
when am I going to take out the dog? What am I going to order at Starbucks? No, we wake up and think, what does Satan want me to do today?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Well, looking there at the time and everything, I think we've gotten to the gist of this in a very good way. I think this was a very good conversation that we had, and I appreciate everybody, that listened to the show, and hopefully, this meant something and did something for you. And if you're at a place in your life that you don't want to be, instead of, wallowing in misery and self-deceit and saying that you have to stay into that place, what I would put forward to you as an idea is ask yourself, how can I get out of this place? Maybe there's certain things in your life that you can't change because they've already been done, but what can you do with what you have? It's not asking you to be something that you're not, but what can you contribute to the cause that with what you still have, with what you've got.
That's
Not
right.
asking,
And
you know, for money or anything else, but it takes time and effort and dedication.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what can we learn from the experiences we have had to hopefully, you know, make things better the next time, raise ourselves up stronger than before, and to, you know, make sure we don't fall, you know, victim of, you know, defeatist thinking, or, you know, the fact that we're victims of our own lives or something like that. We are, as Satanists, we are never victims. We are Satan's hands on earth, and we are here to do his will, and that is a high order and should be treated as such.
Yeah, and of course, and bad things, you know, they can happen to all people. You can come down with a terminal illness, and at the same time you could say, well, if it's my time to go, it's my time to go. What have I still got left? What can I do with what I have left? Always.
That's right.
Until the very end. Waking up every single day and what can I do for Satan today?
That's right. That's right.
Well,
this has been a very powerful show.
Mm-hmm. It's been
the last one before the fest.
Yeah, it's been, you know, good talking to y'all tonight, and this is indeed the last show before the fest, and, you know, I'll see both of y'all guys next week, and hopefully some of our listeners, and we'll get to talk to them there in person, maybe.
Definitely.
Yes, we certainly encourage anybody who's been a listener of the show to come up and to talk to any of us. We'd be happy to discuss any of the topics from our show personally, one-on-one, and look forward to meeting you.
Definitely introduce yourself.
Yes, indeed. Right. Well, with that, we will sign off, and we look forward to seeing you and talking with you all soon.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Blog Talk Radio.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Cathedral of the Black Goat radio show. I'm Frank That's the Same, along with Myrmidon and Pontifex Ball. How the hell are you guys?
Hail Satan. Doing good.
Doing great. Ave Satanist.
Awesome.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to this show here.
Definitely, definitely. I think what this show is everything that we've been talking about on the past few shows. It kind of puts it all together because we were talking about strength versus weakness, wolves versus sheep, you know, avoiding, you know, letting the world's causes influence your thinking too much, you know, and being directed, you know, towards Satan and everything. And here kind of on this show, I kind of wanted to put it all together because, you know, what we said before, it kind of sounded similar to maybe even the philosophy of Levianism, where Levianism, they think of, you know, might is right, rightness is mind and everything. But they're more of an atheistic kind of philosophy, and us being spiritual, you know, it's kind of what that leads up to and everything. And so the subject of this show is, demonic possession from a traditional Satanist perspective, how it affects us, you know, what it means, and or at least like spiritual influence. So I'll kind of get right into that. I mean, if you look at like certain like the Ishu culture in South America, the Candomblé, or the voodoo cultures in Africa and everything, with their gods, the Loa, they have like ceremonies where they dance around and they become supposedly possessed by these entities, but it's not seen as a negative thing like how we view it in the Western world in movies like The Exorcist, the Possession, and other stuff where you see, you know, Linda Blair, you know, being tossed around violently and against her will, you know, by this malignant demonic spirit. But kind of, I mean, you got to think, I mean, where most of, you know, the religious, you know, viewpoint of this side of the world is an Abrahamic one, a Judeo-Christian Muslim one, which is negative to the spirits that are against it, so to speak. It's less neutral. For someone like that, demonic spiritual influence would be a negative thing, but for a traditional Satanist, it would be a positive thing. It would be something that we invite. Now that has a distinction as well, because you look at a lot of, even the grimoires, where they have formulae for commanding demons. Now we might, we've talked about it in past shows, and I've written about it in the books, where we use we use the same demonic sigils, the same demonic names, but we don't try to command these forces. We try to invite them in. So what is the purpose of, when you're performing a ritual, in inviting a demon in? Well, what you have that demon wants, it's basically its power is immense and everything. It could probably fill up your whole room or your whole entire house. But what you have that it wants is your physical body, and being able to express itself through your physical form, be it through speaking to different people, through a painting, through a piece of music, through a piece of literature, being the mechanics, so that basically you are the arms and you are the hands of Master Satan and his demonic spirits. And what that means, and what it means and what it feels like. To me, when I've felt these kind of things, it's almost like holding a fireball in your hand. It's like having an epiphany. Higher ideas and higher emotions than what you're used to, and something being able to speak through you. And that's what you do when you practice these rituals, when you cultivate a relationship with these demonic spirits. And it's not a negative thing at all. It's like I said, it's like holding a fireball in your hand. Having that aura all around you that other people that are receptive to that can even see. And this, it could be done through a pact or just basically inviting the demon, and saying, "Speak through me," and it can be done.
Yes, yeah, that's very consistent with the experiences I've tried to cultivate and had through ritual, which is, kind of what we've talked about other times on different shows, which is, what makes a traditional Satanist different than other types of Satanists perhaps is, we're out to have an actual relationship with Satan and his demonic forces. We are looking to have a spiritual connection, not just something with our ego or our own personal will. Certainly that is an aspect, but really what we're doing is getting into touch with and channeling Satan himself. And, for me, the best experiences I've had with it is having being in a clear state of mind, and to be in almost really a deep meditative state, or something where I'm not distracted by, television or other sort of regular everyday types of things, but usually the best experiences I have are in solitude doing ritualistic activities, where it can be really as you mentioned, brother, a opening of the minds, where it's really almost an altered state of consciousness, a seeing things from a different point of view than I would ever see them, driving my car back and forth from work, or stuck in traffic, or working out at the gym, or working at my job. This is where most of the thoughts are just things bouncing around in my head. This is a environment where I'm consciously trying to tap into something bigger than myself, greater than myself, something outside of myself, and to have really a communication, and to try to see things in the world around me, and what I can do, and where I can put my energies, and put Satan's energies, really to get inspired by that, and to see things that I might not otherwise see when I'm just doing my daily life.
Definitely.
Yeah, and I think, a lot of the people, when they think of that, they think of the movies, The Exorcism, things of that nature. And, it's not what they are portraying, so to speak, in these movies.
No, that's a Hollywood, they're trying to sell tickets, and they're trying to be dramatic and so on.
And certainly there can be instances, no doubt, where a person tries, I think, to get into touch with demons for the wrong reasons, or not in a friendly manner, or taps into something that, you know, I think part of, we've talked a lot about on shows about the intention of what we're doing. We have an intention to, we are, you know, trying to, we're seeking this out. This is not a mistake. This isn't something that we, you know, stumbled upon or we fear. This is something we embrace. And so I think a certain, at least my experience has been, it's a certain attitude and a certain intention that traditional Satanist brings to the demonic experience, such that this is something to enrich in us as the human vessel for Satan, as opposed to, you know, oh no, this is, I'm being, something's happening to me against my will or something like that.
Right, really there you go.
Those
exactly.
movies get into.
That hits it right upon the head. This isn't against our will. I mean, while we're worshiping Satan, you know, in a Western world, you know, which is primarily concerned with Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, it's just like you said, this is not a mistake. We're against what the status quo believes in spiritually. I mean, not only just their values and their restrictions, but spiritually what we believe in is the force, which is the opposite of their force. And it's a force that, I mean, if you could imagine like the way electrical current works, like a fuse box, where you can have, you know, only so many fuses on a single circuit, and the God circuit, the Allah circuit, the Jehovah circuit, Yahweh circuit has all these people feeding into it and draining its energy and everything. And so those religions, it's not manifested often, but there are very few people who desire to tap into Satan or his demonic spirits, and even some of those that do are, you know, they're doing it for the wrong reasons, or they're not suitable vessels to do it. And so this can feel a lot more powerful spiritually than Abrahamic religions can, only because it's not tapped into so often. But when it is, and the things that you can express through it, I've had a theory, you know, even goes back, you know, to things we were talking about, Revelations, the Antichrist, the beast of the earth, where one third of the angels, you know, went with Lucifer toward rebellion, or maybe even 1/3 of the earth could go to Satan as well. There might be people that are Satanists, and I would think it's the top echelon of humanity, the stronger ones, the more successful ones, not the weak ones, but they just haven't realized yet that Satan and Satanism is the way to their happiness. So they might be highly successful people, but inside they're missing something, and they don't know what that something is, because they've tried to be what is considered good, and they've tried to be what is considered a Christian, Muslim, a good Jewish person. But through us, you know, and through the demonic influence working through Satanists, perhaps they stumble upon what we're doing, and these highly successful people, these powerful people and everything, through our works, they could come to a realization. And I think, you know, just like in the books in my books where I've talked about reincarnation, or our souls could have been born before, or we've done this before, you know, our mission for Satan, and it continues on and on and on, perhaps until that third of the world does realize itself with Lucifer, and then possibly the final battle or something could begin. And what we're doing now is it's an eternal work. It's something we could continue to be doing through lives again and again and again, vessels for this demonic force, where what our spiritual essence, you know, is a part of it, and then we right now inhabit these physical bodies for this lifetime and completing what we were supposed to do. So that if it doesn't get completed in our lifetimes, that we may come back and do it some more. But what we did continues to live on. It's just like the people that authored the grimoires, you know, hundreds of years ago, or some would say thousands of years ago. You know, they might be long dead, but we possess their knowledge. We possess the sigils and the names of the demons. And the work that they did, you know, was not in vain. It did not die. It continues on through traditional Satanism and through the works and what we're able to do now that they were not able to do then.
Yes, and I think we've all of us have shared on the show that our draw towards Satanism and traditional Satanism in particular started at really quite a young age, and almost even if at first it was we were being exposed to Christianity and it just didn't sit well. There was conflict from the beginning. I mean, all of us being even kids realizing this is not the path for us. This doesn't feel right. This doesn't make sense. And so this idea that, and I've often thought about that, is, you come into the world as a kid and you have certain limitations about, your brain development or whatever. What can you really conceive about as a 6-year-old about spirituality? But it's amazing how fast you realize what doesn't seem right and what doesn't seem to fit, and where you start gravitating towards. And when you're maybe 8 or 9 or 10 or 12 years old, you don't quite, at least I didn't quite understand what that, I couldn't define it at that point, but I could see what didn't make sense and what I rebelled against, because it was, I just saw too many holes in it and it just didn't sit right. So, there's some, I think, limitation perhaps when we come back into another body. And it's, we have sort of the human limitation of that all humans have. But as we get older, it's like, why is it that I've been drawn to this my whole life? Right. It's perhaps because this is not the first time I've been exposed to this. This is not the first, go around I've had with this. And now it's taking that internal desire and feeling and spirit, the demonic spirit that's in me, and then cultivating that as much as I possibly can with this meat suit that I've got, and then, it'll carry on after that. And who's to say that any of us on the phone here haven't had something to, on this show, haven't had something to do with, previous satanic rituals or books or whatever that came before us. That energy will not end with us, and it did not begin with us, any of us, including the listeners on their show. This energy came from somewhere, and it's something greater than us, and it will continue on after our physical bodies die.
Right, and I can remember when I was in Chicago, and I met with Myrmidon, and we went to the bookstore, and those grimoires, it's like you're saying, it came, whenever I held that, I was like, oh my God, this is incredible.
You could feel that it had been used in a ritual before. It just,
oh my God,
that whole place was just filled with crazy energy, definitely.
Yeah, so it is. So I totally agree with what you're saying, Paul.
Yeah, and in the other thing that you really hit upon there, Marlon, too, is when we're doing these rituals, like what is when we're seeking this demonic spirit, I mean, I guess what benefit do we get, or what is the point? It's this relationship. Well, that's sort of a vague statement to some degree, but it's the truth seeking. For me, it's very hard to see myself and what's going on in my everyday life and what's going on as far as my purpose, and it's hard to see that objectively. It's hard to see oneself as one is, because we have all these built-in, things that have us believing that what we think is great, or, all this stuff. It's really easy to kind of fall in love with my own idea of things. And so to tap into something that really demonic forces are there to challenge me, just as much as anything else, is to see things differently that I might see them right then. So where I might be stuck thinking about, I really wanted this relationship, or I really wanted this job, or this opportunity passed me by or something, and to tap into something where I start to look at that thing differently and realize that maybe that wasn't the best thing for me. That was just something that I felt I needed, but it really wasn't the path at all, or it really was a distraction, and where I'm better freed from it rather than tied to it. And that's part of, for me, what the rituals have been, is the opening of my mind to something of and sometimes that truth is painful, and that's the demonic truth, is it's not here to placate us or to make us feel all warm and fuzzy. It's like, here's the fucking truth, you know, and that's where it comes sometimes. It hits us like a hammer. And, you know, that's the difference between, you know, the Judeo-Christian stuff, which is a bunch of warm fuzzies or this kind of stuff, is Satan is the truth, good, bad, or ugly. You may not fucking like it, but this is what you're going to get. And if you're, you know, if you have a strength of will and you're open to seeing the truth of things and not just being stuck in my own little small mind, then I can grow from that and move on to my real journey.
Definitely. Well, I mean, and some people that, you know, and Luciferianism is fine. It serves its purpose. So, I got no problem with those people. They do what they do and we do what we do. But something where they would want to see everything as only attached to this world and that there's no spiritual aspect to Satanism. Well, what we're talking about, being attracted to this demonic force, because you were saying, you know, even as a kid, you know, and maybe possibly having a Christian upbringing. I can remember my first spiritual experiences. I mean, I was forced to go to a Baptist church a lot, you know, and sitting in Sunday school in the basement and being 6, 7, 8, 9 years old and having the gut feeling that what is being said to me is not what I am. And it was almost like a first spiritual realization in itself that everything that I was to oppose, you know, what these people that were sitting in a circle and having us color in pictures of Jesus and learning about their disciples. I've realized even at that early age that I was the opposite of this. I didn't have the means and I didn't have the realization of how I would one day, you know, oppose that force, which, you know, I eventually would, you know, in founding the Cathedral of the Black Goat. But I even knew all the way back then, since I was a child, that I was the opposite of this, of what that Christian upbringing and what I was being taught. I never doubted that it existed. I never doubted that God existed. I knew that I was the opposite, and I was always being told, oh, hell and torment and everything. And that kind of, you know, that can frighten a child. And so with that realization, I was like, it's kind of a deep thought for a kid, you know, at that age to think, well, I'm going to burn in hell forever and ever and ever. But or at least that's what I was being told. I had no reason, you know, to believe that wasn't untrue, but I still understood that is what I was. And for someone to think that Satanism is only like a pursuit of, like you said, these meat suits and everything, seeking out the dark spiritual force is more than something instinctual. It's not for profit or gain or gluttony or sexual fulfillment and everything that somebody would seek out a demon or a dark spiritual force. It's something, it's a pull that we feel inside that you can only describe as the soul, something beyond what is the sustenance of the body that we seek. And that's kind of something that I guess separates us from those who see Satanism as a purely atheistic pursuit. It's more than instinctual of the body.
That's right. It's greater than the body. It's greater than any one of us, and it will be here long after any of us, and it's been here long before us. And really, it's, you know, how much do we want to commit ourselves to the furthering of it? How much do we want to make this a part of? I mean, really, it's in a way, it doesn't need us. You know, it certainly, we are the hands, but if it's not us, then it's perhaps going to be somebody else. It's
absolutely.
We're here to, you know, really seek out this thing that's far more powerful and bigger and more infinite than any human being could ever be. And so, you know, so that's the desire to be in contact with something like that, and something that has been that eternal truth and been that eternal force. You know, that's, and as you say, the contrary, so much of what else is out there, which is basically an eternal myth or an eternal lie or an eternal fraud or whatever you want to call it, a Judeo-Christian Islamic religion, is, while that's out there,
and that's been promulgated for centuries and centuries. This, which is in perhaps some ways more brutal, more harsh, people might label it that in sort of a negative connotation, but the truth is always harsh. The truth can many times be brutal, but that doesn't make it any less true. And, you know, if we're to be seeking out, if we're seeking out the ultimate in spiritual enlightenment as Satanists, then we cannot be afraid of being exposed to the fact that perhaps what we thought before was a bit off or really off. And that's the growth process, not just, you know, thinking that everything that comes to my head is the greatest thing ever, or just to think that, you know, my ego is the most important thing in the universe.
Right.
That's not traditional Satanism. Definitely
not. I mean, and what we had been talking about before, strength of personality, strength of self and everything, it might have sounded almost egotistical to somebody that didn't understand the spiritual aspects, but if you put it together with what we spiritually believe, or what I would more say accurately is what we are spiritually certain of, it's not the ego. It's the certainty of these demonic spirits, of this thing, like you said, this Satan that has been around since before probably human memory, that is our driving force. That is the reason why we are successful. That is the reason why we would want to do good for ourselves, is to be better vessels for this. And
that's right. And
go ahead.
No, go. Just with that at our leadership, and that at our back, and that with that which we are channeling, what is there to fear? What is there not to feel confident about? I mean, the idea that, you know, another vast difference is, I don't believe in traditional Satanism that we would put great value on, like, being meek or weak or real humble or something like that, which most of that is just feigned humility anyway. But it's to look at it a confidence. It's really an assurance of self and of the truth, and of, you know, not to the point where it's like complete arrogance, but it's if we are doing the rituals, and if we are having a relationship with demonic forces, and if we are keeping those line of communications open, and we're willing to take the feedback and to see things in a broader sense, there's no reason why we shouldn't be strong-willed and to be confident and to be sure of ourselves. In fact, that is our duty, because we are the vessels on this planet for Satan. And, you know, I can't imagine that Satan would want us to be all meek and following everybody and just doing whatever the hell, you know, the crowd does. Okay. We are the ones that go against the crowd. We are the ones that go against the grain. That is who we are.
And as being the conduits of Satan, we make ourselves of that higher purpose. We are the hands of the master, tightening Satan's grip on the physical world. So that absolutely there is, you know, no reason not to be confident, not to be into that. Now, and to go into a different aspect of it, I mean, there's some people, like what we were talking about is you know, channeling and everything. There's some people. I'll take alcoholics, for instance. If you heard the expression, well, that wasn't me talking, that was the alcohol talking. I've met Satanists before that are, or supposed Satanists, people trying to be Satanists, that were horrible drug addicts or horrible drunks and everything, and they would talk and they would say, yes, you know, I'm so in touch with Satan, but they would be so high and so drunk and everything that I would think that substances like that, things that lose the focus of your mind and everything, you wouldn't be able to channel something like that. You wouldn't be able to understand its thoughts or think its thoughts or speak its thoughts or speak its words if you're only channeling a substance. If it were like that, and people like that succumb to that kind of weaknesses of substances are not proper vessels in my view for these demonic forces. They are the chaff.
That's right, and there's,
I mean, just as we know anything about drug addiction or anything else, when it gets to the point of that kind of self-abuse, I mean, the person like that can't be trusted and has, not to mention it's self-destructive, and you're destroying the hands of Satan at that point. So, we're not here to try to say everyone, don't drink anything or
get
some drugs. That isn't the point of this. But the point is, if you're trying to communicate with Satan, if you're trying to carry it out, it can't be in some self-destructive way to the point where, how can one remember anything? How can one actually carry out even if you could recall any of the information that you received from demonic forces or channeling anything? I mean, you're just kind of too wrecked as a person to be able to do anything with it. So, that's the whole thing about the mind, body, the mentality, the spirit. Everything needs to be strong, because it's an honor. It's an honor to carry out the work of Satan, and that it's really an insult to Satan, I think, if we just go around in some sort of half-assed or we disrespect constantly to the point of self-destruction the bodies and minds and spirits that we are supposedly dedicating to Satan. Not much of a gift to Satan if we're destroying it.
Right, and not much of an attractive vessel either. Like you said, if you're just wrecked all the time. And some of those people that maybe like that, we were talking about past lives, and perhaps in another life, those souls, maybe the reason why they might be attracted to Satanism or satanic spirituality now is because that was their purpose, but at least in this life, in this meat suit, they lost their purpose. They're not serving their purpose. And this life will only serve as a lesson for them, hopefully, in the next one. But for now, someone like that is not a suitable vessel.
I mean, it's just if you want to get right down to it, it's, if we want to put it in everyday humanistic relational terms, if we're trying to have a relationship with a significant other, you got this, the girl or your spouse or whatever, and or if you're a girl, obviously something else or anything in between. If you're trying to have a relationship with somebody, and you self-abuse yourself so much that there's no communication, or the communication's bad, or you're flaky, or you're unable to follow up on promises, your word's not good, I mean, that makes for a bad relationship here on earth. You're not going to have a spouse or a mate or whatever very long if that's the way you can conduct yourself. And, that's only going to be more true if that's the way we treat in our relationship with Satan. If the relationship with Satan is this, I'm always coming in some really messed up way, and I'm not able to follow up on information that's given and inspiration. Maybe I even receive the inspiration, but I never do anything with it because, my life's too wrecked. That is going to be a damaged relationship, and really one that's ultimately going to fail. So I have to be in a state of mind and of enough self-control where that I can have a productive relationship with Satan and his demons, or I'm really of no use to Satan. And, it's sort of like, at some point that relationship is just going to fizzle. So, really got to meet Satan at least halfway, if not more.
Definitely so. Hey, are you still with us? I guess he must have dropped. Maybe he'll be back. Hello?
Are you there?
Yes, Brother Aim.
Okay.
Did you drop out there with us for a minute?
You know how these phones are.
Yeah, this internet radio thing, sometimes it drops our calls. Okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly what you were saying is true. I mean, I think we've hit it right on the head, and I was looking at some messages on Facebook, and they were just like, wow, this is incredible, this is great, this is, so true.
Someone just sent me a message a little bit ago that was, you know, talking about when they were 6 or 7 years old, it was, or 6 to 8 years old, it was one of the members and his cousin set up a satanic ritual without even really knowing what it was. I mean, that's a fairly common type of thing. I mean, actually, I can remember some of the first things that I did when I was a child, when I was made to go to church and everything else, like a lot of us were, was I began stealing things from the church. I used to steal various, you know, candelabras and Bibles and stuff like that, and I'd take them home and destroy them. I was like desecrating things from the church. And my parents eventually figured this out because they'd see the, you know, the thing in the garbage, or I'd try to hide it under my bed or whatever. And, you know, this was, I mean, I didn't really even know why I was doing it or what I was doing, but it just seemed like this is what I was supposed to do. It's, I don't like this, I'm going to take it, I'm going to take it from them, I'm going to destroy it. And, you know, that was some of the, I guess you could say, acting out on behalf of Satan that I perhaps did. And, you know, my little brain couldn't necessarily process what that meant, or say I'm a Satanist or something like that. But that's the how did that get in there? I mean, I didn't make it
exactly.
Up when I was a kid.
That's not just instinctual. That's not the desire to procreate or eat and sleep. You know, that's not normal life things. It got in there somehow. It was part of you at such a young age. And it stayed with you until you're an adult and everything, just like me and just like AIM, until you finally were able to realize that. Exactly.
Yeah, and so you, as you get older, you start to define it more, and you start to seek more of it in a more formalistic way, or you know, looking at different options and seeing, you know, reading things and seeking out the grimoires and all these sorts of things, and that's, you know, for those of us who have felt that our whole lives, this is really, you know, the ultimate, which is, okay, we've been on this journey perhaps since before, you know, before we have memories of much else, and here we are, whatever stage of our lives, and we're now trying to have a relationship with Satan himself. This isn't just, you know, kids games and stuff like this. We have actually come to the point where we seek out that energy, we seek out that power, and, you know, that's becomes an important part of our life, because it really has been an important part of our lives, our entire existence, but we didn't perhaps at the time know that this was possible, or that this was, or, you know, you get oppressed enough by adults or whatever, that you don't really have those sort of opportunities. And that's what the Cathedral of the Black Goat is like, if this is for you, if this is in you, and this has always been something that you've been drawn to, then we're here, and this is a group of people who are actively doing perhaps that which you feel instinctually to do, which is to seek out a relationship with Satan and his demons.
Right. Well, I mean, and there's other kinds of people, I mean, I'm not going into names and everything, that they also call themselves, well, they use the term oftentimes theistic Satanists, but they try to explain it away as, well, maybe Satan is this and this pagan god, or this Egyptian god, or there's other people that believe that Satan is an extraterrestrial being. When I was first, you know, investigating, you know, spiritualistic forms of Satanism, every single time I saw that and everything, I was thinking to myself, well, that feeling that I had since I was a young child and everything wasn't that I wanted to follow the Egyptian god Ra, or that I was looking up to the skies for aliens, that was the truth was out there and everything, but was always to find the Satan that I grew up with, the Satan that I always knew, the Satan that I always saw was besmirched and opposed against, and I always wanted to be a part of his force. And that's maybe even the difference between Cathedral of the Black Goat and these other groups that call themselves theistic Satanists. I prefer the term traditional Satanist, because what it means to me is, as you know, a distinction from LaVeyanism, is that it's Satanism in the traditional sense of the word. Like if you were to look up in the dictionary the definition of Satanism, forget modern Satanism, LaVeyan Satanism, traditional Satanism. If you looked up the dictionary definition of Satanism, the first one that you'll come to is one who worships the devil. And so as a traditional definition of the word Satanism, hence traditional Satanists, that's what I consider it as being.
Yes, we are worshiping and seeking out the interaction and communication with the devil itself. We're not. This isn't just an exercise in
right.
Ego or just our will. It's beyond our will. Our will is a carrying out of Satan's desires and Satan's energy. That is, our will is intricately linked to Satan. It's not just my personal power that I feel that I try to channel out in the world. Is I'm giving off, ideally, the idea is I'm going to go out there in the world and I am going to be a physical representation of Satan on earth.
Absolutely. Well, and in such simplistic terms and everything, I could say that since being a young kid, what I'm doing now, what is Cathedral of the Black Goat, this traditional Satanism, the books that I wrote, or even the reason why I put on things like Cathedral of the Black Goat Festival, it's always what I've always wanted to do, and this is the manifestation of that. It's the manifestation of the things that like what we were talking about, since being a young kid and since knowing. This is the physical manifestation of the desire that has always existed since I've known this physical body. And for a lot of us that feel this way, I'm sure it's also the thing exactly that they always wanted to do. They always wanted to be, with Satan. They always wanted to join this satanic cult, these other devil worshippers that somewhere in their heart they always knew existed.
And, I would call upon anybody who's listening to the show, either live right now or on a replay later, is, the next time you're communicating with Satan or you're looking to have that sort of relationship, I mean, look at what lies in your heart. Look at what lies inside of you. What have you been drawn to your whole life? Are you doing that? And I'm not necessarily talking about in your, work life. We all have to make money to deal with, living on this earth. But talking about, do you have effective outlets for the darkness in your heart? What is, is that art? Is that music? Is that concerts? Is that writing? Is that what? And are you going after that? Are you spending time nurturing that? Because that, if it's there, if it's clawing at you, if it comes up again and again in the rituals, and, really, that's the calling to, at least it's been my experience, is I got to get out there and put one foot in front of the other and start expressing that. I need to prioritize that somewhere in my life, because really that is an expression of perhaps something that's been with me for many years. And the same thing, a lot of the stuff that we're doing now, it's like this feels completely natural and exciting to do, because this is stuff that, really I've been building up to do for many, many years. And only, recently, for me, to get it to channel it to this point, I mean, it's like it's inspiring just getting ready for the things that we're doing. It's inspiring leading up to it. It's an excitement that makes me feel more in touch with Satanism and my brothers, of course, in the cathedral. And that has a certain camaraderie with it, too, because we're all working towards this unified purpose of bringing Satan to earth, basically.
I couldn't have said it.
Yeah, I think you both kind of hit it earlier when you said even as a child growing up, we knew there was something not right, so to speak. That we knew there was something deeper, and even at the earliest age. And we just kind of grew with that. We accepted it and started looking into it more. And as we grew older, and here we are, and we have to keep that going.
Absolutely. Well, it's not hard to keep that desire going. It's just knowing what to do next, knowing what that spiritual presence, what that demon is wanting us to do next, what it is wanting us to manifest next.
That's right, and that's the importance of the spiritual practice and of the ritual practice, is to, it is a practice, and it is something where, like any relationship, it takes nurturing. And so, you know, if I really want to get a lot out of the relationships that I'm feeling excited about Satanism, I'm feeling excited about a relationship, that's the time where I need to, you know, it's easy to want to like coast almost at that time, like, oh, I'm feeling great right now. But that's when,
right.
You know, for me, it's like I got to step it up even more because it's a momentum thing, and to really, you know, okay, we got this far. Let's see how much farther we can get. Let's see how much more we can be inspired. I mean, we've talked about that before, brothers. Is you know, Marmaduke, you're talking about your own personal experience of the excitement of building up each one of the fests. You know, on top of, you know, the first one, the second one, here comes the third one, and looking at the fourth one. And, I mean, it's really a crescendo up that is just each one builds upon the next one to where it keeps, I mean, what a fantastic inspiration to work towards just there.
Right. And those who have been there, because I made a comment once on Facebook, and some people were like, where I said, you know, this festival and what's behind it and what inspired me to do it and everything is many years of ritualistic practice and, like you said, nurturing. And some people understood what I was talking about and some people didn't. But that's what the difference is between Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest and other ones. I mean, it could be the same bands, but, I mean, putting a bunch of bands together, I mean, anybody with enough money could do the same thing and have the same lineup as a Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest. But would it be the same? Does it have the same intentions? Because when I put those lineups together, it's an expression. I'm expressing myself through that combination of bands. Through seeing this 8 bands or through this 10 bands, it expresses a single idea through all of them, so that they are the channel. I mean, yeah, they're part of Cathedral of the Black Goat. They're the Cathedral of the Black Goat Festival that year. It is the channel, the message that I'm trying to get across to those people in the room. And especially, I guess, you know, people felt it, you know, last year when Terrorism, Void Meditation Cult, and Helvatron came on and everything. That, I mean, the rest of the bands, the first couple bands were intense, but then when it got slower, when you saw the black robes and the candles and you know, these purely demonic, you know, messages and lyrics and everything, I think to some people, even non-Satanists, I read a review and they were like, oh my God, when Void Meditation Cult came on, it was like the whole room darkened. It felt like you were somewhere else. Exactly. That's the goal, you know, not just to put on a good metal show or something that a terrorizer or metal maniacs, you know, would like or even understand and everything. Because you know, I'm not so much of a metal promoter and everything. I'm a Satanist putting on a metal show, not a metal fan putting on satanic bands.
That's right. That intention is a huge difference because ultimately it's this whole lineup and the whole fest is a channeling of Satan. We're talking about having that relationship with Satan. Well, this is really like let's not just crack the door open. Let's kick it wide open and let all that energy out, because you have all those people there with that same intention. They're there seeking it. I think it's clear from the crowd. Many of the people there are seeking it, and those that perhaps are just there. They're not necessarily Satanists, but they're open to it, or they're friendly to it. And so you have all this huge receptive audience, and then you have these bands who really, any of them that play in the fest, or at least most of them, are trying to channel satanic energy in one form or another. And so you have all that together. You have the crowd feeding off the bands. You have the bands feeding off the crowd. You have the atmosphere. You have the fact that this is the Cathedral of the Black Goat putting it on. This isn't just some other metal promoter. This is really the organization of Satanists putting on this satanic ritual. And what you get is something that cannot be duplicated by just, you know, tossing a bunch of bands in a lineup. And, you know, that's not to really just put down the other fest. If that's what you want, go do that. That's great.
Yeah,
but this is
go to New York and Maryland and California. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to other fests. I'm not against it. But the point is that this is like really, if you want the mecca of satanic spiritual experience, one of these shows, it's with all the energy there, with the bands in the crowd and the atmosphere and everything, it's really hard to ever think of duplicating that. I mean, how do you do it on a bigger scale than that?
Definitely. Well, on that note, something that we were talking about earlier, something that Behold Barbarity has in the works that you were going to tell us just a little inkling about, Brother Ball.
Yes, thank you. I've been inspired by Brother Marmadan and the other fests, and we're looking to expand the Cathedral of the Black Goat over into Minneapolis and doing some festival shows there, probably 2 a year for starters, and then seeing what happens from there. But on May 18th, put it down in your calendar, it's May 18th, 2013, it's a Saturday, we're going to have Cathedral of the Black Goat and Behold Barbarity present The Devil's Coven. And that's going to be another demonic channeling, exactly what we're talking about. The whole environment of it is to channel the powers of Satan. The lineup is set. I'm not going to announce that on this show, but I am going to be announcing it on the Cathedral of the Black Goat Facebook page this week, my own page. I'm sure AIM and Marmadan will have it as well. But we've got the flyer and everything else coming out. And let's just say, if it's got the Cathedral of the Black Goat name on it, as we've been talking about, the intention here is channeling and getting in touch with and having a relationship with satanic forces, and that's what we very much intend to do on May 18th in Minneapolis.
Awesome.
May 18th.
May 18th.
Mark your calendars.
So for those of you who are going to Fest 3, obviously, and then we've got the next fest after that, so sort of if you want to say, a bridge between the two. If you need to get your satanic fix and you don't want to wait, the 4 months, and then come to Minneapolis. We've got a great town. We've got a great venue for this event, and it's going to be another opportunity to get in touch with Satan and obviously meet all of us, and we're always open to talking with people in person about all these issues.
Oh, definitely. I mean, and Chicago's been the satanic mecca and everything, but I've heard that and I've known a few great brothers, in Minneapolis as well and everything. So I look forward to that, to expanding there and welcoming our satanic brothers and sisters from Minneapolis into this Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest that we do.
Definitely. How about Marmadan? How about an update on the fest?
Well, I announced it on Facebook. Thank you for mentioning that. I almost forgot and everything. So, Nogs Ablaze, they're not going to be able to play this show. They are going to play with Goat Penis in Chicago this summer, which that's going to be the only Goat Penis concert that's ever going to happen in the United States. Nogs Ablaze is going to play there. They're not going to be able to play Cathedral of the Black Goat Metal Festival 3 for their own reasons. It's not censorship. It's not Chaos and Chaos Festival all over again or any of that other bullshit and everything. They basically have a new album coming out, and they're working on some new material, and they want to wait a little bit before showing everybody. That's understandable. So instead of Nogs Ablaze, we're going to have Helvetron back, which was one of the most powerful satanic bands from Cathedral of the Black Goat Metal Festival 2. So if you're coming to Volume 3 and you haven't seen Helvetron before, I mean, they've only played in El Paso and Chicago before anyway. And if you missed them last time, perhaps you can see them this time, because it's probably very rarely that you'd see Helvetron anywhere else anyway. So that's what you have to look forward to. I remember when I announced it on the Internet, there was somebody that was saying, "Oh, Nogs Ablaze, they canceled another show. They cancel all their shows." To which I would say this: no, they don't cancel all their shows. They may have canceled shows in California or on the East Coast or something, but they played in Chicago twice. So people had their chances, before in 2012 to see Nogs Ablaze. We're going to do it again this summer with Goat Penis, and this time it's just going to be Helvetron.
I'm really excited. Definitely. Very awesome. they got that black doom, just dark as the. I mean, it really. I always think of when I think of Helvetron, I think of the abyss. It's just that depth of darkness.
Especially the vibe of my favorite song by them, at least on their new album, because I do own their demo tape, which the music is quite different than the new album. But on their new album, somebody wanted to feel that essence of Helvetron. Even the first opening track, Sheol, Grave of the Supernaturals, and the intro and the vibe that it gives, and the riff that's repeated over and over again. The atmosphere is very thick, and I think it's going to go very well with all the other ritualistic and other types of bands that are going to be there for Cathedral of the Black Goat Metal Festival 3. So you got a lot to look forward to. And there's so many people coming to this one, it almost looks like it's going to explode. I mean, it's kind of perfecting some of the things that I wanted to do with the first fest, that I wanted to do with the second fest, and really the third fest, this one, is probably going to be the best one of all yet.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I think this is, as we've been talking about on the show today, I mean, it's a ritualistic practice, and the more you do it and the more experiences you had, it just builds up and builds up and builds up, and the momentum of the fest, I think, is just, I can't wait for 3. I think it's going to be mind-blowing, and I can only, I don't think my mind can really process Yoga Bliss and Go Penis this summer. I mean, that's just going to be ridiculous. I mean,
we'll have to focus on that one, in another couple months, and that's the thing. We've been doing these shows ever since the last Cathedral of the Black Goat Fest in August, and we've pretty much consistently done 2 a month since then. And you got to think, we've only got a few more minutes here, but there's only going to be one more show between now and March 30th. So, those who've been listening to this show the whole time, those who may have just been now or tuning in and everything, it's coming. That momentum, that gathering of darkness, that dark cloud over Chicago, it's coming.
Hell yes.
And for those who are
incredible show,
that this is their satanic mecca and everything, that it's more than a metal concert. I mean, yes, definitely.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things I'm actually looking forward to is meeting more people, that we've talked to on Facebook and et cetera. I mean, for those who don't know, that's where we met Pontific's Ball.
Definitely.
And it was just, we knew immediately, this is our brother, so to speak. So we're looking forward to meeting all of you.
Yes, and please, we'll be readily accessible to everybody when we're at the fest, and we may have some things we need to do as far as taking care of fest activities, but we're definitely very open. Yeah, certainly. But otherwise, we're going to be very open to discussing things or bouncing around ideas, and we're, people are looking to get more, like we, mentioned earlier in the show, people who have been feeling that momentum building up in their own lives and are interested in getting more involved with, future Cathedral of the Black Goat activities or, want to be involved. You don't have to just be in Minneapolis. You don't just have to be in Chicago. There are ways to be involved and to express your traditional Satanism through the cathedral, and we're certainly open to that and certainly encourage that.
Definitely.
Well, unless y'all guys have something else, it's pretty much our time until next time.
Definitely, this has been an incredible show. I've loved every minute of it. I think it's very inspiring, I guess, to myself, and I'm sure to both of you as well. So, and I hope everyone's enjoyed it. We'll be posting the next show soon, and definitely keep in touch with us via Facebook, and as well as our personal pages. And with that, we will sign off.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.